jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. On the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why. Run away as the sun goes down, okay, as long as I'm with you. Run away as the sun goes down, okay, as long as I'm with you. On the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why. Get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. On the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, Sometimes a dream is just a dream. Sometimes it can change right in front of your eyes. Ooh, you're not mine. You may never be mine, but I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
party giver, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool.
You say the fact that you can't deny it.
No, you're not in control.
Once you connected, you feel the fire.
And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love.
Body language.
Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it.
You say the fact that you can't deny it.
Yeah, it's taking control. Oh,
It's so intense that she feels the fire.
and she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language.
You say the fact that you can't deny it.
No, you're not in control. Oh,
Once you connected, she feels the fire.
and you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Ay, bailar.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it, while Dre let me ride, he kicked me out, I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional.
standing longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation, I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door, tonight is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the band, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep
Leave our cares
tonight.
behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only
And say
one.
to and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you wonder how you do,
Well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light.
and the sound of the band.
If you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again. If we move a little slower,
Music might stop.
if we get a little
Her
closer,
heart just might pop.
if they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. On the weekend, all pretend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know what weekend, all pretend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why.
Everybody get on down. Let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down. Let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through. And I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright. Yeah. Everybody get on down. Let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down. Let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through. And I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright. Yeah.
I can take you wherever you want, see the world like no one else. I can promise you'll be undone. Only adventures wait ahead. Nothing can stop us, no one will. And underneath the stars above, I'm sure we can find some peace of mind. Tell me where to go. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the air.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms.
“你们准备好了吗？我们来了。”
一波在胜，哇 ！A 狗接连110开，带上这边天使的大招进来，把战场直接清扫干净了。
We get to it, let's get right to it. We get to it, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it.
微博跟你现在正面少了一个东西，就是头。
哦呦，猴子，来个闪现大进来，把直接把日本给击杀了。
Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it.
3个人直接把他给击杀了，正面爆塔想要点多，外边闪现过来，但没有技能了，而且直接挂到了Q1 Q 的过去，直接击杀掉了，不如一个闪现而踢过来 Care。
Get to it, let's get right to it. 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 Let's get right to it.
王牌飞行员申请出战。
这波比比一个人伤害爆炸。
Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it.
微微的位置非常好，隐身出现直接穿麻了，隐身出了受了多段的伤害。哇，这波 W 为什么要追他本身啊？3个9他已经断后了，卡拉被一个大招赶上去，穿上一看一下那波 W Q， 敲火弹吧，
有没有补杀
？Q 的369，贝塔 Q， 把369。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Bunchballs, and I'm joined by Jordan Lyric Corby, international superstar himself. How you doing, buddy? We've got some bangers coming up, so I hope you're ready.
Bro, I'm doing great. I'm beardless for the first time. It's your unbirthday today. What a better day to cast some League of Legends.
It's a coincidence, actually, because it's your own birthday as well. Like, what are the odds? What are the odds? 364 out of 365 is the answer. Yeah, your baby face is out. Let's have a look at what happened yesterday, though, and get things rocking and rolling, because I'm sure everybody is keen to see some games rather than listen to us ramble. So, yesterday, we had a full 6-game day. Both series as well. The team that ultimately lost the series winning the first game.
Yeah, and it feels like that for J&G specifically is kind of becoming a standard thing of looking really bad in one game of each of their series. Their series against EDG being a bit of an outlier, but J&G always able to finish off with some clean games to pull out wins. And then Ultra Prime to the moon, baby. I predicted them top 8. This win against Rare Atom is just one step on the ladder to greatness.
I think you're getting a little carried away for now. Yes, they are in 5th, but they are tied with, what, like 6 other teams currently? So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. Let's look at the standings, though, as you can see there, all the way from 3rd to 8th place, people on 2 wins, V5, 2-0, so they'll top that list, and they'll be playing later on today as well. But I have to say, Lyric, these standings are just a mess right now. To me, these do not represent like level of ability, generally speaking.
No, I feel like we have some imposters. Both LNG and V5 have looked really sus in their wins. You have teams like FPX, who I feel like have looked a lot better than what they've shown, but we can talk about that a bit more later on. IG as well, another team who I feel like have looked a bit better than their scoreline. We also need to remember strength of schedule and things like that this early in the split, right, can really just affect where teams are right now.
Yeah, it certainly can. So we'll have to wait and see how it all shakes out, but I'm just saying, absolute legends in 5th place. That is an exciting timeline to be living in. Let's look at today's games, though, because we've got a couple of pretty good series here. I think we're going to get 6 games today, Lyric. I think that's the way that we're headed here. V5 up against FPX. It's Rookie versus Wait, no, it's not. It's Dream up against Care in the mid lane for V5 versus FPX. And then
Hey,
it's,
but Wavo, we got the Shy versus MSI winner. Oh wait, no.
Hey, the top lane is still a banger in that second series, though. The Shy
That's
versus
true.
Breathe is just as good of a matchup. So that second one, super hype matchup. But honestly, I genuinely think that regardless of level of hype, regardless of hype players, like I think these teams are fairly evenly matched based on what we've seen so far. I think that we should have some pretty good games, especially FPX versus V5. Like I could be wrong, but the way I've seen it, the way watching FPX's games, the 0-3 does not represent them. Like they are way better than their score right now, and I'm hoping that they can come out swinging today and show us that against V5.
Yeah, I feel like FPX are one of the teams who have kind of fallen prey to the schedule they've had, right? They've played RNG and EDG already. It's like, okay, two hard teams to try and overcome. They got close in both circumstances. The only time they actually got to it was against IG, surprisingly enough. But this is a team that I feel like is much improved from Spring Split, all starting from their mid-jungle. I feel like Care and Clit are working so much more together, so much better together than we saw. Makes sense because Care did join towards the end of the split in spring. And overall, it's just made their mid-game look so much better. We're not flipping Baron as much anymore. There's some really good trades for things like Dragon Pressure in terms of towers on the map. And then if FPX's bot lane can also find an advantage, we've seen Hung also linking up, and a bit of a three-man Death Roam squad, which is reminiscent of FPX's strength in their 2019 Worlds winning lineup.
Yeah, and you know, we see those couple of clips of the three-man death squad, but also here's a great clip of the whole team working as a unit, right? RNG overextending in the top side, and the whole of FPX makes their way across the map and punishes RNG because Gala's not with the squad.
Yeah, and just FPX again. I feel like being smarter than what we saw before. FPX in spring were this team that kind of flipped early game consistently with Hung's aggression level 1, and if it worked, maybe they could snowball into a win, but a lot of times we saw them get to mid game, not really know how to transition, and then still fall prey to a lot of losses. So it's nice to see FPX kind of flip-flop to where I feel like their early game isn't as dominant, but their mid game is much, much better.
Yeah, definitely. Like I'm hoping we get to see that today against V5, and I'm hoping that V5 kind of match it a little bit and we get some scraps, because V5 have fallen prey in the early game. Quite often we're seeing this V5 squad falling a little bit behind early on, but then when it comes to that mid game, their scraps is where they really come online, because honestly, for V5, it's just a hand stiff right now. That is the only way that they're winning games, is just saying, look, we're going to group up, we're going to fight you, and we're just better at League of Legends than you are.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that, I don't know, V5 is so weird because I feel like when you hear hand stiff, you think of like maybe old IG or old top esports where it's like very dominant, they crush you in lane. It's like that is not V5. V5 is not Bruce Lee murking on a bunch of randoms in a movie. V5 is a complete mess. Again, like losing out in the early game. You don't see a lot of pressure coming out from jungle. Karsa had a terrible first series. Xiaolong, I think, coming in a little bit better. But overall, it's like Photic and PB God not having a good time. Rich not stepping up and solo killing people like we saw him doing consistently last time. And I feel like they're benefiting a lot from the level of teams they're playing and the mistakes that they're making. And then when it comes to those 5v5s like you just talked about, that's where, you know, V5's players are very good. They are able to come in, hit the abilities they need to hit, take the fights to win. And that's how they've been able to pull off some dicey 2-0s.
Yeah, and the thing is that they somehow seem to be better when they're behind than when they're ahead. Like, it feels like this is a team that needs to fall behind so that they can prove the scoreboard wrong in some of these fights. You can see here coming back from, that was like a 5k deficit, I think it was, against TT, and then they just straight up win the fight. It's just mind-blowing. But we'll have to see if they can do that today against FPX, because like we said before, the mid-game can be very good for FPX when they're feeling on the same page. So we'll have to wait and see. But I do want to talk about the AD carries here, Lyric, because for me, this is one of the best matchups in the whole league. LWX and Photic going up against each other. Now, stats are a little wonky right now for AD carry because we're seeing a lot of Senna, so it's not really a stats page. This is actually a reference to a graphic off of Pokemon. So shout out to the graphics, guys, because this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. But I wanted to highlight the difference in like styles of champions here. You've got a Cogmore and a Senna there available for Photic, whereas for LWX, more like the Lucian and the Kalista coming on through. Feels like LWX trying to win lane a lot more than Photic is.
Yeah, I feel like these guys definitely indexing hard into their strengths, right? For FPX's bot lane, it's all about the 2v2, playing aggressively to win. We've seen them even go for two-man dives, even in this meta, to be able to find those kills. And then if FPX is like early game, bot lane aggression works out, LWX can just take over the game. For Photic, I feel like even in spring, he was much more of like a team fighting AD carry rather than someone who's just going to brute force in lane. And now with the durability update, we've seen him able to just hard lean into that strength. The Senatom coming out consistently, the Kog'Maw like you highlighted. Votic actually having an exceptional game on that one, being able to crush a Lucian Nami lane with that pick. And yeah, I feel like that's going to be the question coming into today's series. It's like, can LWX and Hung crush Votic and PP God early in the 2v2 because they have been susceptible? Or can they get through that laning phase and then be huge teamfight carries?
Yeah, it feels like LWX and Hung have been somewhat hit and miss. They have found 2v2 kills. They have found opportunities, but they have also been punished in that bottom lane. Because V5 not necessarily going for these 2v2s as much. Obviously, you can see this clip. The jungle is also involved. And certainly strong players later on into the game, but not necessarily doing so hot in the laning phase.
No, so that's really going to be an area where FPX can look to exploit. It's going to be a bit different today compared to their last series where we do have these clips of Xiaolongbao playing towards bot side because Karsa will be playing today. Karsa has been a lot more, I'd say, skirmish focused, looking to play for his lanes. Did come in with a really bad
really
series
surprising.
against TT.
He's never been like that.
Hopefully Karsa can step it up today and do what we're saying a little bit better, maybe enable bot lane more and just punish LWX and Hung because you know LWX and Hung are always going to be playing very far forward in the lane.
Yes, and you can anticipate that Cast is probably going to make his way down there because that seems to be one of the strategies for V5 anyway, is focus on that bottom lane, get the jungler involved in the 2v2. So we'll see if Karsa is going to lean towards that bottom side, whether that's just the way that he has to play now after playing with Jackie Love for so long, just forced to go down towards the bottom side. We'll have to wait and see though, but I'm excited about just how this mid game is going to look. I'm kind of hoping we have a fairly quiet early game, to be quite honest, just so that we go into that mid game on a fairly even playing field and we get to see these two teams like interact and we get to see the way that they'll interchange with each other on in terms of macro, but also the way they'll fight over neutral objectives. Like, I feel like if the circumstances are right, if the draft is right, this could be a really, really interesting game to watch.
Yeah, especially like FPX have this really cool thing they do where in their past two series, they've put high prio on early dragons, force you onto a very quick soul point, and then they've consistently been able to trade the enemy team having to overforce to make sure they don't get soul for inhibs, for barons, for like really cool moves like this, and consistently find ways to close out games. I gotta say, we're not supposed to be biased. V5 is my favorite team in the league, but I hope FPX crushes them. I really do. It is so outrageous how V5 got away with their first two series wins the way they did. They were getting so heavily punished by TT and LGD. And again, those rosters coming in with either more changes or less experience on the team made it so they threw. This V5 team either needs to step up or be punished. FPX can do it. FPX have had that better mid game. Please, also, no mojo, Munchables, no mojo today.
On top of that as well, like this FPX team being 0-3 with how they have played in some of these games, if they go 0-4, it will be the most unfair 0-4 I've ever seen. And I do just want to highlight on this graphic, Dream and Rich, you're talking about getting away with things. Well, they were emanating mojo. When we showed that Baron clip earlier and they go for the 2v4, that was very Knight and Jackie Love, you know, that reminds me of 2020. So there's definitely some things to get excited about on this V5 roster, even without Rookie currently. But that's the FPX gang that's going to be stepping on up. And I have to say, Care he's completely transformed this team comparatively to last year, or comparatively to Gory, sorry. Like, this feels like a totally different roster. And now it feels like Clid is starting to mesh with the team where that's been one of the biggest criticisms of the new version of FPX, basically since it started, is Clid never quite felt like he was on the same page.
No, and now, I mean, I feel like with Care stepping up, that's really what has enabled Clid, because when Care came in, he was pretty much an RE1 trick. You looked at his solo queue, he had like 300 more games on Ahri than like his next most played champion. Yeah. Now he's playing the LeBlancs, the Swains, the Talias coming out. Care's linking up with Clid in the jungle, helping him invade, helping him make sure he doesn't, fall prey to invades. And we're seeing Clid kind of reciprocate by giving a lot of early attention to the mid lane. And that's one of the ways they were able to exploit RNG in the early game, was winning out in the 2v2s against Wei and Xiaohu. So I feel like coming in today against Dream and Karsa, we saw against TT, Karsa tried to put a lot of attention mid, but it was with the Poppy Galio lane. So if you're going to be V5 and looking to contest FPX in the 2v2, we actually need to see something that brings damage to the 2v2 conversation in question.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if they're going to lock that in or not, because it's time for picks and bans. It's time to get this series underway. Up in the top side, instantly a Fiora ban and then a Gwen ban. A lot of top lane bans so far.
Yeah, paying respect to Shala, who has brought out the Fiora a couple times. I will also highlight this. This is supposed to be our last day on 12.10 before making the jump over to where other regions are at with things like the Zeri, the Xin Zhaos, and all these other fun picks coming out. So, gotta relish in the last day of some of these champions, which will definitely have less prio. Now with Talia off the board, the last thing we're kind of looking out for is the Wukong pick being taken away. FPX are on red side, so you'd expect that to be taken off right now.
Yeah, that Kalista pick as well, aimed at LWX. We highlighted that was one of the picks that he's been leaning towards, trying to dominate that bottom lane. But it does mean Lucian, I was about to say still available, but it's going to be banned by FPX, which means, as you say, Wukong, open and available. Castle looks it in straight away.
Yeah, you'd expect FPX to answer with something like the Viego. It's been the go-to answer into the Wukong so far in terms of that handshake. Then I'm curious to see if FPX opt into something like a Senna pick for themselves, because you banned out the Lucian. Okay, I get it. Like, Kalista's also gone. But I feel like the Senna bot lane has been something that V5's bot lane has leaned on way heavier and fits their playstyle much better than the side of FPX. And yeah, FPX, I guess, just don't care. They say, hey, Photic and PP God, take it.
Yep, and we highlighted the Kalista, the Lucian, and the Ezreal is the other pick that LWX has a couple of games on already. So sticking to comfort so far and sticking to very much a skirmish style team, right? With an Ahri and an Ezreal weaving in and out of those fights. But you mentioned it already, the Senna has been a leaning post for Photic so far in this split. But no, going for the Kai'Sa, wants to match that Ezreal.
Yeah, nice to see, because this has not been what V5 have been doing like we just highlighted. It has been kind of like slower, sit back, scaling up bot lanes. Now going to take this aggressive matchup, be able to assassinate the backline post 6. And V5 so far have solidified a very clear identity of their composition, diving onto backline targets, making sure that LWX can't take over the game on this very mobile Ezreal.
Rom alongside it. It certainly helped protect LWX's Ezreal if Photic looks for all-in opportunities, because everyone knows once you hit level 6, once you get the evolved Q, Kai'Sa can just pretty much 100-0 Ezreal if you ever get caught by the Prey Seeker. So we'll have to see how that bottom lane is going to go. Certainly the matchup I'm looking at is LWX versus Photic, but now towards the bans for the second phase here, and it's solo laners once more. Look how many solo lane bans we have.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if FPX went with another mid lane ban. You always could ban out the LeBlanc as well, something that Dream has played if you're concerned about another matchup for the Ahri. The other way they could pivot is if they want to take away some engage in the top lane. We still have things like Camille open. We've been seeing a rise in prominence in things like the Sejuani as well. But no, gonna opt into just both mid lane bans coming through. The only real pick that we see into Ahri that's still left open would be the Vex, which we haven't really seen much of since MSI. True.
Veigar also a potential option into that Ahri, but like you say, not picks that we've seen a lot of since that international tournament. With the LeBlanc and Lissandra taken off the board, we'll have to see. Galio's still available too if Dream wants to lean in that kind of direction. But over to FPX, looks like they're going to go for their top lane blind here.
Yeah, so just going to opt into another champion that's kind of fine, kiting back, letting the enemy come into them. He will have the ultimate available if V5 are able to find their way onto a key target. Sylas now coming out to match the Ahri. Going to be a little bit rough in the early game once you get some levels under your belt. If you can hit an Abscond Abduct and bring Karsa into the mix, they definitely can look to take those 2v2s. Now I'm interested to see where V5 go with the top side. We hit on the Sejuani, something that has been really making a comeback into this meta so far, and has actually done pretty well in the laning phases from what we've had so far.
Yeah, this is something that's been seen internationally as well, but that's on 12-11. I was kind of surprised when, we were seeing that internationally, and then LPL seemed to pick it up, even though they're on a different patch, seemed to retroactively apply to the LPL. But yeah, like you say, a lot of success so far. A bit surprised to see players like Rich picking it up, though. Rich usually likes to lean into those carries.
Yeah, Rich gonna definitely be taking a different role. Just overall for V5, right? We hit on how usually their bot lane's kind of on more scaling, Rich on a bit of a carry. This time, Photic gonna come out with the aggression, and V5 gonna have to play a lot more for mid and bot, which if you're playing up against FPX, I feel like that's a pretty solid strategy with where they usually put their pressure. Shala, who not getting a whole lot of attention from the side of FPX, usually does just play on his own little island, And then FPX overall, I feel like have a well-rounded comp into what V5 have picked. Kites back beautifully. You have things like the pillar to prevent engage. You have a ton of mobility on your carries. And we already hit on the Kale ultimate as well to round things out. So actually, I like what FPX have put together so far. Now we're going to see if V5 can find the early aggression to nullify the kiting back that FPX will be able to lean on later on.
Yeah. Do you know, you don't usually get to see players' screens. That's like a small silver lining of the fact that we're doing it all online at the minute. We get to watch Rich selecting which Sejuani Chroma he's going to go with on Project Sejuani, and just watching them all check their runes and stuff. It's nice to see. But I will say, I also really like the fact that FPX left their jungle pick until last there. The Trundle is definitely in answer to the Sejuani, right? You could have gone like Lee Sin. We know Clid likes to play Lee Sin, especially alongside that Ahri. But no, waiting until that final pick is in so that he can pick something that is going to work in the entire composition. So we'll have to see how this Trundle is going to work out for Clid. According to those stats, this top jungle is very favored for V5.
Yeah, V5 going with that Sejuani pick. I mean, you have the melee Wukong there to help proc the passive as well, get more stuns off, get more damage down. So for V5, that's what we want to see. We want to see some aggressive skirmishing, maybe coming out in that top side 2v2, setting the Kale behind. But looks like V5 aiming for a bit of a late invade.
Yeah, or maybe just hoping someone from FPX will do that, or will try and ward Pixel Brush, but ain't happening for now. They're going to walk forwards. It will be over a ward, though. And it looks like they were just hoping someone was in the push, looking for a small chance there. And Dream will get a first ward of the game, which does mean Dream will have that XP advantage in the mid lane. So Care will have to live up to his name and be a little careful.
Lightweight, unluckily for him, he's in a range versus melee matchup, so the first few levels shouldn't be too bad. At level 3 as Dream, you can start trying to find those all-ins, get in, quick, heavy trade, burst, back off, wait for your cooldowns to come back off. And I think this mid-jungle 4v5, very much depends on bringing Karsa into the fold and making sure you're looking for those aggressive 2v2s. And I mean, luckily for V5 as well, they even got deeper vision down, right? Getting a ward actually on the red buff as compared to FPX getting one in front of the Raptor camp. I'm curious if V5 are aware of it. They should be, right? If you're getting a ward in enemy's red side jungle, you should also be aware that the enemy has gotten one on your camps as well.
Yeah, exactly. If they haven't traded that ward, then that's them kind of dropping the ball realistically in that kind of situation. Rich with a nice little trade to start things off. Quite often we've seen in the very early levels, Kale actually sort of winning out a lot of these early trades. But Rich doing a decent job to make sure that he's getting grass procs, trying to deny CS, trying to just get a bit of harass down on Xiaolahu while he can. And Xiaolahu, speaking of, he's going to be wanting to have a good series here, Lyric, because we've all seen the announcements. Summit joining the FPX roster. Obviously, won't be able to play immediately. Needs to get over from Korea, and I'm sure there'll be all kinds of quarantines and visa issues and all that kind of stuff. There always seems to be. But until then, Xiaolahu will be playing, and I'm sure he wants to prove that he deserves this spot on the roster.
Yeah, and Xiaolu's been very hit or miss. I feel like he's had some very good games. His Fiora game comes to mind. I believe that was against EDG, where he had an insane split push, takes an inhibitor. Also had a bad game in that series, got solo killed by Flandre. So he's been very back or forth in my mind, had some great performances, had some less than stellar ones. But it still sucks, right? Because Xiaolahu has been one of the more promising players on the roster, as we see in the bottom left, right-hand corner. So unfortunate, V5's ward timing out right before Clid gets there. No information, but now Clid going to be up towards that top side that we've been talking so much about.
Yeah, but Clid so far just going with the camps, not trying to go too aggressive. Rich playing very respectfully, drops a ward in the tri-brush, but it looks like Clid will just continue with his full clear. As Karsa, actually no, pings on towards the crab, but Karsa's already got it, and he's just going to walk into the jungle. This is where Trundle shines. This is Trundle's comfort zone. 1v1 me, bro, screams Clid.
Especially with the fact that his lethal tempo earlier on. Lethal tempo definitely enabling early skirmishes a little bit more than the Conqueror would. Karsa, though, still going to pivot up towards his top side, wanting to find the skank on Xiaolahu.
Wants to make his way in. We mentioned that Richard warded the tri-brush. So you can see the ward from Xiaolahu not actually in the brush. Karsa going to be stealthed as well. But Xiaolahu gets underneath the tower. And I feel like that was a little hopeful with how Xiaolahu's positioned in the lane.
Yeah, a little hopeful. I feel like even Karsa maybe should be going a little bit sooner, coordinating with Rich when Rich jumps in, because then at least the threat of the stun proc coming through maybe forces Shallahu to flash if he panics. But V5 not going to be able to find it, and heck, Shallahu even getting a nice trade back onto Rich, so you have to be careful.
Yeah, certainly will. Rich, generally speaking, fairly safe laner, though. It's not the kind of player that we often see just getting the kind of random deaths during the laning phase, right? We've got a lot of top laners in this league that like to play a little too aggressive, and I'm not saying that Rich won't be aggressive, but not usually the one to be caught out quite like that. Fairly respectable top laner there. But I do just want to quickly mention that this is actually kind of a little quieter than what I was expecting coming into this game, because when you look statistically so far in this league, V5 gonna trade on a little bit there. V5 actually have the highest kills at 15 of any team in the league. They're averaging 4.5 kills at the 15-minute mark. So you can anticipate over the next few minutes, Karsa's going to get into some lanes and we're going to see some action.
And to be fair, right, Karsa's already tried. They already went for that top lane gank once. Bot lane, a very hard lane to attack when you're going up against an Ezreal Braum, having the mobility from your dash on Ezreal, and just Unbreakable really being able to mitigate a lot of what V5 wants to do. But Karsa going to make a return on top side. Should at least be able to find Krugs if he wants to fully commit, but no. Rich instead going to go for the reset. And maybe this is where V5 finally try to set something up in mid-jungle. Nope, Munch. We are selling false hope.
We're snake oil salesmen. It is what it is. It's going to be Clint just getting himself that Drake to kick things off. Karsa not even considering contesting right now. He's just going to be going back to his camps. But that pink ward will be crucial, because unlike the previous ward that timed out just before Clint got there, pink wards don't time out.
Yeah, really good showing coming out from V5 with the pink ward. But FPX don't care about pink wards. We'll be able to pick up a dragon. And it goes back to something we touched on earlier, right? That FPX have been really good about stacking dragons from super early in the game. Always looking for them, you know, somewhere between 6-7 minute mark. So then they could put pressure on the enemy composition. The silver lining for V5 is they definitely come online a lot at level 6 when both Dream and Karsa pick up their ultimates, and then you have some CC coming from jungle. You can get a little bit more damage coming from Dream, and might look for it on Care.
Care might be in trouble here. Half of his health already gone here. Dream not having to use much, but the charm coming in onto Dream, that's going to be crucial. He's low on mana, but Clid with a great pillar to disengage. That's beautiful to see.
Yeah, nice for him to be able to get away, not even have to lose any summoner spells coming out from the side of FPX. V5, though, finally taking advantage of the strong skirmishing coming out from their mid-jungle, and I like that they're playing up towards top side as well, because that is where Rich has Prio, so he can consistently move. And Rich so far, solid CS lead, almost getting the first plate all to himself. This is how we've seen this matchup go. To a bit of my surprise, right? I feel like we've seen Sejuani win lane incredibly heavily against most champions we've seen her picked into so far. Just a lot of early base damages coming out. You hit on it earlier that she's a very safe laner as well, so you don't feel too pressured playing far forward when you do have both things like your Q and your flash available to be able to escape from sticky situations.
Yeah, not to mention the passive as well, right? Not being able to be slowed. Actually incredibly good against specifically Kale. Oh, ultimate from Rich at the top side. But that's going to be all it is. Just dropping that ult for a bit of pressure, I guess. Heavy trades in the top side. And consistent grasp procs, I suppose, from Rich.
Yeah, and typically when you have heavy trades come out, that would mean your team wants to be the one setting up for a gank or a dive or something along those lines. But FPX having Clid cover right now, and Karsa's on the opposite side of the map. So interesting. I love it. Rich knows he doesn't need to care, still knows that Clid is in the area. And now they're starting to bring up Karsa towards that top side with the fact that Herald's spawning. Rich has that pressure up in top lane. I wouldn't be surprised to see V5 wanting to look for some sort of aggression.
We'll have to see as Karsa moving in. His ward was cleared. Actually, no, it wasn't. And he walks up and smites it. Was that a new ward? Was that a new ward, or is that the same old ward? Clid was stunning it this entire time. I think it must have been a new one. And actually, Karsa is just going to take control of the situation, go for Herald.
FPX so far, not really putting up too much of a fight. I mean, Karsa just allowed to walk up.
Clid just rolled over.
Yeah, Clid, I don't know, man. That was not a very alpha move coming out from Clid. It's not even what we expect from Clid, right? Because even Clid has been someone who has leaned into the aggressive, like FPX spot lane mentality himself. but now going to opt to counter jungle on the opposite side of the map. Shouldn't really be able to turn this into too much in terms of like maybe pivoting down to bot lane or even looking for mid. I feel like both Dream and then Photic and PP God are incredibly safe right now. So V5 getting something for free.
Yeah, something for nothing right here is Clid. We'll leave one small chicken just to wind Karsa up a little bit. But you know what, Karsa, he already got your red buff, and then he got a Herald off the back of it. I think he's winning these trades right now. As he looks towards this top side, Shaola, who does have flash available. CCJ not available because Rich doesn't have ult. And Karsa decides against going for the time being. Just a heavy trade from Rich. Perhaps a dive here. Herald gonna go down. Rich happy to tank, and now his ult is available. But so is Xiao Hu's. But why dive when you can just kill the tower first? They let the Herald charge on in, and now Xiao Hu will be CC'd up. Ult's not even needed. It's an easy first blood for Karsa.
Great coordination coming out from Rich and Karsa as well. Like you said, focusing on the tower first. They're going to be able to guarantee themselves a second charge. Now FPX have to look for a cross map. Clid's leaning down towards bot side right now, but Photic and PP God's still really healthy. Doesn't look like they can do anything, and V5 going to get this second turret as FPX. I guess you just have to look towards that next Drake, but large gold swing in favor of V5.
Yeah, I don't think that's worth 2 Drakes at this point, honestly, as Rich is going to be basically invincible, and Karsa getting that kill. He's just finished his Divine Sunder as well, so he's going to be huge. In the meantime, at least a couple of plates going down in favor of FPX on the bottom side. LWX looking for a third plate if he can get it, and these are solo plates as well, crucially, so that is a lot of gold for LWX. That will be an advantage. So maybe Shallow who's found Rich, but apparently not.
You know, in looking at where the game state's at now, we hit on coming out of draft the fact that like FPX have a lot of mobility. They have a lot of like zone control coming out from the Braum, coming out from the Trundle as well. But with V5 being so far ahead, and the fact that they're engaged members, right? The Sejuani, the Wukong are the ones with all that power. I feel like kind of mitigates the draft coming out from FPX countering what V5 picked up, because V5 will always be able to find their way onto a target.
We might be finding them finding their way on a target. Wow, that was a sentence. Any second now is Drake start off. And you mentioned how FPX might be able to trade a Drake for what happened on the top side. Absolutely not. V5 grouping up. Rich moving all the way down across the map to make sure that his team can find priority and grab that Drake for themselves. And now Rich wants some bonus chickens, but he might have bitten off more than he could chew on this one. Charm comes in, Clid on top of him, but Dream moving over. I think Rich is going to be okay on this one. Care trying to get over the wall, and a knock-up is there onto Care. Can they trade? Dream doesn't have the damage, but Karsa flashes in. Care flashes back out, though, and suddenly Karsa's the one in trouble. Dream under the tower, and then over to the chickens. It's Spider-Man, for God's sake. And now Karsa will be left out to try. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of FPX.
Yeah, a bit of greed coming out from V5. Rich wanting the Raptors. Karsa hoping he can finish off Care, which has put himself in his own bad situation. At least V5 are able to find one. And the fact that they're already up and FPX can't really turn this into a turret or any sort of neutral objective means it's not all that big for the side of FPX. But still, we just get a replay here of Rich getting caught out. Chickens are nice. Win the mental game. Get better, Clid.
Yeah, didn't actually get the chickens, though, unfortunately. Got a couple of the popcorn chicken, but
You're right.
just finishing
Get
off.
better, Rich.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, that was way too much from Rich there. Care with a nice flash. Karsa can't quite get that kill. But Dream not having any of it, and then Spider-Man's his way back out. Thank God Rich didn't finish those chickens off, eh?
Yeah, true. And I gotta say, like, I'm glad Dream went for it in the end, because it's like, okay, if Karsa's going to run it down to try to finish off that kill as well, like, someone has to guarantee that actually one kill gets onto the board. All calculated coming out from V5 with that play. And now V5 going to start angling up towards the top side. Rich might be over-aggressing once again.
Not deterred by the previous play, just walks in by himself. You can see on the minimap, absolutely no support from anyone either, but still confident to just walk in and try and find a fight.
Yeah, now I want to see where V5 use that confidence, because Rich doesn't really have anything to play for in terms of his own lane, right? It'd be way too much for him to overextend and try to find damage onto an inhibitor turret. Would open himself up very easily to get ganked by FPX. So I feel like we want to see Rich starting to hover down towards mid lane quite a bit, at least putting some threat onto Care with his ulti, and it'll mean that Clid or Hung will have to consistently just hover around the mid lane. so those sort of plays aren't able to be found. If not, as V5, I feel like you're just giving FPX a lot of breathing room that you could otherwise just suffocate with how much pressure you have on the map right now.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm amazed at Sejuani's wave clear. That's the biggest thing that, when watching Sejuani recently in this top lane, I've consistently been surprised by how much damage the W does to the wave. As Cat uses the Spirit Rush, he'll be okay. Rich, as you say, roaming to that mid lane. This is a very expected play, and Care totally ready for it. But yeah, like, I feel like when you're building full tank, your W shouldn't just one-shot the entire wave like that.
I mean, right, has 5 points in it, so I think the lash damage about 200 base, so doing a good bit is Rich. Once again, just all inning onto Shalahu and just forcing these aggressive trades. Push out the wave, hover back down towards mid, enable Karsa to steal these Raptors, and then it'll set up for a very easy second Herald in favor of E5.
Okay, another contest for the chickens. Clid, will he ever get a chicken this game? That's going to be the question on everyone's lips. Karsa takes it with the smite in the end. Look at Rich! He does not have a singular care to give to FPX at this point, because Care is already on their team. How can he give Care over when he's already on the roster?
Maybe he can propose, he could marry him, and then, you know, it's like a father giving their daughter to someone else, or however that goes. So that's yeah, Rich just needs to fall in love.
Maybe that's the play. We just have some kind of LPL fanfic going on.
Oh no! Oh, that wasn't what I meant to do.
You started this.
Hey, no! You started this. You started with giving Care over. Is Care? Do they know? Oh, they don't know.
I mean, Dream, this would be a 2v1 if he goes for it. Clid off in the brush, but Dream not going to commit as Clid comes in, but obviously the absconder booked available for Dream. He'll be okay, but I think Clid and Care should be able to finish this tower off. But look at the minimap right here. PP God moving on over, as is Karsa. And I think FPX deciding this would be a bit too much.
Yeah, nice by FPX to back off, considering that this is one of the moments where Rich isn't showing on top wave, no one's showing in mid, so you really have no idea where the members of E5 are. You can assume they're probably coming out of base on resets. As Dream, nice to not get hit by the Q coming out from Hung. And now, I mean, V5 just playing on a bit of a reset timing. Dragon about to come, FPX have full control, but should be very easy for V5 to brute force their way in through mid into river, and both top laners having TP, so this could very snowball out of control into some crazy team fights.
Which is precisely what we told everyone was going to happen, and then we didn't get any so far, so I'm really hoping you're right on this one, or I feel like we're just lying to the audience at this point. Herald goes down in that mid lane, it buys priority for V5, they muscle into this river and start clearing vision away. Dream pretty aggressively trading there, but doesn't take any damage back. V5, no contest here from the side of FPX. They're just going to have complete and utter control.
Yeah, it seems like FPX have kind of realized that with the lead that V5 have found and how strong their 5v5 is, they kind of need to opt into getting some more items. Crucially onto LWX and Shalahu, right? Shalahu's still waiting for that big level 16 power spike, where hopefully he can just terrorize Rich enough in the side lane, create a bit of a numbers advantage situation, and then FPX can start looking for those fights that they want.
I was going to say, like, at what point does FPX actually start to come alive? Because this feels like V5 are playing the game, and FPX are kind of just on the other side of the rift, watching V5 slowly but surely take all of their towers and take all of the objectives, and FPX kind of just watching it happen without really doing much about it so far.
I feel like for FPX, it really is, at this point, just waiting out that level 16 to be able to come through before you opt into full-on 5v5s. They can still look for plays like this if they want to try and set up around a side lane. But V5 reading it very well, matching 3v3 in bot, and if you look at the top side of the minimap, Rich once again going, but Dream
engages 2v1 onto Care, and here comes Karsa to back up his teammate, and Clid trying to protect his mid laner, but will be sacrificed instead. Dream to grab the kill on that one, and V5 with a great collapse.
And V5 have just read really well about what FPX's options are, right? They know they're not going to be looking to make a play on top side. They're starting to hover down. They don't spot really anyone in the top quadrant of the jungle other than Shalahu. Rich was actually chasing Shalahu down to make sure he couldn't TP during that fight. And then you just bring 4 members down, drop 1 wave mid, and it was beautifully done by the side of V5. We'll see how the engage comes out here. Just jumping past Clid, trying to burst out the squishy Ahri on the opposite side. Everfrost does allow Care to get away, and then 1 pop of his ultimate as well makes it so he doesn't go down. But Clid left in that sticky situation, did have to give his life over.
Very nicely done by V5 to find themselves a little advantage, and that, you know, they keep on finding these little advantages, and all in all, it's turned into a big advantage there, because they're 3,000 gold up on the board right now. And like I said before, it doesn't feel like FPX have much of an answer, as you say, waiting for that Kale level 16. Shaola, who doing a good job of just trying to stay relatively even with Rich in the game, as Photic might be caught, but flashes out, keeps himself safe. That's both of his summoners used, though, as the tower does go down in favor of Shaola.
Yeah, so able to finally find something bad.
The chickens again. Will Clint ever find any chickens? The saga continues.
No, it doesn't seem like it is. We're going to get a bit of a replay on... Okay, Flash Q comes forward right into the clan. Okay, so how Photic had to end up losing all summoner spells. And FPX once again trying to find a pick outside. Care TP'd in.
Did. Can they find Rich, though? He's used his Q right here. The W comes out just to slow Care, and Rich might look for a re-engage with Karsa there, but it looks like they back away in the end. 2 minutes until the Drake, despite the positioning on the map here from FPX. I think that'll be the end of the play. I just want to point out as well, I just noticed Photic using the IG Kaiser. Remember, this guy trained underneath Jackie Love. Feels nice to see him using Jackie Love's skin.
Yeah, which is kind of funny. Trained underneath Jackie Love with his IG skin, but he trained under him while they were both on top esports.
Yeah.
But, oh, that doesn't matter. Dream.
He's caught out. He's used his flash, turns golden. Karsa buying space, buying time. Dream gets the Kingslayer and actually survives, and Karsa lives too. How are they getting away with this? Oh no, Kale on the back line. This is huge. Double kill for Xiaolao Hu. Maybe more as Rich trying to buy space for the rest of his team, but Cares on the top side. Photic and Dream in a 2v2 as Xiaolao Hu and Rich just duke it out. Somehow Rich is just not taking damage, but a charm comes on out. The true damage from the Orb of Deception should be enough, and Xiaolao Hu flashes forward. The hat trick on the Kale is everything FPX needed.
Huge for the side of FPX, punishing Dream, who gets caught overextending. Sadly for the side of FPX, no Dragon up right now. You don't really have enough members up to confidently take a Baron. We're going to see how it all started, right? Dream making his way over from top lane after pushing that one in, wanting to link up with mid lane. Beautiful CC coming out to lock him down. Does have stopwatch to make sure he can buy a bit of time, and Karsa comes in with the ultimate. They're able to find a kill on the Hung, but still so many low members. And with Xiaolao Hu coming in and this not really being like a front-to-back scrap with V5's diving tools all being utilized, it allows Xiaolao Hu to become unleashed, start taking all these targets down. And Rich might be huge, but still not really being too big of a damage dealer. But look at the bottom left hand of our screen, Mudge. We're about to get some more action.
Forget this fight. We got another fight. As V5 group it up in the river once again. Remember, Drake coming up 15 seconds time. That's why everyone's grouped up right here as Karsa trying to clear vision. Dream taking a bit of a chunk as well. Feels like the poke is starting to come online a little bit for FPX here. LWX having a couple of items is going to be huge for the side of FPX. Level 13 on Xiaolao Hu. Again, this is... Oh, no! Oh, I thought LWX was doomed there, but that's actually Karsa's ult down. A huge win ultimately for FPX.
Yeah, now they can just slowly whittle V5 down with that poke coming out from the Ezreal that you talked about. Hung even solving his ultimate to buy space. Xiaolao Hu's ult about to be up as well. For V5, maybe just have to pivot to mid lane, but they want to try and steal.
Karsa stealths in, can't quite get the smite though, and has to flash away on the other side of it. 2 Drakes apiece is cleared. Charges forward, Pillar comes out, but Everfrost denies the engage. It will just be cleared. Actually, still just going forward. Goes on to Rich, uses the subjugation. Karsa in the middle of everyone, but that's just a clone in the end. As Rich just zip it away, trying to survive. Still a lot of HP to be working with. And actually proccing his grasp there as Dream comes into the back of the play. There's a knock-up across the team. Xiaolao Hu using his ult. In goes Dream. Absolute carnage at the red buff. But it's V5 favored carnage as Rich charges forward once again. And Karsa behind enemy lines here denies the blast cone and knocks Hung into his death. As Karsa moves forward once more. PB God looks for a hook, and LWX is found. Everything goes the way of V5.
And even the timing is perfect because they've taken enough members down to where V5 can go and pick up the Baron. So tragic for the side of FPX, not able to find any CC onto Rich, leading to the overextension coming through. We're going to go pretty much to when this starts. Clid, like you said, wanting to force aggressively, uses the ultimate. I feel like Care should have held onto the Everfrost there because he did have another charm available. He could have guaranteed the CC to come through, and then maybe you can get enough members on to Rich Drake to take him down and have the numbers. But we see here huge coming out from Karsa and PP God. PP God with a beautiful ult knocking up 3 members, and then Rich able to absorb all the damage coming out from FPX's members, allowing Photic to just free hit on the backside. Beautiful hit from the blast plant coming out from Karsa, and it's just all she wrote for FPX.
And Lyric, what do we say at the start of the day? V5, when they win fights, it's just straight up hand stiff, and that's exactly what this one feels like as Rich just starts to fight to care. There is literally no follow-up available. I don't know why Rich ulted care right there, but hey, at least that's half of his HP.
There's no follow-up. Like, Dream doesn't have, like, bot wave pushed in. There's really no objective to be able to pivot to. Just trying to overly force the pick out. And I do gotta say for V5, as we've been memeing them, this has by far been the best game they've played so far, which is, again, crazy considering that both their last series ended in 2-0s. But this has by far been like the least messy, clean, building up small advantages we've seen. And this is a nice look coming out from V5 without Rookie not struggling so heavily as they have before.
Feels like that engagement, Rich, all hands, no brain. He's like, look at this. I can catch the Ari, but not much else can come of it, as you say. Now the Siege can come in, and like you're saying, right, V5 actually played this very intelligently. Great trades across the map in the early game. Like, we talked about the fact that FPX felt like they didn't exist in the early game. Well, a lot of that was V5 playing very intelligently around the map, understanding where they could pressure. And oh no, the thumbs out from Photic as FPX just whiff everything in the mid lane. This is going to be a bot tier 2 taken as well. If not this wave, then on the next, as Carlson will stealth back out of the situation. Feels like this team is so slippery from V5 as well. You can't catch anyone.
No, I mean, right, we hit on the mobility coming out from the side of FPX, but V5 having mobility on literally all 5 of their members. And, oh, Dream trying to force engage because they know they can take that turret down. Still having about a minute of time left on the Baron. I think forcing an inhibitor turret should be quite hard, so resets will just come on through. Next Dragon coming up in a minute and a half. So V5 do your resets down, get back down towards that bottom side of the enemy jungle. You already have vision control, so FPX are going to potentially have to try and fight for that. But I wouldn't be too surprised if FPX just opt into giving up this Drake and just once again keep getting more items under your belt. But Shalahu should be very close to hitting level 16.
Yeah, maybe one more wave, maybe a couple. I just want to quickly mention, before this game like suddenly turns into a big fight and then ends, like, Dream having a fantastic game on the Silas, right? Got his counter pick in the mid lane, got to choose his matchup, has a 10-stack Magi, 5-0 and 3. He's been looking amazing in these skirmishes. He's been setting up for the rest of his team. And crucially, one of the big things everyone's saying about V5 is, you know, we can't really see how good they'll be until Rookie is back. Well, Dream showing that he can have great performances and he can be somewhat of a leader for the team.
I mean, right, Dream won the regular season MVP in LDL for a reason. He's definitely a player I think we're going to see in the LPL in the future. Obviously, we don't expect him to continue starting once Rookie gets back in, but would be a big miss for a team not to take advantage of his talent, as Karsa was angling to go in, but Hung and LWX jumping away, making sure that doesn't happen. And now here we are, 15 seconds until Drake. V5 have all the pressure, and FPX might opt into what we said, not looking to contest, just keep getting more levels on your carry. Shala, who actually wasn't able to hit 16 off that wave, looks like he should be pretty close now. Rich, I guess, did have a massive experience lead, since he's already sitting on 16 in a bit.
Oh, shoot your barrage in, but it's a little too early. That'll be soul point now. Side of V5. Shalahu, is this enough? The last minion, it's not enough. How is he still level? I swear to God, he's killed 100 minions at level 15 at this point.
Yeah, you know what? It's just not enough much. It's just not enough. Again, he has to do better. He has to farm as well as Rich does and not go share experience elsewhere on the map, even though he actually has more farm than Rich does.
Rich is like, he's not level 16 yet. All in on the top side. Look at the damage. He's still got his ultimate available if Rich wants to. That's the kill forced out, and Xiaolo Hu denied level 16.
Solo kill coming in for Rich. Thank you, PP God, for not stepping in. You hit on it. Notices the window wasn't there. Maybe questioning himself, how am I so far ahead in terms of experience over this guy? Goes for it, and now 4v5. Instantly going to TP him in and start looking to break down the base of FPX.
Oh yeah, they can start to really hammer home, or they can retreat. Also an option. They're just going to go for vision control, I guess. On the top side, Baron coming up in a minute. So they settle for that. I thought we were going to get more off the back of that pick, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought so too. I mean, right, V5 made us think again. TP coming out, kind of angling to maybe try and force a dive, but realizing, hey, FPX are turtling in their base. Very hard to get something done. And for V5, I mean, it's very hard for them to be able to break open inhibitors and inhibitor turrets without Baron, right? They have a very low range composition that kind of requires you to find picks before you can safely walk up and hit an enemy structure. So seems like their play is going to be waiting out either for the Baron if they feel confident looking for a bait there, or just having to wait out until Soul, to where you know FPX will have to look for a fight.
They certainly will. Well, Shala, who did hit level 16 in the end. Rich is now level 17. It is a full level lead that Rich has for himself off in the side lane. And Rich, you know, having a fantastic game. 3 items completed. He's practically invincible. And by the looks of things, might just go for a Warmogs next as well, which I double-checked. You know, I mentioned the W, the Flail of the North from Rich, just one-shotting the casters earlier. Well, it turns out it scales with maximum HP.
Yeah.
So that Warmogs will actually be a damage item for Rich as well.
Yeah, a lot of Sejuani's kit actually does scale with that, but we need to pause because FPX now are angling for something themselves.
Certainly are. Rich going to be CC'd up, but he's not taking any damage yet. PP God turns golden as the rest of V5 just obliterate FPX. This was not even close. Rich grabs himself a double kill, and he looks for a little bit more onto Care as well. That's going to be Dream denying both triple kills as Spo to get a double as well. And V5 literally just brute force their way up the mid lane here. They have so many tanky stats across their team. They don't need no minions. That's going to be game number 1 going the way of V5. And that final fight was just brutal.
And please give Rich an award. Dream having a fantastic game coming on the mid lane, but still, the fact that Rich was able to do so much in that 1v1 matchup, he was winning out so heavily. We obviously just saw the solo kill maybe 5 minutes ago come through, and just how much pressure he was generating on the map for the side of V5. Feels like Rich, once again, starting out with a huge regular season performance.
Yeah, I mean, like, pure Giga Chad gaming from Rich all game long, just like bullying Xiao Lao Hu. And, you know, this is the nature of a blind Kayle. When you're blind Kayle, you're going to be up against something that can bully you in the laning phase. And it did not work out. Xiao Lao Hu had basically only just hit level 6 by the time the game was... level 16, sorry. By the time the game was ending. If he'd only just hit level 6 by the time the game was ending, that would be a real
Rich would
bad
get
situation.
2 MVPs.
Yeah. But Rich, phenomenal game. Dream having a great game. Karsa just there to support his solo laners as well. And actually, the game focusing much more on the top side of the map than what we'd alluded to earlier. I was anticipating this being all about the AD carries.
Yeah, I mean, right, for V5's comp, they kind of set it up to work that way, but once the Braum came out for the side of FPX, kind of nullified, or at least made things very hard for the forces to come out through bot side. But I mean, heck, just with the natural pressure that Rich was generating and how far he was pushing it. Again, we saw him breaking turret plates down by himself. Pretty much 1v2ing because he was just walking up in Klid's face the whole time without care. Made it so easy for V5's mid-jungle to specifically do whatever they want. Klid never got his Raptors, it felt like, at all this game, getting stolen away by different members from V5 throughout. And yeah, again, cleanest series, I think, to come out from V5 so far, at least cleanest game. Series still not over. And for FPX, a little bit disappointed because we hit on...
Yeah.
Up against both RNG and EDG, it felt like FPX looked a lot better than what their scoreline showed. Jesus, talking today so hard. But in this game, it was not the same.
No. And I feel like part of that was down to having such a defensive support pick, right? This Braum staying bottom lane, trying to protect LWX for the entire game. Like, I feel
It's
like
not a
we
Hung
needed
pick.
that trio. We needed that trio of Hung, Care, and Klid on aggressive picks, making things happen on the map. It's not what we really got this game.
Munch, here's the question. Is it really... Did FPX really play a game if Hung didn't flash forward at level 1? You know?
That's the question. I feel like, to be honest, flashing forwards at level 1, at level 1 specifically, Braum is the pick for that. Like,
Yeah.
He's the absolute pick for that. It's just every other level after that, not so much. But yeah, bit of a disappointing one from FPX, has to be said. Somehow LWX actually topping the damage chart the entire game. I don't remember LWX doing any damage that game. Like, not anything significant, because Rich was just a brick wall in front of him the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, right. I guess Rich and PP got just absorbing a lot of what he was throwing out. We did see a lot of true shot barrages kind of thrown out, giving him some damage, missing shots all across the board. But at the end of the day, it feels like that damage taken stat from Rich is the most relevant stat in this game. Actually, him and Karsa both just being giant front lines for the rest of the team to be able to get their damage down. Like you said, top side trio, Carson 93% kill participation, and then both Rich and Dream sitting at 80% or higher. Definitely a top side show coming out for V5.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Rich is the top share of damage on V5 is just mind-blowing, right? The fact that he is doing the most damage on the team on Sejuani of all picks. Like, that's a commendable performance from Rich right there. He wanted to fight all game long, and we got to see it. And we saw, even in the laning phase, before he was fed, before he was ahead at all, he was bullying Xiaolao, who he could see cleared in the tri-brush. He was like, just bring it on, bro. I ain't moving. I'm not leaving this lane until you waste your time and try and gank me.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Rich keeps it up, right? Because this was the story of Richard Spring. Stellar regular season performance, blew all of us away, you know, seeing how he performed from LCK to LPL. Didn't match up in playoffs, so hopefully Rich can once again have a good regular season performance, but bring it into the playoffs, Rich. That's the key.
That's the ticket. That's the secret jigsaw piece that we're looking for. We'll see if he can later on in this split, but for now, we're going to head to a break, and then game number 2 between V5 and FPX.
CDZ keeps his flash, but for how much longer? As Doonby's coming in, and he will charge up into the top side. He's looking for the gangplank, and he will not be able to find him. Yes, he will. He flashes forward and picks up the kill.
You got the flanks, you got a little bit of damage. Yeah, G very, very low. He goes golden, he gets faded a little bit. The cannon! Oh my god, the barrels! The barrels! Dream is taking him out, V5. Okay, Assam at least gets the Baron here. Fearness goes down. Assam's gonna go down as well. Can't even pick up Rich.
That's got to be the next play here. As you can see, all of a sudden, Anyone's Legend on equal footing, pushing forward here, making sure that the side of them go in as they try and catch him out. Fate's Call is going to be used straight away. They're going to try and re-engage here on top of Iwandi, and with the barrels coming down and with the cannon barrage, you can see how difficult it is. That's a great hostile takeover, but look at Light. He's absolutely shredding through these players as Anyone's Legend just cannot deal with this Aphelios. As I say that, you can see Xiaohao trying to come back on top of it, but it is an ace, and finally LNG will find their fight.
Shilio with the dredge line. It's into a wall and over they go. LWX forcing out his flash. Culling as well, but the dunk down. Uekai once again. The rookie vibes are there, but Care's in the middle with a demonic ascension. The flare fires through and Care is on a steamroll, but he has to escape now as Shun can't close the gap. IG still in control of this one as Counter-Strike. Flash down. Dredge line again.
Desperately want to fight for this one. Okay, are we actually just going to flip this one? The answer is yes. JJ finds the spike for himself. Walks away with a little bit of HP, but that charm. Again, Gaga with these charms. And Kanavi once more on the fight as well. EDG being corralled here. 4 men strong, but they're outnumbered. And another charm lands. Barrels come through from 369, but JJ trying to answer his one. Is a triple kill. Comes for 369. Flantre goes down for the quadra kill. And 369 charging JJ down. He wants himself the Penta, and Mystic's there to give him the movement speed. The blast cone ain't enough, and 369's rolling only 9s today.
Give her, blushing like a fool, 'cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign you need to stay cool? You feel like you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the What you don't wanna blow is she can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. No, you're not in control. Oh, once you connect, she feels alive, and you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Ay, bailar.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we continue our first series of the day. It's V5 and FPX duking it out. Emphasis on the duking it out, because we saw in the mid-game a lot of scraps, and V5 having little to no respect for their opponent in this one, especially up in the top lane. Rich, the absolute giga chat on Sejuani, an easy MVP for him as he just styled on FPX.
Again, just gotta reiterate, it's great to see him bringing the same pizzazz he had in the regular season in spring into the regular season in summer. Really did not care. The fact that he did the most damage on Sejuani is ridiculous. Still absorbed the most as well. Huge kill participation coming out. Fitting, LCK not on today either, so all the LCK fans can come and you know, we can all be friends and cheer on Rich for how well he's doing. Camaraderie, brotherhood. Let's go, Rich.
I am sure that the LPL and LCK fans are getting on famously in chat. I'm sure they're not arguing. They
All
would
thanks
never
to Rich.
argue. All thanks to Rich, bringing the regions together. Isn't it beautiful to see? This final fight, just brutal. And you can see Clint in the middle of everyone from B5, everyone just ignoring him. And it just feels like, Trundle, when you're behind like this, you just don't do anything. Like, just completely ignorable in the fight. Painful to watch, honestly. And, like, I mean, we have to go back to what we said just after the game, right? Where was the FPX that we were excited to see? Where's that FPX that took games off of some big-name teams already in the split? Yes, they're 0-3 in the standings, but they've been having 3-game series, and they've been good series. They've had good games, but not able to connect it here, not able to finish things off. And now, today, not even able to show up in the first place.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it just comes from how the draft panned out in terms of, like, FPX are typically the team that we see coming out with the aggressive draft. the Kalista and Lucian in the bot lane. We'll have things like the LeBlanc come out in mid, heavy skirmishers in jungle, but you have like Ari Trundle as your mid 2v2. You know, you can try and burst someone out if you land a charm, but still not too much like no AoE damage coming out between you, not too much burst coming out from Trundle either. Your bot lane, obviously very scaling oriented. So I felt like this was just a change of script from the normal FPX we saw. Again, I feel like what they came out with in draft did answer into what V5 had very well, but not something they looked too comfortable piloting. And it just allowed that huge gold lead to come so early on for V5 to where we saw in that last fight, V5 already 10k gold up, right? So there's really no way FPX can try and even win out.
Yeah, it felt like incremental advantages until that final fight where it was just like all of those incremental advantages have added up. We're into picks and bans though for game number 2, and we need to see more proactivity from FPX, especially for Hung. Get Hung on something where he can go in. We'll have to see if that's going to happen though. Senna being banned as well as Lucian. We just need Thresh for the full lore lockout here, but it's going to be the Kalista taken off the board by V5, as well as that Wukong gone as well. So we will have a bit of a different game, but the Gwen has made it through. The Xiaolahu instant locking.
Yeah, has been the most banned champion in the LPL coming to the day. He actually had one. She had one more ban over the Lucian. I like the V5 also took off the Wukong. I want to point that out since FPX didn't, and I feel like leaving open Wukong just always feels like it is a mistake right now. But V5 going to be the team to go towards the Ezreal this time around, and going to instantly pick up the Viego with the Wukong gone. Now for Klid, you would expect maybe something like the Lee Sin. I didn't even have time to finish that. The man just insta-locked it, and Care on his signature pick once again.
This is what we're talking about. This is what we wanted. This is what we've been asking for. Aggression, proactivity, good leaders. The Lissandra comes on through this time, but it feels like look at the difference between what FX have now versus what they had in game number 1. This feels infinitely better.
Oh, I agree, right? Again, just being able to connect through your mid-jungle where we've highlighted FX have looked a lot better. But for V5, not going to be an easy task getting over their mid-jungle, right? Lissandra winning out in that 1v1 against the Ahri. We've seen it so many times. Then being able to bring Viego in and then just reset City for both of them. You have the Ice Zombies going all over. Viego to get off all of his ults continuously. Now going to look to where V5 want to finish off their draft with. You would expect them to maybe look towards a top lane now, just answer up against the Gwen. We still have things like the GP Open, which were obviously one of like the long-time answers to the Gwen, and Rich had an insane performance on it the other day.
Yeah, he certainly did. It can be very terrifying, and you know, we'll see where Rich is going to go up with that top side, because you know, after game number 1, I feel like he's just looking to finish this series out as the dominant top laner. Having counterpick in both games now as well. Like, Rich is set up for success here. And we've seen that Cars are more than happy to focus on his lanes. But perhaps just going tanks. Maybe this is the answer for V5. Just always have a tank up at the top side nowadays.
I'm curious to see how they'll go with that one. I feel like their damage could be a little bit lacking if they do, and they instead pivot to this. This was obviously one of the first things we saw pivoting into the Gwen when we came into summer rather than the GP, so you should be able to scale in lane just fine. Xiaolahu shouldn't be able to dominate Rich like Rich was able to dominate him when he was on the Kayle himself. So I like that they're bringing more damage. I like that they're bringing, again, a bit more kite back potential and a huge carry. Now for FPX, hovering over the Jinx to try and match the range that Ezreal brings with her rockets. And now when it comes to Hung, I mean, engaged support is what we highlighted coming through. Nautilus still being left open. Tom Kench kind of fits the mold, right? Again, now that your W is the Abyssal Dive, being able to start things off.
If he locks in the Thresh, it'll be so good. It's such a good pick for specifically Hung. But also, we saw the Lucian and Senna both being banned away. We'd have the whole trio if he looks in the Thresh. But Hung, just such a good Thresh player. It's so great alongside the Jinx. We've barely seen Thresh recently. It feels like he completely fell out of the meta. But I feel like for Hung specifically, it's such a great pick.
I feel like the durability update really hurt him. Again, just no armor per level. They changed how like much you get from your Soul Zen. And again, just the fact that you are a champion looking for a hook, looking to set up for burst, when burst has just been nerfed by the fact that people have more health and more resistance is able to come through. So now for V5, this would be a bit of a standard answer to come through if you do hook the Thresh, you know, just being more innately tanky in the early game to try to pull things off. But I don't expect too much action in the bot lane once again. This looks like it should be a very mid-jungle oriented game.
Yes, it should. And we'll see Who's going to win it out? But I'm liking the Lee Sin Ari. This is like every time we've seen FPX being this proactive, aggressive team, it's pretty much been these two picks, right? And you mentioned it before. Care coming into the league, very much an Ari aficionado. This is a guy that's played a ton of Ari. It was easily his most played when he joined the LPL. So definitely a comfort pick for him. And Clid, we all know how good Clid is on the Lee Sin. So fantastic little duo. And perhaps we get that Thresh roaming around from Hung to help out, turn it into that three-man squad that we've been talking about so much.
Yeah, because I feel like attacking jungle could really be the way to go with this game. Top lane might be a little bit hard for either side. You expect Kayle to be under turret early on, so no avenues there for FPX. And Gwen just very much a nuisance to try to layer down with the lack of CC that V5 have on their top side. Same thing when you look at bot lane, right? Jinx versus Ezreal could be kind of hard to find an opportunity, but you can still look for them. So it feels like the play might just be unlocking supports from lane, linking up with mid, and then working your way to stealing Raptors and not allowing Clid to get any this game, you know, taking away enemy buffs and just hardcore winning this game through abusing the enemy jungler, and then pseudo turning the game into a bit of a 5v4.
Yeah, I mean, why not just do the same thing they did in game number 1, basically, right? Just deny Raptors over and over, or at least blue side denying Raptors. It was more V5 doing it last time around. We'll have to wait and see. I'm excited for how this one pans out. I'm also excited to see Rich up in this top lane, now taking the pick that Xiaolao who played in game number 1 and using it against him. But look at this straight off of the bat from V5, looking to get a little bit cheeky with it as Rich pretends he's alone up in the top side. They've spotted Xiaolao who, and the rest of V5 going to go quite deep. If Xiaolao who paths upwards, he could be in trouble. But look at this, playing with vision. V5 trying to bait it. Rich wanted Xiaolao who to go for the 1v1. But moved in a little too early, I fear.
Yeah, not able to find it. They tried to pincer him from both sides to be able to lock him down. Not able to do so. Now FPX going to respond and get a bit of a ward for themselves onto the enemy red buff. In terms of like starts that we see, nothing too out of the ordinary. Kayle has taken Ghost in this matchup against the Gwen. The lane isn't too egregious. You can just play more for team fights in terms of having that one being able to move around later on. Same with Xiaolao, not opting for the Ignite, playing more for the 5v5 with the Ghost himself.
Yeah, I don't think FPX actually saw the V5 players there. I'm pretty sure everyone else stayed in the brush. And it was only Rich that was actually spotted. He moved forward and Xiaolao backed away. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but I believe. Either way, ward coming down onto that red buff. So it will be Clid playing with full information on this one of Karsa. As Karsa starts on the chickens, obviously not been spotted just yet, but he inevitably will go for that red buff next. Heavy trades up at the top side to start this one off, though.
Yeah, Rich having, you know, an advantage with the fact that he can just use that E, whittle down from a range. Still could be rough once you see Xiaolao getting the stacks for his Q to be able to win out with the snip. So Rich gonna have to be very careful, make sure he doesn't end up on the losing end of a trade. And we already hit on for Karsa, right? Shouldn't find too many opportunities in the top side, so will be pathing down towards his Nautilus and his Lissandra. That's where we'll really want to see V5 get ahead. But my God, these guys don't stop. We're just gonna see it all in.
Rich is going forwards right now. What are you doing, Rich? Hey. He was... Did he think he was blue side?
I just can't even much. Like, I don't know. The level 1 I get, again, you have the range from your E. You're not walking up to the wave yet, but now you're contesting him in the wave. He's just stacking up Qs right in front of your face. You don't care at all. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Rich has had a fantastic game 1. What?
Maybe he thought he still had the XP advantage he had in game number 1. I don't know. I genuinely... He's in Sejuani mode. That's what's just happened right there. He was in Sejuani mode, but he's playing Kayle. Look at this. Like, he starts the trade on less HP. He's on less HP, and he's going forwards.
I mean, again, other than the very first trade, he was losing out on every subsequent trade. He hits level 2 first, but Xiaolao hits level 2 pretty much exactly at the same time. And now we see FPX, okay, just clearing out a ward. Thought maybe they're going to try and look to punish, but you're right. Not being able to tether and stay on the outside of the range from the snip coming on through didn't help with the fact that E was up.
All in on the bottom side, flash forward. Oh, see you later, Hung. That's why you don't play Thresh anymore, I guess, because he's about as thick as a sheet of paper. Just gets annihilated.
And this goes complete opposite of how these two bot lanes look coming in, right? FPX for the bot lane who are looking for the aggressive 2v2s, finding kills, to our V5 have been playing a lot more passive, able to find it coming out from PP God. And V5 might be having some trouble in Paradise in the top side, but at least having the spot lane that they can rely on in game 2.
And this is not typically what you think of when you get an Ezreal locked in, right? You don't think of aggressive lanes. You don't think of kill threat. But here in the LPL, Ezreal, different kind of champion. You can be aggressive if you can land poke down. And if PP God can find those kinds of hooks, just flash forward for the root as well, you'll find those kills. Photic with a big advantage now in the bottom side and a 10 CS lead to boot.
Yeah, and we can see for V5 having the advantage in bot lane. They're consistently going to be able to keep Prio in mid, especially now that Dream has matched the back of Care. Should just be able to push that one in quite easily and get up those electrocute procs. Care even going towards the unsealed spellbook, so showing, kind of acknowledging he isn't going to be able to win out in this lane and playing more for the utility he can bring on later. So it will bring a lot of options for Karsa, who for now is just playing for that level 6. Nice from PP God to buffer the Q.
I love that PP got as well. Literally just standing there like, go on, Hung. Hook him. Try. Just give it your best shot here and just immediately buffers it, like you say. Very nicely done there. Completely read-hung like a book. And you can see Clid was trying to make a play on the bold side. It will be denied.
Yeah, and now I like the V5. Karsa once again pathing down towards this bottom side. When we've hit on for FPX, it's been a lot about stacking up these early Drakes. Clid knowing he can't just go for that one, finds Dream.
Yeah, Dream will just path away, though. Care, I feel like you could have gone for the Charm Flash there. I feel like that was an opportunity that Care didn't quite go for. Didn't want to use his flash, I guess. But now Karsa moving into the mid lane instead, and it will be Care there. But level 6 available on this Ahri. Dream goes forward, uses that ulti, the chain stun, Spirit Rush, Flash comes out, and Care will be safe.
Yeah, V5 a lot more decisive about looking for that gank. Then Care was, like you were highlighting, still ends up being a flash for flash trade in mid, but you force Care to recall to her Dream, still doing fine in terms of health. Is low on mana, so you'd expect him to maybe look for a recall after getting this wave pushed in. And now FPX. Clid probably going to look for the steal. You do have the Lantern from Hung available if he does just want to try and get in, get the smite, and then be able to get out.
Yeah, Clid is just going to walk into Dream, who was shopping maybe? I'm not sure. Didn't seem to notice Clid walking straight up to him. But ultimately, Clid in the mid lane will just decide the Drake isn't going to go his way. Karsa will take that one and return to his jungle. In the meantime, Clid can perhaps move up and at least get the top side scuttle.
And we can see, right, walking through mid, leaning with this mid laner, maybe looking to steal a bit of a cheeky chicken camp himself. And Rich playing near his tower. That's why we highlighted that it could be hard for either side's jungler to look to play towards this top half of the map, especially now that Rich is showing some respect.
Bit of aggression again. Oh, PP God. I like the attempt there, trying to get him out of the Lantern, but denied in the end. Ward cleared by FPX on the top side. Rich is level 6 on the Kale on full HP, though. I don't think that's a dive that you want to try and make happen.
No. I like that they back off. Just going to start preparing for this Rift Herald that's going to come up in about 1 minute's time. V5 still have time to get the setup for it, right? We saw True Shot Barrage just come out from the bot lane. They're going to have push if they want to start rotating up to look for this.
Hook onto LWX's health bar already gone here. Couple more autos would do the trick. Hung body blocking. But Photic's level 6. He's already used his ultimate, actually. He must have used that just to clear the wave at some point.
So he used it like about 20 seconds ago. It looked like they were trying to guarantee themselves pressure to take a plate and maybe rotate towards top. But after finding that advantageous trade, I wouldn't be surprised if we see V5 just pivot down towards the spot side and get a whole ton of plates onto Photic.
Ooh, Shallow, who low on HP. Rich doing well in this matchup. You know, down in CS, but at least finding some kind of reprieve as he gets a couple of good trades there. Might be able to deny that recall as well. Waits until the last second to do so. Shallow, who knowing what was going to happen there. But Rich just going to be looking to freeze that wave as much as he can, because he's way behind in CS, and obviously the early death was tragic to say the least.
Rich was even chasing him. Rich was even chasing him out. If you look at the minimap, he's actually still hunting for him.
Wants to deny that recall at all costs, but won't happen. Shallow, who has TP available, will just drop that straight away on towards the top side. Rich can do the exact same in matchup.
Yeah, so huge CS advantage up in top side for the side of FPX, but huge CS advantage for V5 down in bot. They're able to get that wave in. Again, I think they enabled their bot lane more because of that huge trade, and now we can start to see members like PP God making their way to mid and maybe setting up for that Herald, where FPX are actually pinging already.
Yeah, and Rich actually opting into not recalling before to make sure he could keep the wave there, but realizing he's not going to be able to keep going toe-to-toe with Shaolahu, so now has to recall. That should buy space for FPX to just go for this Herald. You can see Dream nowhere near the situation either. True Shot Barrage is optimistic, but, you know, you got to make the attempt. The miracle play can't happen without the attempt, right? So this will be, hopefully, the Herald for FPX. Cast a toy with the idea, but won't go over.
Yeah, and feels like if V5 wanted to guarantee this objective, when you had chunked out the bot lane so heavily is when you probably should have just rotated your bot lane over and looked for that play. LWX would have had to recall anyway, so wouldn't have been able to push in and trade for any plates on the opposite side. V5 trying to get everything on the map that they can, gave FPX the window to find that Herald, but still going to be able to all in on both sides of the map.
Rich is actually winning this time around, though, and still has his ultimate available. Big damage onto Xiaolai, who low on HP. But here comes Clid to turn the play around, and Caster suddenly 2v1. Wants to go for Xiaolai, who but won't get the chance.
Nice bait coming out from Xiaolai, who I don't think it was intended to be a bait, but that's how it worked out in the end, forcing Rich to overchase because Xiaolai, who got so low, able to finish that one off and at least get a bit of a reprieve in the top side. And now mid laner's kind of being in a neutral place. It feels like both teams should be looking to opt to maybe trade for opposite sides, right? For FPX, you do have Herald, so you got to be a bit cautious of top lane if that's where Clid is playing towards with this, but my god, Clid's taking a ton of damage.
Oh, Caster's gonna go for the dive! We've got junglers cosplaying as top laners today, as Caster now Lee Sin coincidentally is best champion and uses it to hop away on the minion wave.
And Clid just not expecting it at all. Not expecting it whatsoever. He had flash, he had everything available to be able to get away, but not even thinking it'd come through. Sorry to interrupt, we're gonna get the replay coming on through. Doesn't have full snacks of his snip, actually misses another hit of his ult to come through, which is what allows for Rich to be able to turn the trade. But Clid getting here right in the nick of time to connect with the Sonic Wave, guaranteeing that Rich goes down.
Yeah, Rich trying to play. He thought that he had the numbers advantage with Carcer there. Little did he know Clid was on the way. But then Carcer makes up for his top laner's mistake with a solo dive in the top side. I was about to say how they were, pretending to be top laners. I didn't anticipate that that would mean immediately Carcer dives, but realistically, that's the way top lane works in LPL.
Yeah, and again, Clid just not reading that damage to come through, had all the tools to escape. Is sadly, Photic not able to cancel the recall coming out from LWX, but V5 will get Photic to bot lane first. You're now overloading mid to make sure you have suppression with Clid showing top. This should set up a Drake for the side of V5, but FPX might be able to get a pretty bit of plates on this top lane turret broken down.
Photic doing the hit a single target with True Shot Barrage challenge. Brackets impossible so far this game. They're just sailing across the map. As Xiaolai will find pressure in the top side to push things in. A tower plate taken by Photic on the bottom side. This will be at least a couple of plates. They go for the dive. Clid has the Q onto Rich. There's the damage, but will trade his own life. Dream gets the Everfrost. That's so huge. There's no tower damage going down. Xiaolai, why did you hit it?
Dream!
Xiaolai, you fool!
Oh, it still comes through, but more action. FPX. Hung might go down.
Yeah, Hung's knocked up, taking a huge chunk of damage there. Photic should be able to follow with the E, and Carcer is heading him off. Hung desperate to survive, but it ain't happening. It's a good cue. Like, fair play to Hung. He's dodging, he's ducking, he's dipping, he's diving, and Carcer puts an end to the nonsense.
Yeah, I like... It looked like Photic was maybe thinking at first, I'm just going to flash over the Swan, kill him, sees, and probably hears from Carcer, hey, I'm wrapping around, doesn't need to commit that ability, and does go down in the end. Hung did waste a fair bit of time, but still, V5 spot lane going to be able to pick up probably another plate on top of this, still a minute up before plates go down. And I mean, huge just picks for V5 so far in this early mid-game. Already a 2K gold lead.
And look at the timing on the Herald. Clid immediately has to go back up top. LWX super low on HP. Photic does lose a lot of his own HP in that trade, though, and LWX with Rocket available. Now the Herald will finally go down in this top side. That's 2 plates taken. Rich desperately trying to defend up here. He will finish that Herald off. We'll dodge the Sonic Wave, and we'll just clear this wave.
Yeah, so nothing too bad as V5 are still hammering home on this turret down in the bot side. And LWX, who had just come back to lane, already being forced to recall once again. FPX might need to commit care down here, but Dream has a wave going into turret and mid. And I mean, there's just so much pressure going in on this bot side that Dream being unlocked to find his own plates in mid.
And that's all off the back of these heavy trades. And we were coming into the series talking about how LWX and Hung great in the 2v2, have been doing well in that 2v2, have been finding 2v2 kills against bot lanes like Viper and Mako. And yet, today, getting absolutely destroyed.
And we're going to get to see a replay here. Clid going into the kick to lock him down. Has enough durability. Didn't even have the ultimate up, but still comes in, does lock him down. Damage comes through, and looks like hitting him didn't even matter. The wave had actually just completely cleared out before aggro had swapped over. But still, Dream, really great TP to punish.
Imagine playing AD carry in 2022 Omega lol. Just gets absolutely one shot. Cleanse does nothing against Lissandra because there's just too much CC.
You know, I feel like the whole like playing AD carry Omega lol thing is like almost factually true just about every year, right? And heck, this is like one of the best times to play AD carry with the durability update coming through, but
it's not necessarily that I agree with it. It's more just that it's funny. But
it's just a funny meme.
Like, it is the nature of the role as well, right? The whole point is that you are glass cannon. That is literally what it says on the tin. So I feel like if you're upset that you're dying to a fed Lissandra, well, you need to play a different role.
Yeah, and you should also question why there is a fed Lissandra. It's a V5. V5 trying to make something cheeky happen.
Because Xiaolahu and Clid tried to dive a tower while the TP was available. That's why. And now Dream has 3 kills. And this is the second game in a row as well. The Dream managing to find himself a huge advantage. Hung gonna go for an attempted hook. That was blind, by the way. Had no idea PP God. Well, actually, yeah. How did he know PP God was there?
I'm not sure. I didn't see where PP God pathed in from. FPX obviously have a ward, it looks like, right on the outskirts of Herald, but I don't think PP God crossed there. Maybe crossed through that one above pit and Hung just making the guess that he should be in that brush. But V5, gonna use this opportunity to take the Herald. I don't think FPX are in a position to contest. No! LWX!
We've all been
Oh,
there.
no! Oh, he backs off.
Come on, Dream. Surely you go for those. I think wanting to... Oh, wait, no.
Oh,
Another
he's going to find it. He's going to find it. He's going to find it.
Side, LWX. Flash available. Oh, no. There is no flash. There is no flash. Dream just walks up to him, flashes forward, and finishes him off. Carson now in a 2v1 at the top side, but Rich ults him over the wall. Karsa will be safe to try and escape or try and go forwards onto Hung. Karsa way too aggressive on that one. Photic's here, though, alongside Rich. I don't think they have the damage to finish these ones off. But then again, Photic's pretty big. The 2 solo laners being chased down, and Photic will finish them off. It's beautiful from V5. The mojo is flowing as Photic gets a triple.
Rich just dancing around them, not able to land anything. We see Photic able to weave in on the opposite side. And overall, Karsa maybe a little bit greedy with that ultimate trying to jump onto Hung, but V5 are able to capitalize and even respawning in time for the Drake that's just about to come up.
I feel like that play was so reminiscent of the mid lane dive that we saw in game number 1, right? Where Karsa is a bit too greedy with it, trying to finish off Hung, and it was Hung again the target. This time around, though, it's Photic there to clean things up, and they managed to make the play work. Now a 3rd Drake as well for V5. Everything they could want is going their way. A 6,000 gold lead. They're the only team to have taken a tower, although that may change shortly. Let's take another look as Karsa just so aggressive on the play.
Yeah, already having a kill from the fact that he was possessing the Lee Sin. Follows up on Hung. Conqueror gets stacked, but still now you're in between multiple members, not able to jump in. Still goes for it, tries to get onto Hung, but Hung did have flash, and he manages to get away. And then, oh, wait, what are we jumping into?
It never ends. Clid going forward, trying to finish him the flash. Oh, he didn't get the auto in time, and it's a double for Photic again. 5-0-3 as Hung is annihilated by Dream, and Karsa will not let anyone escape. Actually flashes forward just to remind LWX that his champion is useless.
And V5 are just completely demolishing them. I know we came into the day and I said, FPX, please beat V5. They have been completely sus, but V5 have looking so much better. Oh. Wait! What? What? I honestly did not think he had enough damage to burst him out.
This is the worst top lane I've ever seen.
I don't.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
Let's look at mid. Care going in both, sadly, Everfrost and Charm both misses. Great hook by PPGOT to ensure that they miss as well. And then, oh, we see Karsa possessing the Ori to make sure the Charm comes out. And I think that bought enough damage and enough time for Photic to be able to get the damage off once the flash comes through from the Lee Sin for them to be able to take the fight. And overall, just huge hero plays coming out from both PPGOT and Karsa in that exchange.
Yeah, incredible stuff.
It's hard to pivot back to being serious after that.
It really is. I've got the giggles now. I'm crying with laughter after that top lane play. That was something to behold, honestly. But just look at the scoreboard for V5, man. This is just absolute domination from them. And it's good to see that they can have solid early games, right? We were criticizing V5, saying that their early games have been really, really weak. And they've just been winning in the mid game. Well, not in this series. They've looked good. Aside from Rich up in the top side, not having the best game of his life. But, you know, MVP in game number 1. So swings and roundabouts, I suppose. But V5 looking a lot better across the board today.
Yeah, and a lot of it stemming, I think, from Karsa this game as well. Again, Karsa had an atrocious first series. Like, literally one of the worst games ever when he played the Poppy against TT. But coming in here on this Viego, looking much better. And I do got to say, right, I feel like Karsa does bring like things we don't see, like communication and tangibles, because he's one of the players where I've talked to a lot of players who have worked with him, and he's someone who everyone loves working with Karsa. People love having him on their team. As V5 going to try and find Clid.
Oh, good lantern from Hung, actually. Clid dodges the True Shot Barrage there. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And Karsa, renowned for being an extremely vocal player as well, right? We know this guy is a shot caller. We know this guy is going to happily lead the charge on plays. And we've seen multiple times in this series alone that he will go for plays, even if they're not necessarily the best play. And it's down to you as his teammate to follow up on that.
Yes, we've talked about this a lot off of camera, but he's one of those players that you say to your teammates, hey, I'm going to do this. You either come in and we make it work, or I'm going to go in and run it down. Ball's in your court, boys. And, you know, as a team, you have a choice to make.
I see, those are my favorite kinds of players, because Doom B is the same. Doom B is one of those kinds of players where he is going to make the play, whether you like it or not. You need to be on board, or it's your fault that you lose in the game, because the play can work. They believe that it can work because of their hand stiff we were talking about before. Look at the players on this V5 roster.
That's seriously just old top esports, right? That's every player saying that to each other. Every player turning around saying, I'm going in, you follow me or we lose. And you just need to hope they go in the same place.
Knight and Jackie love 2v5ing at the Baron against JDG, remember. That is the ultimate, like, look, we're going for this one. This is happening. Everyone else just got to be on board with it. I absolutely adore that right there. That's Mojo.
That's
if
Mojo.
You need a definition.
That's Mojo.
That's Mojo right there. Karsa always going to be bringing that to the table. Rookie, a similar player. Shallow, who though wanting Rich on the top side. Care is here too. Dodges away from the charm. Uses his ulti. He's going to be okay on this one now, trying to turn it around as Dream arrives, but I don't think they can go for a dive. In the meantime, pressure in the mid lane. Feels like V5 struggling to actually exert too much pressure on the map, but it's okay because the Drake coming up in 5 seconds, and that'll be solved.
Yeah, I feel like V5 weren't trying to over-aggress because of how soon the Drake was coming up. If not, right, they could have been trying to, like, fish for picks in topside, like, threatening the idea of a Baron against FPX, and FPX would definitely happily go check. But V5 taking it slow, going to guarantee themselves soul, and Photic maybe even able to take down this turret. He does. So overall, huge objectives going for V5. Dream picking up a turret down in bot, and we're at almost a 10k gold lead, with Soul now going to be picked up for V5.
Game number 1, a lot closer, 30 minutes long. Game number 2, we're 22 minutes in, and the gold lead is bigger than it ever got in game number 1, I'm pretty sure. So definitely a tough situation for FPX, and LWX especially, having a really rough series, like struggling in the lane in game number 1. Now game number 2, you know, falling behind early in the Jinx is never going to be a fun situation, but 0-3-0 and just getting pummeled in every fight.
Yeah, we haven't seen their bot lane able to come online. And again, FPX's bot lane typically is, in my mind, they are like the coin flip bot lane. They are the push for aggression. You find the kill and carry or you don't, but really just being very quiet in this series so far. On the flip side, though, V5 being extremely proactive, right? We've seen many times them kind of disrespecting what the enemy's able to do in terms of where they're putting pressure on the map. We find the hook.
Got a charm, and that's all they find. Rich is going to be okay on this one as Carson.
No, they're
pushes
finding
forward.
PP God.
PP God's here as well. This is the play for V5, but Hung with a great flash. Skill shots go wide though as Care in trouble. LWX kicked in and hooked back. It's beautiful. In fact, it's Photic on LWX. Wrong AD carry, but either way, he goes down. And now FPX with a potential opportunity, but in goes Carsa. 1v5. He has no regrets. And now the resets. The charm comes on in. Hung goes down and Carsa ults out. It's a straight up hands diff once more.
Luckily, Carsa able to save that fight after PP got aggressively eing forward. Oh, they still want to keep going.
Dream wanted to get LWX. He was a millimeter away from the Ring of Frost there. That would have been devastating if LWX goes down as well. LWX did have cleanse though, so I think he maybe would have been okay. Either way though, potential opportunity on Baron here, but it looks like it will just be resets for V5.
Yeah, and with resets coming out, we will jump right into the replay. V5 wanting to find this one, sending PP God in, but Hung with a really nice flash to dodge out. Then Photic so aggressive with this, actually didn't even E in, just channeling his True Shot Barrage, giving Clid the opportunity straight into Hung's hook. It pretty much guarantees that he will go down. Rich's ultimate buys him a little bit of time. We see here Dream as well, actually able to do a huge chunk of damage, which Carsa then follows up on to guarantee he gets the possession of the Ahri. Charm follows through, and Carsa able to make sure V5 picks up 2 kills off of the back of Photic getting caught out.
Blue buff resetting here as V5 starting to exude pressure on the top side here. As you said before, using that Baron to try and fish for picks. FPX moving in here. Blue buff going to be given over to LWX, so he has health regen and mana regen now with the double buffs available to him. And getting towards the point where he'll start to exist as a champion. Has pickaxe, getting towards that 3rd item, but just look how far behind Photic he is. Photic already on 3.5.
Yeah, I mean, just huge right now. And V5, complete control of vision. We see them. They're just going to get this. I don't think Clid can even get here in time to hope to contest. No, you're going to have to pivot to mid. And now V5 can just start pushing down these waves. We see them sending Dream to top. They can group up mid, do the 2-lane collapse, and start getting some of this damage down in what will surely be a V5 win, right? We're 11k gold up. They have Soul. This one is as over as it comes.
Yeah.
FPX, prove me wrong.
I'm hoping that that catches on though. Do the 2-lane collapse. It's kind of like one of those dance moves from the 90s. Where you have to do the 2-lane collapse. Kicked in and Rich explodes on top of Care. Low HP LWX over the wall here. Will be able to survive 4 now, but might be in trouble in the short term here as he's slowly but surely chased down and V5. I mean, it's just a gold diff.
I tried to curse it much. I tried to curse it.
You tried your best, but Photic will be able to just charge on forwards here. Should be able to finish the kill off onto LWX. Whoa, my God, where did his health go? It's a solo kill, technically. This PP God takes up the tower, and Photic gets yet another one. That's V5 finishing this series strong. Looking fantastic, and Photic ain't stopping anytime soon. Care the next target, who's forced back onto the fans.
Yeah, V5 just coming out with a huge performance today. By far the best performance we have seen from this roster. Dream stepping up, Photic and PP God looking much better in this series, and Carsa even having a solid day.
PP God sacrificing himself to keep Photic alive at the end there. You love to see it from the duo in the bottom lane. And V5 across the board looking fantastic. Having a really, really great performance and showing that they can be consistent, you know? That was kind of the big criticism, is that a lot of the games had pretty weird early games. It wasn't a consistent style every single game, right? We weren't seeing a consistent theme. This series, it felt like, okay, now they're taking it serious. Now they're all on the same page. And Dream as well. Like, replacing Rookie is a tough feat, but he's looking good.
Yeah, Dream looking better, I think, each series, right? In the TT series, looking kind of horrible. Moving into LGD, looking a little bit here or there. Some good games, some bad. And then overall today, I think Dream just looks solid, able to set up a lot of these kills. Completely bullying LWX in that second game. Felt bad to be the Jinx in that game. And I mean, this game specifically, I felt like it was a lot of V5's like 4-man squad on the bottom side working really well together. Rich just soaking up pressure in top, and then kind of mid-jungle into bot. Carsa making sure that the bot lane can do what they want, constantly invading into the enemy red buff. Once again, a lot of Clid's chickens getting taken away.
Yeah.
Every jungler raising their fist angrily at the thought. And yeah, again, just V5, most solid performance so far. FPX, so weird. Like, you have series like RNG and EDG where they're playing well and they just scrape by with close losses. And then you have series like IG and then today against V5 where they just get completely murked against teams who they should have had a fair shot against.
And the thing is, like, one of the things I've heard said about FPX is that they play to the level of their opponents, but that was not the case today. That was absolutely not the case. And especially the bottom lane. Like, the bottom lane from FPX, really weird mistakes today. I was hoping they would look a lot better in the 2v2. And conversely, V5 playing way more aggressive in that 2v2 than what we've seen so far this split. You know, historically, I would have said they were an aggressive 2v2. Like, the start of spring, it felt like they were aggressive. They sort of mellowed out across the course of the year. Starting the split, they're looking aggressive again.
Yeah, I feel like PPGod is someone who likes to look for opportunities. Like, PPGod was always the player who just likes to go in. That was one of the things that worked so well for V5 back on the 2020 iteration of the roster, right? PPGod and Sam D going to go in. You know, Mole and Weiwei are always going to be not too far behind. But it definitely feels like Photic kind of toning down the lane a bit. Like, they can still look for aggression. There's still 2v2s here and there, but definitely not a Viper Mako or not a Hung LWX who are always going to be fishing for it. So nice to see, again, that aggressive style still able to come out from V5 and then to show, hey, we can either carry through top or we can carry through bot. We're very versatile in terms of where the pressure can come from.
Photic definitely putting the damage out. I have to say, that first kill they got on Hung, I was amazed at how much damage Photic was able to chuck out on the Ezreal in the early game, but kind of proving that if you can land your abilities, if you land in those Qs, Ezreal is strong at every single point in the game. It's just often hard to land those Qs. Photic, not really struggling with that aspect.
No, and you know, Photic overall, I think he's an interesting player because he's someone who obviously was just like, didn't come in very good when he came out of top esports, slightly improving, got subbed out. Felt like coming in spring, he was all right. I think really solid in team fights, but he just is on a team where it's easy to function as an AD carry. And it still feels like Photic is a player who we're still seeing improve and can still see a lot of improvement going forward.
Yeah, I remember there was an interview with someone recently. I forget which player it was, but they were asked what their advice would be for people that want to get better at Ezreal. And the advice was hit Qs, which is the ultimate, like, you know, classic R/Korean advice. Photic definitely taking that advice in this one. Karsa having a fantastic series as well. I feel like Karsa, I mean, week 1 Karsa versus Karsa today, totally different beast. Like, it feels like, I think he was just holidaying too hard. I think he had a bit of time off over MSI. That week 1 game, I think that was the first time he touched League of Legends in weeks, to be quite honest, and now he's back into the groove.
I mean, it is sad that it definitely looked like that. If you said that statement after that game, I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, Karsa definitely having a much more solid performance today. Again, I feel like V5 overall as a unit just played a lot better together. Me and you were talking about earlier that their first 2 series looked a little bit like solo queue. They were just all over the place, really no connection coming out from any lanes or jungle or really any ideas. Just really those big team fights able to come through for the side of V5. Now it's all about wondering, as always, who picks up the MVP award. I feel like Dream, pretty solid candidate, or Photic. A or B. I don't know which one. Probably going to be Photic because he's top of the damage graph, and I feel like we always lean to those.
Yeah.
But
I think Photic had a fantastic game. The problem with Dream is he didn't get a solo kill in lane, right? Whereas Rich, on the other hand, did get a solo kill in that top side. So, saying... yeah, I think it'll be Photic. Got himself a triple kill. Phenomenal laning performance. Yeah. Phenomenal mid-game. And, you know, I was teasing his true shot barrages during that game, but with this Ezreal build, you build so much CDR that you literally just throw it off on cooldown. Like, it really doesn't matter that much. And it just crazy damage as well. Like, the fact that when they reduced how much minions, like, if it goes through the minions and hits someone, it still does more damage than it used to. Like, I think that was such a crazy change. The damage off of True Shot Barrage now is just mental.
Yeah, and I mean, nice that we see players in the LPL just consistently spam that ability, right? Constantly looking for these heavy trades, take advantage of as much damage as they can. And, you know, even though Photic was like the big artillery piece, right? Even just the setup coming in around him. I remember, like PPGod finding hooks to keep people away from him so he can buy distance. Karsa as well. I believe it was in the mid lane team fight where Photic killed Clid, landing the charm right before he's able to find the kill as well. So a lot of just, I don't want to keep bringing it back to what you've been saying all day, hands diff, but just like some really nice skill shot usage and like knowing when to use them to make sure that PPGod can be set up to be this big damage dealer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it felt fantastic from V5. And again, a little lackluster from FPX, but we're still discovering this squad to some extent. I feel like we're going to be saying that all year long until the roster changes come on through.
Ooh.
I will say Xiaolahu, a bit of a tough one for him, as especially after game number 1 with Summit coming in. It's going to be a rough opportunity for him to try and get that top.
I feel like it's always the same with him though. That like he has one bad game and one good game like every series. Xiaolahu is a mystery to me.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Let's take a look at our MVP for game number 2 here. Is V5 finish things off in style? It is, drumroll please, Karsa in the end. And Karsa did have a fantastic performance. Not the players we were talking about, but ultimately we talked about the intangibles. We talked about him kind of leading the charge in a lot of these plays, and clearly deserving of that.
Yeah, he was the one in the early game who had like the highest skill participation across the board. Makes sense for a jungler, right? But still able to consistently find those plays, whether it was things like the fights up for Herald and top side, or us hitting on him just constantly looking for invades in the jungle, top and bot, consistently stealing away buffs. Here, obviously, was Karsa able to salvage the play, make sure that V5 are able to find 2 kills off of the back of a skirmish that almost went a little bit sideways with Botic going down, but big hero Karsa coming in to save the day.
Man, I want to see a Photoshop now of Big Hero 6 Karsa, because I don't even know how you'd pull that off, but it would look funny.
You could do that. You could actually, you have the skills.
I could, but I need to do Giga Chad Rich, and then I don't know. Well, I was gonna do Giga Chad Rich, but then after game number 2, I'm not sure. I'm not so sure anymore. So we'll have to see if any Photoshops come out in the break. The thing is, I don't have much time when I'm working on the broadcast. Like, I have a limited amount of time for Photoshopping because I need to go to the bathroom. I need to grab a snack
you have like 2 minutes. You have like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But hey, just do it. Just hit.
Just hit. Good advice there from Lyric. But that is going to be our first series wrapped up already. Honestly, incredibly quick series. I think we had less than an hour of total gameplay in that one. So we're going to jump into a break. We're going to go into an absolute banger, though, afterwards. It's Breathe versus The Shy. It's RNG versus Weibo. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I weigh my love on high. 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 I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our second series of the day. And, you know, I started today saying we were going to get 6 games. I started today thinking we were in for a long one, but the first series turns into less than an hour of total gameplay as V5 grab themselves a 2-0. And that means it's now time for us to move into RNG versus Weibo. And, you know, we said the first one was going to be a banger. So you can't trust our word anymore. But let me tell you, this second series is going to be a banger lyric.
No, you could never trust our word. I feel like every time we're wrong about how the day will go or how a series will go, but still, Weibo versus RNG, the names we got on these rosters, the shenaniganery that can happen, it's possible, Munch. It's possible.
The shenaniganery, we'll have to wait and see. But let's start off by talking about Weibo as I punch my desk, and it really hurt, actually. Weibo are an old horse with new tricks. Now, originally, that phrase is old dog, new tricks, but you know, I wrote it wrong on the asset stock, and we're kind of just running with it. We're going to see if they can gallop their way to victory here. But this is a team that feels like they're changing over time, and it feels like we've got a new version of Weibo for the summer split.
Look, in some games, they look like a mule, but in their last game, they looked like an absolute stallion. You've seen, what is it, that old Disney movie Spirit? Yeah, Weibo's that, because Weibo came into the WE series, and we saw things that we complain about every week of, like, lanes not linking up, not transferring pressure, On not being proactive, Angel not being proactive, but they were roaming. We saw On the board finding some really great ultimates to come through, and then SOFM going for ganks, going for dives, something we don't see all too often, but if he can do it, this Weibo gaming squad do look fantastic.
They really do. And then go for the resets. Redive onto heal. As Swanfong sweeping up a lot of that gold for himself. It feels good to see Weibo being proactive. And occasionally, over the last couple of years, we've seen snippets of proactivity out of Weibo, well, / Suning back then. And we'd see it for a couple of weeks and be like, yes, finally, we're seeing them grow. And then they would fall back into old habits. So hopefully that won't happen again this split. On the other side, though, RNG not changing things at all. New split, same style for RNG. And that comes with the positives, but also with some negatives as well, Lyric.
Yeah, what we saw against FPX, I mean, they only made one roster change, right? It's Breathe coming into the roster, so you don't have to play up towards topside as much, but like their mid-game macro, how they play around vision, all of these things still there, but still is their over-aggressive tendency. I feel like it's always been one of RNG's kind of Achilles heels, is just all-inning too much on picks or staying on the map too long to try to get a wave under turret. And we did see the FPX series kind of show all sides of RNG. We saw the mistakes, we saw FPX pick up a game, we also saw the good sides able to come in later.
Yeah, I mean, here's an example of them just overstepping a little bit too far and getting punished by FPX. Which, you know, this clip looks a little insulting now in context of that first game of the day. But I promise FPX were playing really well in this series, punishing RNG. But then the next couple of clips, you can see what RNG are capable of when they're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, again, just being able to play around their range advantage perfectly, whittling them down, never getting too close until they are able to bring members like Wei into the fight to start finding all these resets in the last clip. Just RNG, I feel like, play around things like vision so beautifully, denying it, getting their own setup in the area, forcing the enemy into where they don't really have any good options, and then RNG as a team are always able to capitalize. So RNG still bringing that same strong mid-game that they had before. I feel like if there are any differences, it's the fact that Breathe a lot more of a team fight-oriented top lane in my mind than Bin, who was more for lane. And in that first series as well, seeing Wei and Xiaohu play more around mid. Typically, it's about Xiaohu leaving lane, but we did see Wei putting a little bit more pressure towards the mid lane in this meta.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to continue as well, or whether he does continue to focus up towards the top side, like when Bin was on the roster. And I think that might be the answer today, Lyric, because they're up against the Shy. And let's be honest, the Shy has a bit of a reputation around here for not necessarily respecting enemy junglers. Today, he's going up against Breathe. Breathe, a player that is very, very good at controlling his lane. Not one of these players that is going to willingly coin flip everything. A much safer top laner than I think a lot of people would expect, especially with picks like Fiora being one of his standout picks as of recently. I'm curious how this matchup is going to go and how much jungle influence we'll see in this matchup as well.
Yeah, I feel like these guys' stats tell very different stories, right? For the Shy, it's lane dominance. First in CSD 15, very aggressive, averaging about 2 kills at the 15-minute mark, but not getting much jungle attention. He is strong in lane, functions as a big carry to her Breathe, getting much more jungle assistance early on, but it's not really about the lane. It's about helping unlocking him to be a part of these skirmishes and a part of these team fights, which is why he is the second highest kill participation out of top laners. So two very different stories, two very different goals coming out today, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see if, you know, the Shy's obviously going to throw the gauntlet for the 1v1. Does Breathe just say, screw it, bring out something like the Fiora, and look to match, look to go toe-to-toe with the Shy?
I mean, that's going to be the question, right? And I really hope the second one is the answer. We're going to jump into draft and find out for ourselves, Lyric, as we head towards our second series of the day. RNG and Weibo taking each other on. And RNG as well, remember that they are very fresh in this split. This is only their second series. So yes, we've seen that first series against FPX. And yes, they showed strengths, they showed weaknesses. But whether or not it's consistent, we'll have to wait and see. Weibo, on the other hand, not really consistent so far, right? 2-1. We've seen that they can be proactive, but we haven't seen that consistently yet. So we'll have to wait and see. Surprising to see a Twisted Fate ban here from RNG.
Yeah, respecting Angel in the mid lane makes you curious to what RNG are going to try and set up for. We still have things like the Gwen open, Lucian and Kalista both on the board as well. Gala so far not playing either of those picks to be able to come on through. RNG, though, just going to instead prioritize top, thinking Gwen the highest priority pick on the patch, and maybe believing, hey, since both AD carries are open, at the very least we can handshake on the matchup and get something that we are fine playing.
Yeah, so the Gwen going to be comfortable. As you say, though, the Jace has been something, we were talking about this in the previous champ select, that has worked into the Gwen here in the LPL. The Shy, certainly known to be a keen Jace enthusiast. So with the Viego locked in for SUFM, could maybe go for a priority bot lane pick or something along those lines. And then third pick, you could maybe see that Jace come through.
I mean, if we don't get Kalista or Lucian locked in at all through like the first phase of picks, that will be absolutely crazy. I know something we've hit on a lot for RNG side specifically is the fact that it feels like Ming needs to be on something that is a primary engage role, and that the rest of the other members of RNG don't really play for that. Weibo gonna say, screw both those picks, go straight towards the Ezreal for Huanfeng, and now for RNG, matching jungle with the Lee Sin. Nautilus coming through, and it is what we said. Both Lucian and Kalista making it through the first phase of picks and bans. What is this?
Not interested in a Jace, though. Still going for the top lane counter pick, but it's a Jax locked in against this Gwen. He is actually Counter-Strike. When you press that, you'll enter an evasive stat. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but...
No, please.
The Jax locked in for the Shy. We know how powerful he could be on that kind of pick. I will say, just back on your AD carry point, I'm kind of surprised by the Ezreal, because I feel like Huanfeng is one of the players in this meta that, like, you want them to pick Kalista. You would love to be against the Kalista, because he's a Draven player.
I'm even just them being the ones to pick something like the Kalista, right? Because so far, Weibo are 3-0 on the Kalista. Huanfeng has a 42 KDA. 42 KDA, 100% win rate on the Kalista. It's been his most played this split. But instead opting to not go for and saying, hey, we don't really care about those picks coming through, maybe even just targeting Gala specifically, saying, hey, you're not as proficient on these picks as other things you like to lean on, because we're seeing now Weibo banning out Gala's signature Kai'Sa. It's been his best pick his whole career so far in the LPL, and the fact that they have the Nautilus right alongside it, I think would set up well for that pick. But now just going to ban out the LeBlanc, so still both of those AD carries will just go through.
Yep. Huanfeng playing to outrange them, it seems, as he gets rid of the Kai'Sa for the matchup, then leaves the Lucian and the Kalista. I feel like you're safe from the Lucian anyway, right? Because we've already got the Nautilus, not the Nami, so Lucian not really been a pick that's been picked alongside aggressive supports like this recently. The Kalista could still be an option, though, with the Braum being taken off of the board as well. So defensive support there removed from RNG. See where On's going to go on this one. Things like Rakan would be available, which we know On very proficient at.
Yeah, seems like they're still waiting to see what the full bot lane matchup will be, because even things like Karma theoretically are still open, but obviously will be in danger of those all-ins coming through from the side of RNG. RNG going to end up with an incredibly strong 3v3, considering that they do have the Nautilus and the Lee Sin locked in so far. And now, I mean, it seems like even Gala a bit unsure what he wants to go for. If they do end up locking in the Jinx, it would be something that at least matches the range coming out from the opposite side, right? Gonna get something like a rapid fire cannon later on, but no, just gonna keep all-inning on the fact of being able to dive onto the enemy champions, right? Aphelios, we know once he gets the Gale Force able to come through, Gale Force into the Moonlight Vigil, hoping you could just burst out the enemy side. And now we're gonna have to pick into the Azir matchup. Things like Corki technically still open. Not too many all-in champions, I think, that fit well with what RNG want to go for, considering that the LeBlanc is taken off the board.
It looks like a bit of roaming and also a bit of scaling. You're up against the Azir. Why not go for the Corki? This is the ultimate standard, boring mid lane Azir versus Corki. Just infinite wave clear. The Rakan we talked about before being hovered here, but certainly you want some engage, and looks like it will be the Rakan in the end. So two birds locked in on the side of Weibo. But I just want to quickly mention Angel, an absolute prolific Azir player here in the LPL. This guy is a playmaker on Azir as well. He does not just wait for the late game. This guy will make plays from 6, will go for the swoop and boops, will make things happen from that mid lane. So keep your eyes on Angel's Azir. It's not as boring as a lot of them.
Yeah, and for Weibo, right, I think having some potential for early action, especially in that bot side, considering they have the Rakan. Still, I think I expect a slower pace coming out from them as compared to RNG on the opposite side, considering that they have the Lee Sin. So I think a lot more potent opportunities in both top and bot to come from RNG. Mid lane should be a bit of a stalemate, right? Would be very hard to set up any plays. I think until you hit the level 6 mark on the Azir, where you can see things like the Shurima Shuffle coming in, trying to set up for the Viego to come through. But RNG, I think, definitely indexing a bit heavier into the 5v5, to where we know for the side of Weibo, a bit more of a 1-4 composition, considering you have the Jax. Jax is someone who functions, I think, better in team fights than like a lot of other split pushers we have, like Fiora, right? Because you can just get into the thick of things, pop your ultimate, throw the counter strike, and just leap in, try and lock many members down. But yeah, both comps kind of, I think, similar areas in terms of when they will come online. Weibo opting a little bit more into side lanes. RNG, though, definitely about having that straight up front to back.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, we talked about the fact that we'd seen bottom lane dives, we talked about the aggression from Huanfeng and on, and with SOFM diving alongside them, doesn't feel like that is what Weibo are looking for today. Feels like they're going back to a much more passive, slower play style with a lot of scaling on the board. But perhaps opportunities in that top side with the Jax Viego certainly make things happen.
Yeah, and it would be a little bit different considering we showed the Shy typically not getting all too much attention from SOFM in that lane. Also interesting that the Shy didn't opt into the Ignite. Obviously, back when we used to have Jax picked as the counter to Gwen a lot, you would usually run the Ignite as well and look for those heavy trades earlier on. It's on. It's the ward. Might have to a flash.
Off here, the root comes on out, and
oh,
I got a bit of a jolt in my feet. I'm going to assume he used the grand entrance over the wall.
he did.
To get out.
He did. He W'd over the wall. But yeah, same thing happened to me. He just kind of he got hooked and then he was magically over the wall. I was wondering if RNG would have enough burst to maybe like try and force him to have to not only use W but also a flash to get away. But luckily, grand entrance was enough.
Out of hand. Like, the fact that he can just teleport over walls now, it's not okay. Not okay. A bit of a trade at the top side as well. I don't actually know if the viewers' feed jolted like ours did. So in case anyone like we missed a couple of seconds, that's why I'm making that joke. I don't actually think Rakan is big weapons. But yeah, Lyric, I hate to say it, I'm anticipating a bit of a slower early game here.
I definitely think in terms of team play that we should expect the slower early game, especially coming out from Weibo, like you said. We know the Shy, though, going to look for these heavy trades consistently, use that counter strike to get in range. And yeah, I feel like with the Shy, it's never really a slow early game coming in, at least in regards to trades like we see here.
Yeah, good little trade from him. And crucial that Jax is one of these champions that people don't think of him as a champion that has to push the lane, but quite often you'll find that Jax will automatically push the lane because you have to go for these heavy trades with the counter-strike. You want the minions to be hitting you while using the counter-strike so it maxes damage as well, and it means that you're probably going to hit the whole wave. You're probably going to be pushing in, so keep your eyes towards that top lane and towards Wei, although he is pathing down to start this one off, so perhaps an opportunity for SOFM up on that top side instead, but I'd anticipate it's just going to be a trade of scuttles for now.
Yeah, and we can see both teams already getting their vision down to what sides of the map they're going to be playing for, right? Shahu walking into River, getting that ward down in bot side River. Angel doing the same thing up towards top side where SOFM is now. Looks like Breeze should be able to get the wave into turret, but still might be a small window for SOFM to try to find a gank. On the receiving end, I feel like it should be a lot harder for a way to make anything happen in the bot side, considering both Huanfeng and On safely under turret right now.
Yeah, chance for a cheater recall here from Breathe as well. I would anticipate that he just walks back to lane rather than TPing, since they had managed to crash that counter wave. It'll buy so much time, and now that wave will bounce back towards him, so should miss minimal CS. And just look at the CS number for the Shy, right? He's going to have that advantage anyway, so really nicely done. Good control of the lane from Breathe so far. It's kind of the polar opposite of the way that you expect the Shy to play the lane, right? Where you don't really anticipate him going for just small CS advantages, you anticipate him going for the ult. So, speaking of which,
On.
Bit of damage on the bottom side. Gala taking a bit of a chunk of shield from On means that it is a positive trade.
Yeah, just nice, quick little in and out. W into the E to be able to back off. Also nice they were careful because Wei did stay on the map. Just went to guarantee having that bot side scuttle, checking to see if SOFM had already been in the bot side jungle. And pings are coming down onto bot lane right now. SOFM making his way down. On will have his combo up and available if they want to look for the all-in.
This could be good for the side of Weibo. Ming and Gala too far forwards here, but Ming flashes heal immediately used as well. That'll be the end of the play. But 2 summoners used, that's going to be very nice news for Weibo. Perhaps an opportunity for a repeat play in a couple of moments.
Yeah, it's even one that RNG could have expected, right? You knew that SOFM was up towards topside and was looking for the recall, of course, would go down because that's where his camps would once again respawn. They even were able to get the previous wave into turret because Wei was in the area and made sure they were able to do so, but still wanting to stay in lane, wanting to stay aggressive, opening them up for the gank to come out from SOFM.
Look at this aggressive trading, but the Shy takes a tower shot here. Does have a ward in River. Knows that he needs to be a little cautious. In fact, that River is lit up because there's a Scuttle Crab taken as well as another ward. So the Shy completely safe on this one. Pickle comes out. That means the Shy is just going to back off completely. Knows that he can't do anything problem is the wave is not getting any better for the Shy. It's not crashed yet this game. And so it'll continue to push towards Breathe.
Yeah, really rough. And Breathe even still having TP as compared to the Shy on the opposite side, so it can continue to build up the CS lead. We've seen Angel be able to have control of mid. Pretty much standard for the matchup, but oh, that was really close.
Yeah.
If Ming had been able to find it, that could have potentially been a skirmish in favor of RNG, because if you looked at Gala was much closer than Huanfeng would have been on the opposite side.
Next flash over the wall from Ming, just making sure that he's going to be safe on this one as the Weibo players retreat once more. And I feel like we are seeing a bit of proactivity from Weibo here, right? To be fair to them, like SOFM making the play to the bottom side, blowing the summoners, now getting some invades onto RNG as well, or at least trying to. And it has bought them space on this bottom side to go for an early Drake. So Weibo still pushing the envelope forwards and making sure that they're the ones being aggressive. They're the ones that are setting the pace of this game so far. My only concern is that, yes, they're finding a small incremental advantage on the bottom side. Look at the difference in CS on that top side. Yes, there is a big wave, but the Shy is starting to struggle in this matchup.
There's 12, I believe, 12 or 13 minions sitting there for the Shy right now. So, I mean, if it can manage to pick everything up, should be able to get it back pretty close to home. And Weibo are the team who I feel like feel more comfortable with their soul lanes being isolated, right? Jax being able to outtrade like we've seen on the top side, even if his wave has been in a bit of a rough position from Wei leaning over the last time around. And Angel, we've seen, can just constantly force the wave in with his soldiers, since you do have threat on both the wave and Xiao at the same time when he walks up. But On now, this is what we hit on. What was so nice from him in the last series. On constantly unlocked from lane, roaming around the map. That's what made Suning in 2020 work so well, was Sword Art doing the same thing, and now On gonna look for Breathe, but we'll just end up clearing this award at the end of the day.
But, as you say, the Shy managing to CS very, very well, and it will mean that he's just about even things up. We'll be slightly behind, but not the end of the world. That's mostly the difference off of that cheater recall earlier on. On moving back up, though, he does not match Wei in terms of damage, in terms of utility here. Breathe will be stunned. On gonna look for the knockup to follow up on this one, but in comes Wei. This is not a good 2v2 for Weibo as the needle's gone through. Wei jumps forward, kicks him, and now he looks for On as well. Oh, Wei, that was gorgeous to witness. A double for the Lee Sin of RNG.
And a 2v2 between a top laner and a jungler and a top laner and a support is just not even. RNG gonna win out every single time, even like committing even harder once they had seen Wei show up in topside. I believe On had already known that he was there when he committed with the W, but I'm sure we'll get a replay of that one to find out. Ping's now coming down top as Gala, beautiful sidestep away from SOFM.
Yeah, SOFM won't be able to find the stun there, and it means Gala's completely safe, so no cross-map play here from Weibo. They just lose the 2v2 on that top side, and like you said, not an even 2v2. And On didn't realize he was spotted out. That ward from Wei into that river brush was so crucial. Oh, wait,
and now both teams gonna posh up towards topside, but RNG have vision.
Yeah, On is on Rakan, but Hex Flash exists, and Ming gets straight onto him. A good knockup, then dash away from On.
Oh,
that's going to be
Angel.
Empress Divide as well. This is a numbers advantage for RNG, but it doesn't seem to matter. Angel looking for more. The soldiers go forward, as does Wei. Double kill comes through, though. Turns it into a triple. Gala stacking up the red and white weapons, but it does not matter, as SOFM on a quadra kill. We're only 9 minutes into the game, but the jungler of Weibo does not care. Or does he? No! Robbed!
No, that was it. That was the moment. That was the pentakill for SOFM, but not able to find it.
No.
And no
It's
way.
gone from bad to worse. Wei gets an extra kill off the back of it. Now SOFM has to back. They don't even get Herald off of this.
My God, what a beautiful team fight coming out from SOFM and Angel, but at the end of the day, it doesn't pan out. Still a quadra kill. Like, SOFM will take that every single day of the week, but my God, that penta would have been sexy. We see here, though, yeah, I believe On had already seen Lee Sin walking up. I'm not sure. Maybe the range was just slightly out. The second they do see him commit, though, we see the Shy flash away instantly. They know that they won't be able to take that 2v2. And then here, you hit on it, Munch. RNG have numbers advantage. They try to all in here onto On, but it gives Angel the perfect window for the Emperor's Divide to come through. And then SOFM in Reset City, killing member after member, able to follow through. Amazing flash into the W to lock Xiaohu down. And then Gala trying to finish off the Shy, isn't able to in the end. And it just hurts so much that he wasn't able to finish this one off.
If that ult lands as well, if the damage from that ult hits over the wall, Breathe actually dies there. It was so close to happening for SOFM. And yet, so far, bit of a heartbreaker, but ultimately, 4-0, he's going to take that every single day of the week, like you say. The Herald did go the way of Wei, though, and I feel like we have a proper jungle match upon our hands now. 3-1-1 lead, 4-0 Viego, a Herald in the pocket of Wei as well, so he'll be able to somewhat even out that gold difference. And that means that we have opportunity to carry from both sides of the jungle.
Yeah, and for these teams is Xiaohu
has to use the
package.
Wow. Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, massive play coming out from Weibo, just setting up around mid, using their control ward well, and now should have perfect setup for the Dragon to be able to come through.
Okay, another opportunity onto On here. He's kicked back. He's going to be knocked up. Goes over to Angel. Still goes down, though. And now numbers advantage for RNG. Angel trying to get DPS out, but he's an early game Azir. Doesn't do that much just yet. Hooked in, but it was all a bait, and Ming forced to flash instead. SOFM under the tower, and Weibo will survive. They lose On, and RNG now in control of the river.
Yeah, and Weibo playing a little bit too loose. I think it would have been nice if they could have just leaned down towards spot side first with the pressure they guaranteed in mid and try to open up Huanfeng to be able to join in the party as well, but more trading at top.
All in on the top side. The Shy has to jump away. Breathe won't be in range for the third needle work, but that was a little too close for comfort for the Shy.
Yeah, a little bit dicey coming out from there. Still going to wait towards the Shy to get towards that first item. And I still feel like RNG's comp going to do a little bit better once we do get into those straight-up 5v5s. Try and kite out with the range you have. Again, big packages able to come through into Moonlight Vigils, just like huge wombo combos. And for Weibo, they have a lot of range to play with, which is nice coming out from Azir and Ezreal. And you obviously have the resets to follow up. But on being your only engage, Angel gonna have to follow up and put himself in harm's way to keep finding those same Emperor's Divides that he's found in the past, and that could quickly turn into Wei or Xiaohu just getting some big burst onto you, and everything can go sideways for the side of Weibo very quickly.
Certainly can, but like we said before, like Angel is a player that on Azir is more than willing to play like he's an early game champion. He's more than willing to be the engage for his team. The Shy jumping away to the minion wave. Nicely played here, just going for those heavy trades time and time again. As SOFM moves in, this time it's an even 2v2, and this time Wei is the target. SOFM ult available. If they can find another window, it's not going to happen for the time being.
Yeah, Weibo not going to overcommit, which is really nice because they know that Angel was going for a recall and doesn't have TP available. And Xiaohu now matching this play on top side. Now, RNG just going to drop the Herald and try to finish off this top lane turret.
They really want it. Wei gets caught by the stun of SOFM, the more used there, but this charge will go on through, and I think it'll be 3 plates taken as well. Just one more hit from the Herald would secure it, as the minions will be able to get that last plate down. So 4 plates taken in the top side here, and Wei with a bounty. In fact, both junglers with a bounty at this point in the game. And it's feeling like a very even mid-game, which I'm excited for, Lyric, because, you know, with Corki Azir, you anticipate super slow, super boring gameplay. Not today. We're getting roams from both mid laners, both junglers being really aggressive, really proactive. We're lining up for an exciting mid-game.
I was going to say, I never really expect slow games to come through anymore. I feel like even the teams we called slow last split, for some reason, on this durability patch where every other region is playing more slow, LPL have just taken it up to another level. A lot of really fiesta level 1s with the top lane clip the other day, with the extended fight over red buff in week 1, which was like 3 minutes long. I don't know what happened with this patch, but it made us even more bloodthirsty and aggressive. More blood for the blood god.
I guess the thought process was, oh, we're tankier now? That means we can fight for longer. Is Breathe going to be rewarded for his laning prowess with a tower? And that's the first tower of the game. Obviously, the Herald helping out a little bit there. Doing 3/4 of the tower's health is always going to be handy. But in the meantime, a lot of pressure on the bottom side in favor of Weibo. But the fact that they didn't get the first 2 Drakes back-to-back is going to hurt them a bit. Like, they could have been close to Soul Point at this stage, but weren't able to maintain control. Wei spot just as that ward dies.
Yeah, still for Weibo, though, I feel like they are banking a little bit more on the scaling of the Jax being able to come through. I definitely think Gwen providing more in the mid game, especially now that he is up in item right. The Shy very close to his Divine Sunder, but the fact that the Breathe already having the Rift Maker, if a skirmish breaks out right now, will just be able to provide more in terms of a skirmish. So this is where we want to see RNG kind of take advantage of that timing to be able to get a bit more done with this Lee Sin and Swen.
We'll see if we can find those opportunities, but the Shy and Breeze just... I swear to God, every time we go up to this top lane, we see a trade between these two top laners, and every time it's just about even, unless Breeze has the Ignite and has the ult available, and then he finds those small advantages over the Shy. But it's going to be all about the team fighting. With a Gwen, with a Jax, right? You anticipate that later on in the game, they're going to be real good at getting onto the backline and dishing out major damage. I feel like Jax and Gwen, honestly, in a team fight, have a similar MO, like where they want to get on the backline and they just want to rail AD carries.
I feel like it's similar, but also very different, because I feel like Gwen can do whatever she wants in a team fight. You can get on the back line, you can play as a front liner, you can flank, you can do anything. The Shy, though, very much wanting to find his way onto Gala or Shahu with that Counter-Strike, though, right? So I feel like it's not a fair comparison just because of Gwen being a jack of all trades, master of all.
Jack came out Season 1, Gwen came out Season 12. It's not a fair fight. Or Season 11? Season 10? I don't even know when she came out. She came out recently, though. Recently enough. As we're going to see resets across the board. Dragon is just spawning, and the whole of Weibo's resets.
Yeah, this is going to set up well for RNG. Main did go back, but still should be able to get here the rest of the time as the other members of RNG. Weibo are the ones who have subtle vision control down now, considering that they do have wards in the bot lane Tribrush and around mid lane. So it will be hard for RNG to force their way in. And with Shahu needing mana, it just seems like RNG not even going to contest. Instead, going to send way up towards the top side to try to find another kill onto the Shy.
Oh, they're going to try, but the Shy plenty of vision this time around. 2 control wards. 2 control wards to work with, as he'll be able to play. In theory, he'll be able to play safe. He's still going forwards.
I do want to be fair to you, right? If there is 2 control wards, there are 2 control words as well. So there you go.
True. Control and control. There's Trisha Barrage in the mid lane. And I think part of the problem as well is that I can't really speak properly. I don't say words. I say words. W-E-R-D-S. Because I'm from Doncaster. Donny Soldier reporting in, as always, and Summer is here. But I can't quote any more of that song because it gets pretty not broadcast safe pretty damn quick. As it's going to be Weibo pushing in to the tower in the mid lane. Gravitum available onto Angel, but no follow-up there. Now the Shy, maybe a bit of revenge in the top side, but that's a lot of damage coming out from Breed, trying to turn it around. Flash from the Shy, Breed misses the needlework. The Shy waiting for Counter-Strike to be available once more. Has to use it on the minion wave just to not die on this one. But SOFM is here, and he wants his 5th kill of the game. Goes over and just destroys Breed, who was trying to play around the blast cone, but it ain't happening.
The fact that Breed couldn't connect with that last needlework made all the difference. Buys time for SOFM to come up. The Shy doesn't go down. And RNG not in a position to answer on the opposite side of the map, considering that Wei was leaning up towards that top lane as well. So we're going to get a replay of it pretty much instantly. Already having the Q stacked up, gets full damage coming out from there. But nice Counter-Strike by the Shy to be able to get away. And the Shy just kind of constantly weaving in and out, even using that Q to try and dodge out on some damage. And then bam, that was the critical moment, right? Breathe not able to land that last needlework. Buys time for SOFM to get up here. Puts up with the cheeky shenanigans for a bit. Uses the ult, though, and finishes it off once he gets bored.
Yeah, just making sure to finish the job there. 2 Drakes already for Weibo as on. Just gets out safely. And this is just clean Rakan gameplay, right? This is what you expect from a Rakan. You got to be a bit cheeky with it. Has been a bit too cheeky this game, though. Has to be said. 0-3 so far. A lot of that down to just being read by RNG.
I think it might have been on, but I remember we had a player interview last split where someone pointed out that Rakan is just like the biggest get-out-of-jail-free card. If you're a support who likes to go get vision by yourself, just play Rakan. As on, once again, no!
Are you sure?
He wasn't even getting vision.
Are you sure?
Hey, I'm quoting the man himself.
Oh, dear. Well, can't get vision in the mid lane, that's for sure. It just gets completely railed. And that's one thing Nautilus is good at, is if you do connect onto the Rakan doesn't get the move again. Oh, big damage coming through onto Wei. very close. SOFM, flash available if he wants to just hard commit, but would be a little dicey. Decides against it in the end.
Yeah, just look how big SOFM is at this moment as well, right? Force of nature coming through. About half an item up over his opposing jungler. And now, all this trading coming up towards the top side, but look at the minimap. Both teams posturing around this aggression coming out from their top laners.
SFM just gonna stealth recall in the... No, he's not. Okay. Can you recall in the stealth for Viego? I know you can stealth recall as Twitch, but I don't know how the fog works for recall.
Wait. I think we're about to have something. I got baited again. I thought On was gonna like flash W or W in, connect some kind of big engage, and then Angel goes over the wall with the Shurima shuffle, and then something would have been really, what's an appropriate word? We'll go with the lame word. Cool would happen.
I think Poggers is a good one. The kids say that these days, I think.
I had a few words in my head, but those words also weren't broadcast friendly. So yeah, let's go with Poggerinos.
Oh, no. Poggy Woggies, as Flowers would say. We are seeing Ming, perhaps a little too far in, but I don't think On's going to go for the play just yet. SOFM just arriving on the scene. Drake up in 50 seconds. I don't think either of these teams is really that interested in Baron right now. The Drake, far more important.
Yeah, and so far it is RNG trying to get a bit of control themselves. They've already cleared out vision from their own jungle, at least, right? We see control ward in there now, but there's one ward that they did miss. So Weibo will be able to come into this dragon having some information and having deeper vision down. Does look like Xiaohu was able to pick up the package, though. So Xiaohu can be the huge difference maker in this fight.
Certainly can. And we'll see if he's going to try to, as the ward's just being cleared. Actually didn't go down, but a control ward going to be used. Xiaohu wants to use that package effectively, wants to be the big playmaker. Ming trying to predict on there, just takes a big chunk in return, though, as SOFM in control of the river for now. The Shy moving over, and look how far back Breathe is. This is 4v5 for now. If the Shy moves forward aggressively, could try and find a flank for himself. There's Weibo. Start this Drake off. RNG still in position to try and contest on. Body blocking for Huanfeng. The rocket's coming out. Ming goes wide in the hook once again, but SOFM just kicked out of the pit. And now Xiaohu onto the backline here. Angel trying to get damage out on the Azir. The rest of Weibo over the wall, but slowly taken down by the needlework. SFM chased out by Breed. Angel with the Emperor's Divide, and then slides across the lane to escape. But RNG, Wei kicking SFM out of the pit. That was something to behold.
Yeah, great to come out from Wei. RNG just instantly pulling the trigger to make sure that they're able to guarantee that dragon. And for Weibo, I thought they had the right idea coming into the objective in terms of trying to have the Shy match the Gwen. And like, if it's, let's say, a 1v1 in bot and then a 4v4 here, it's fine. But we see here, Ming going at the flash, misses, but Wei able to connect with the kick, makes it so they get the objective. And then Xiaohu with a huge package, leaving the Shy in such an awkward place, being able to follow up with the ultimate to make sure that he goes down. Now the numbers advantage able to come through for RNG, but Angel able to disengage with that Emperor's Divide coming through, but does have to flash in the end once the threat of the slow from the needlework comes through.
We might have another fight here as On could be in trouble, but zips away, keeps himself safe. Huanfeng just trying to clear this wave as fast as possible so that Weibo can move in and try and fight for vision control on the Baron here. RNG the ones in control of the river right now, with SOFM actually just go for chickens instead. It feels like RNG will maintain that control.
Yeah, I think for Weibo, they don't feel too pressured about RNG just trying to outright force a Baron or anything along those lines. Right, RNG still preferring to play around the Corki package timers if they want guaranteed teamfight wins like they're going to have. And now Weibo going to try and answer with finding a pick onto Breathe.
Breathe still in vision right now. The Shy just going to be closing ground. SOFM is here as well. And Breathe corralled into one spot. They find the stun. It means they can find the second stun as well. Breathe with the needlework, trying to sustain. But, I mean, he didn't even return any damage. He was just trying to escape. It's another kill for SOFM. And the junglers, the carry-off continues between Wei and SOFM. 5-1-2 versus 6-0-0. Which one will carry harder?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out. I feel like SOFM had that huge quadra kill, but it's kind of tapered. Oh, On?
Quickness going to be used here as On just going to zip halfway across the map. SOFM, I don't think that's a 1v4 that you really want to be taken right now, but I It's been wrong before. He seems to wonder it as he finally decides to back away, shadowing the Shy on this one, who will just crash that wave and leave the area as well. 2 minutes on that Drake, which means Baron could be the next objective, but it feels tough for both teams to really force anything.
Yeah, just got a replay there of how it all went down. RNG trying to be the ones forcing some aggression on, having to pop his abilities to be able to get away. But now pivoting back up towards this Baron side. I don't know. It seems like both teams are just going to be trying to aggressively push for vision, but I don't expect either one to try to go for any sort of Baron force. Weibo especially, I mean, you have a bit of a turn coming through, right? You can have the quickness come out through on. It's like an Emperor's Divide, but still, I think it's not as guaranteed as something like Ming just being able to turn around and press his R. So RNG going to respect the fact that Weibo can force him out, and knowing that something like a Baron shouldn't be able to come through, and that instead Weibo just going to try and layer down this poke onto the members of RNG.
Yeah, but Xiaohu can return that poke as well. Huanfeng and Xiaohu just trading projectiles with one another, doing similar damage as well to each other. But Huanfeng will have that ult available every so often, and that does big poke, especially when you hit that 2-item mark on this Ezreal. With the amount of CDR that you have, it's available so often.
Yeah, he is shooting out rockets as frequently as Hank Hill is selling propane and propane accessories, which I actually don't know how often that is, so that could be a total lie.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm going to be honest, he doesn't sell that much in the show, from my memory. I feel like he's trying to sell propane accessories, but not necessarily all that successfully.
You know, the thing is, right, a lot of the show is centered around his home life. Like, we don't see him at the office enough.
He's got a pretty nice house. He must be fairly.
That's true. That's true. That's
got a
and
truck.
you know, in the words of our great colleague Mazel, propane and propane accessories. Okay, sorry.
Oh, I always thought the big Mazel quote was yay! Ow! But I've been wrong before.
Sorry, guys. Mazel brought a bit of Texas to the LPL broadcast, and we don't regret any bit of it.
Darn tootin'. We all went on holiday to Vegas, and hilariously, the week that we went was the National Rodeo Convention for America. And so we were walking through, and you know, Mazel just got on. Like, you stick a cowboy hat on that guy. He's the friendliest man in the world. He can just talk to anyone.
Oh God, great times. Are we gonna get some shenaniganry much? Are we gonna get our own rodeo? No, but hey, Dragon's up, and it looks like RNG trying to play a bit of the bluff game, saying, hey, you can't go for this. We're just going to start the Baron. They have package.
Rodeo on the top side is Weibo. 5 players here. They can contest, but the flanks from the solo lanes, it was all a bait from RNG. This is their bread and butter, but Xiaohu getting chased down here. Huanfeng trying to escape. On finally goes down. True shot barrage across onto Xiaohu. He's low, but SOFM wouldn't get a reset. GA in play, denying the Viego all in right there, and it means that just a singular pick for RNG is enough for them to start Baron again.
Yeah, RNG just going to turn to this one right away. They got to be careful, though. Xiao's extremely low. SOFM still has his ult available, so if he can find a way onto that,
they're just going to commit. They're just going to take the Baron here. Still 5 strong. They could win the fight as well as SOFM. Considering going in, he actually gets the reset. Actually, no, it was a GA. No, he didn't get the reset. I'm an idiot. I'm blind. But now it's the Shy in trouble as well. I thought he managed to pull off the impossible, but instead, it's just Weibo, one by one, getting chunked down. Gala blasts one more flamethrower to finish off another kill. And RNG now, they'll get a Drake on top of everything else.
Really nice by RNG, right? They weren't trying to overforce on the Dragon where Weibo already in control. They're like, cool, we'll pull them up towards Baron. It gives us time to wait out for the package as well. Everything pays off. They pick up the Baron, they pick up Dragon, and Breed should be able to guarantee the spot lane turret as well.
Huge bounty as well as SOFM goes down. I got confused because I saw the kind of grayed out health bar, but that was the GA, not the reset of the health.
Yeah, and we do get to see how the fight started. Xiaohu with a huge package and on trying to capitalize. Wei doing enough to bring him down with Gala in the end, then getting chunked incredibly low. Sad that SOFM's W didn't connect there. Maybe he could have taken down Xiaohu earlier on, and then maybe that would have changed things. But like you highlighted here, RNG commit to the Baron. They have Ming zoning off SOFM. Gala even had a really nice Gravitum lockdown right before to guarantee the hook to come through. Then like you said, it looked like he was able to get it, but no, instead going down at the same time as Xiaohu. Xiaohu just luckily already having that Guardian Angel picked up.
Yeah, Yeah, but I mean, we pointed that out in the fight. And SOFM, I thought he was going to go for that earlier, but saw the GA. Apparently not. Apparently he did not see that GA, or he would not have gone for that play, surely. Then again, it is SOFM. I've seen him do crazy things like that, so we'll have to see how this is going to pan out, because Weibo starting to feel the pressure heating up here. 3K lead for RNG is on. And he just gets railed once again. This is the thing. If you get caught by the Nautilus, you can't use all of that mobility. Angel going in. Oh, no, he flops the combo. It's all going from bad to worse for Weibo, but for RNG, it's celebrations as they'll find 3 kills off the back of a whiff from the mid laner and a triple for Gala as RNG break open the base. I might just look for more as well, because the Shy has just walked into 4 people for literally no reason. It's 2 more for Wei. We asked which jungler would carry harder, and the answer is Wei every single time. 8 kills on the board as RNG take game 1.
That game was so back and forth for a large portion of the early and mid game. Then that one Baron fight pretty much decided the end of the game outright, with like you highlighting, Angel not able to connect with the Emperor's Divide. Heck, maybe even if he did, it still wouldn't have been a winnable fight for the side of Weibo. Sadly, Munch, they weren't a Stally in this game, with whatever horse reference you made at the start of the day. But SOFM tried his darndest. Had some really great early skirmishing. We saw some good things out of Weibo this game, even if they weren't able to pull it off. I feel like Weibo's always been a team we've been very critical of, so seeing them be able to contest, go toe-to-toe in early and mid-game is a good sign. But at the end of the day, RNG, again, just the way they play around vision, their setups for objectives, or just how they think in the moment, like how we can pull off this Baron play of like, hey, they're already down towards Dragon, get this going. It buys time for the Corki package. We have things like the TP to come in. Just overall, once again, seeing the smarts of RNG.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like you say, Weibo, less of a stallion this game, more of a Shetland pony, I would say. Is we had SOFM trying his damnedest in the early game, but that's kind of the downside of your jungler getting all of the kills as well. If SOFM can't just get those resets in a fight, like if Viego is the one with the kills, he often needs the enemy to be low already before he goes in so he can get those resets. And if you don't have anyone to chunk them out, like if Angel doesn't have kills, if Wonfeng doesn't have kills, it can be very difficult to ever get those resets and actually carry the fight.
I also feel like just the way RNG played what made it hard for him, because they always had the formation of like a line of control wards down and Ming just standing in front, always kind of like playing bodyguard against SOFM, not really giving him an opportunity to try and get in on the fight. And never really coordinating with the Jacks to come in, maybe try and find some flanks. It felt like a lot of the times Weibo were going in very disconnected, and it just opened up for a lot of the ways that RNG want to find fights to come in or on, getting picked off, kind of going against his own words in terms of the get out of jail free card coming out from the Rakan, and just constantly Ming taking advantage. I feel like Ming having a really solid game on the Nautilus despite some like obvious misses and hooks early in the game. His punish onto overextensions later in the game was huge and made up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Ming being able to punish on time and time again, and on kind of not really learning across the course of this game, where I feel like we saw the same thing of Ming stood in a brush, on towards the brush, Ming hooks and on dies. Gala actually getting very close to topping that damage towards the end. In those fights, it was Gala doing a huge portion of the heavy lifting for the side of RNG.
Yeah, Gala, I mean, even at the end, right? Even when we had the Baron play coming through, just him walking up, tagging SOFM with one auto, turning back to the Baron, and then locking him down. I feel like Gala had a lot of like small, big moments like this, even having some really good Gale Force into Moonlight Vigil plays able to come through. But these numbers, not too surprising in any regard. Just want to highlight RNG's can play around objectives, just once again being so good this split. It feels like even if there are like small changes in how they play, or like maybe like Breathe, again, not being this big attention
I need to
taker.
interrupt you before this graphic goes away. These are exactly mirrored. Look at the highlighted stats. They're exactly the same. It's a pattern. It's not important. It's not relevant, but I've not seen that before.
No, I
That's
like it.
kinda
I
cool.
like it. Hey, and if anything, it proved the jungle showdown, the jungle rodeo that we had in this game, because most of those stats being highlighted for both junglers able to come through. But
Sorry,
sadly,
you
SOFM.
were saying something about RNG before that.
Something about RNG and analysis. There's time for that in game 2. I like you pointing out funny looking patterns.
It's like on A Beautiful Mind, where he sees the numbers flashing up. It's like, oh my god! Except they are literally lit up. I'm not losing my mind. I swear. Good game one though for RNG. Sticking to what they know. Like we said, very very strong team. Breathe doing a great job, right? Consistently winning trades against the Shy. Felt like the Shy never really got a foothold in this game. Felt like he was permanently playing from behind, like right from the very start. Like lost the level 1 trades and then never felt like he quite got on top of the matchup, despite peeking the Jax into the Gwen as well. So we'll see if things can change up for the Shy. Game number 2. We're going to jump into break, and we'll see if this series will end in a 2-0 or if Weibo have a little bit more mojo up their sleeves.
What are you? I am everything the void has consumed. And just as I devoured this city, I will devour your world. You disappoint me. I am not somebody's void spawn. I am so much more. I am the end of your world and the beginning of mine.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops. To see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh,
think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. We've just finished our third game, and it was potentially our penultimate game, Lyric, which is kind of crazy to say. We might just have a 4-game day based on the way that RNG played in game number 1, and especially Wei in the jungle. We had a jungle carry-off between our Lee Sin and our Viego, between Wei and SOFM. Wei wins it out in the end and nets himself an MVP, and rightly so. A fantastic game, especially the kick out of the Dragon Pit, just beautiful.
Yeah, that one was amazing coming out from him. The coordination of him, Ming, even Xiaohu's package all jumping in at the same time. He finds the beautiful kick to guarantee they get that objective. And then just overall being one of the people kind of orchestrating RNG's map movements. I think it's really nice to see from Wei, because we've kind of had this thing, right, of junglers performing really well at international and then having a bit of a slower, rougher split. And it felt like that was Wei a little bit in summer of last year, was able to pick it up, came in, once again, had an all right spring split, but here so far with RNG coming back after an amazing MSI. RNG so far might have gone to 3 games against FPX, but looking like they haven't lost a beat with where they left off in spring.
Not at all. And I mean, that first play was absolutely beautiful from Wei, but the entire game, honestly, just popping off on all cylinders here and managing to make things happen throughout the game as he finds one final kill onto the Shy at the end of the play. Very nicely done from Wei. Gets himself the MVP. But ultimately, as we head towards the second draft, Lyric, we're on the same sides. What has to change here for Weibo? Because I surely not the same draft. Surely you can't just go with the same game plan and expect to change things.
I wonder if we go back towards the Callista, because let's remember, we didn't see Callista or Lucian picked or banned at all. Literally, not even, Callista, not picked or banned at all in the, not even just the first half of picks and bans, like literally throughout the draft. And we hit on 4 Huanfeng, 3-0 so far, 42 KDA on the pick. Maybe getting something a bit more aggressive in the bot lane can set themselves up for success. So far, we do have different bans coming out from Weibo. In Game 1, they banned Wukong, Fiora, and Galio. So far going with Wukong and the Nautilus pick coming through. Even RNG pivoting their bans from Game 1. Game 1, they banned away the Ahri pick themselves. Now instead opting to take away the Jace.
Yeah, Jace taken off the board, which would make me think RNG just want to go for this Gwen as their first pick once again. As Weibo need to decide on their final ban to move forward. Lucian has been standard, but wasn't banned in game number 1. We'll see where Weibo opt to go. It's a Galio taken away from Shao.
Yeah, 2 games in a row, not wanting Shao to get this pick. You already hit on it. The fact that they banned the Jace probably setting up for this Gwen pick to come through for Weibo. I mean, do we get SOFM's 10th game of Viego? SOFM literally has not played another champion. SOFM has played every LPL game on Viego. So, I mean, the comfort worked in game 1 in terms of how he did individually. Didn't work out for the team, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, realistically, the Viego was not the issue. Apparently, the Shy doesn't think the Jax was the issue either, despite how that game went. Despite the fact he wasn't able to win those trades, wants to go for the matchup again against Breed. We have the Lee Sin once more. My God, Lyric, are we actually going to see the run back? No. Okay, Xiaohu changing it up with an Ahri locket.
Yeah, this is definitely going to bring in the Lissandra. We already see Weibo hovering it right now, but typically this is the answer that comes out, giving you more engagement. I really just love the Viego-Lissandra combo. Like, I feel like Lissandra, not only her lockdown, but again, the damage that comes through in her passive in a skirmish or a team fight sets up so well for targets to get so low that Viego can consistently find those resets that he needs to be optimally played.
And also, you both get a big benefit from a single target going down, right? Like, Lissandra's passive goes off at the same time as Viego getting that possession, so you both get a big spike in power simultaneously. It definitely feels... It's similar to having an Ahri and a Viego, right? Where you're both getting that reset off the back of a pick. Over to Weibo, though, as they look towards their bans. You'd expect it probably to be support bans here coming on through, but maybe you could go for something like a Kai'Sa ban if you want to then go for an Ezreal.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do go for something like that once again, considering that is, again, just the Gala special. Instead, this time around, opting to take away the Lucian. So, not wanting to necessarily go up against the Lucian Nami coming out from Gala and Ming. Gala and Ming haven't picked up either of, I'd say, the go-to bot lanes, which have been Lucian, Nami, and Kalista Renata. Neither so far. For Gala, it's been the Jinx, it's been the Ezreal, it's been the Kai'Sa, even Ming's taking a little bit more stock and standard in terms of the picks he is willing to go through. So with these two banned away, Ezreal Prio definitely rising once again, but still having things like the Aphelios and the Jinx on the board.
Yeah, good stuff so far. And we'll see if we end up going into those slow scaling AD carries, because Draven available. Honfong, Draven player, just saying. I don't think that will happen, but it's an option. Is the Rakan actually taken off of the board here? And perhaps we see something... actually, I don't know. Why are they banning Rakan?
You know, we're getting pushed down to where we don't have too many like tank or like engaged supports left up on the table, right? Because Nautilus and Rakan have been the two big ones. We aren't seeing as much Leona on this patch. Alistar as well is not something we're seeing too heavily. So this could set up for some sort of Enchanter-esque bot lane to come through. We also still have things like the Braum on the table, but neither side really leaning into the range advantage able to come through. So actually wouldn't be surprised if we get something like, you know, either an Aphelios kind of like Thresh or Aphelios Tom Kench up against like a Jinx plus the other support option. Those kind of feel like the only real bot lane duos left on the table.
We're traveling back in time in the meta here. Aphelios versus Jinx with defensive supports alongside them. That really would be something, wouldn't it? Kai'Sa certainly would be more interesting. I would love to see Gala play something more interesting than Jinx versus Aphelios, but might be the way that it has to go. The Xayah being hovered despite Rakan being removed, despite the nerfs to Xayah last year.
Yeah, and I still expect the Jinx to be the thing that ultimately comes through, considering that for the side of Weibo, I don't think there's too much you necessarily like get value out of the Xayah ultimate being able to come through. Still like a lot of ways to just lock her down or get on top of her. There will be the Tom Kench if it does end up coming through. And we already hit on for Weibo that you can just put something like the Thresh alongside if you want and have that Lantern safety. Renata would give you a bit of a stronger laning phase, just being able to continuously auto and like try and whittle down the Tom Kench in lane. And also prevent the all-ins from being able to come through from Xiaohu and Wei later on with that Renata ultimate.
Yeah, we'll have to see. That Renata can be so valuable Could see the on board. We did see this before, and it looked pretty good as well against WE. I'd love to see it. Come on. Throw it out. Let's... okay. Never mind. Renata, gonna come on through.
Yeah, I think it's good the bar didn't come through, considering you have like an Ahri, a Lee Sin, all these picks who have mobility and can try and get out of that Tempered Fate very easily, but still opting into the more, I'd say, like aggressive option in terms of being able to whittle down with the range advantage you have over the melee. You still got to be careful that Tahm Kench W able to come through with the all-ins, but both teams kind of setting themselves up for big 5v5s. I feel like RNG's comp very much similar to how it was in game 1 in terms of like having that Gwen compared to the Jax on the opposing side, so kind of having more variety in terms of the angles you can take fights, where Weibo once again kind of having more options, send Lissandra to a side with the Jax, try and find a pick, set him up for those long lanes, and for the Shy, if he can not fall behind early or even just go into mid-game neutral, find a lead, that's when we really will see the Shy able to take over on this Jax pick, and we pull RNG apart so they don't have as easy of time of getting those map setups that they had in game 1.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because Weibo needs to be able to contest that vision, right? That, like you say, in game number 1, that was really the difference maker for RNG, being able to be there first, and that's consistently been the case for RNG. Like, consistently, they've only played 2 series. This is their second series, so like, I don't want to overstate things just yet, but in their first series as well, all about getting that vision control down early and then playing through the fact that you have control of the area. Ming constantly being the bodyguard for the situation, and just, you know, when he's playing something like a Nautilus, he can just find a hook easily because he's playing from the dark. On the Tahm Kench, not necessarily as easy, but still have that engage tool available if he should need to be the engage.
Yeah, and for RNG, I mean, having that Tahm Kench Devour available for, you know, whether it's like Angel or SFM jumping in is going to be quite nice. But for Weibo, you have like numerous ways of locking someone down. So even after, let's say, Gala comes out of the Devour, you'll still have numerous abilities from Lissandra. Or maybe if Jax was the one to wasn't the one to proc it, Jax can jump in on having the ultimate. So I feel like Weibo at least do have a lot of tools to take down Gala, despite the fact that RNG have drafted a more defensive setup with the Tahm Kench.
I'll say a bit of damage onto Ming early on here, but just going to be fairly standard level 1. Both mid laners spotting each other out. Junglers aware of each other's presence, I would imagine, as Wei wants to go for a ward, but I don't think he'll get the chance.
You know, Munch, I wasn't going to say anything, but it has to be pointed out. For everyone out there, we typically don't have game sound when we do cast these games. We have game sound for the first time. It's crazy.
So
I hear the pings, Munch. I hear the pings.
Honestly, we haven't talked about this because it's just been down to tech difficulties. The fact that we're broadcasting remotely, right? We've had a fairly low quality feed of the game for the last for the last year, basically. It's been upgraded this split. We now have game sound as well, and my god, watching the game in high definition with game sound, it just hits different.
If there was a Corki, I wouldn't have to guess if there's a package. I would just hear the noise. Life is good. That specifically won't matter in this game, but still, getting into the game now, right? Having the Shy come out once again with a really aggressive level 1. We kind of hit on this last time around, having that Counter-Strike available to be able to go for these trades and being able to win out. It felt like the last game for the Shy, the thing that really bit him was when we started to see Wei put a bit more attention towards top, not even necessarily ganking, but just showing on vision before the Shy would be able to guarantee any crashes, and then making it so Breathe was able to find large CS leads in game 1 that maybe without that same jungle intervention, the Shy could have just gotten around.
Yeah, perhaps. So far, so good for him at very least. Getting a couple of nice trades off to kick the lane off. Certainly changing things up compared to the massive crash and cheater recall of game number 1 that we saw from Breathe. But SFM this time around, pathing down matching Wei, which is not the same thing that we saw in game number 1.
No, and right, Weibo drafting a more fragile bot lane, considering they do have 2 squishy champions in that lane. So for SFM, I think it's kind of nice to cover or even set yourself up for a gank with the fact that RNG's bot lane is pushing forward so heavily. And for Wei, a little bit of the same as Xiaohu finding a really nice trade onto Angel.
I feel like Angel found a really nice trade onto himself there. He went in onto Xiaohu while Xiaohu had everything up and just gets wailed on. I don't know really what he expected on that one. I will say Angel, game number 1, aside from that final Azir play, had a good game for himself. Like in the skirmishes, doing a really good job. But then at the end, with the Azir all over the wall, just a bit of a tragedy. So I'm hoping he can like get back on the horse, not to run with the theme too much here. To gallop with the theme, if you will.
Oh no.
We'll see
Oh,
if
Munch.
he can
Munch
have a
just
bit of game.
posturing.
On an SFM moving in. They've spotted Wei, but SFM happy to take that trade because Wei very low on HP at this point. SFM will just move into the jungle. Could maybe move towards the mid lane, but obviously RNG had vision of this play. So Xiaohu will have his reset denied, but he'll be safe.
Yeah, RNG doing a nice job of respecting once they do spot out SOFM on that bottom side. Now both very aware in terms of like pathing down from top to bot and should know what paths they'll be going from here on forward. SOFM gonna happily be able to take 2 Scuttle Crabs as well. So far, nice start coming out for Weibo early on. But we need to remember in game 1, right, there wasn't too much that happened in very early levels. It was once we started getting to around first Rift Herald where fights really started breaking out and slowly coming in favor of RNG.
Yeah. I believe there was an... Oh, hang on. Wei... Try and move up towards the top side. The Shy could be in trouble here. Q not available. Has to flash. Nice play from Wei to make sure he guarantees some of the spell out from the Shy.
Yeah, commits in, and the Shy feeling like he has to flash, considering that Breathe was just about to get the final stack of his Q, and also still having the Ignite available as well. So the Shy not even wanting to leave that to chance. Is Wanfong getting punished by Ming.
Ming taking some damage though. Swampong's still half HP. Gala the next target. Gravitum available, but not going to be used for now. And this is the power of the Aphelios as well. Very good at finding priority when you have that Infernum. So Weibo will be able to just crash this wave in and force RNG back.
Yeah, and we even saw in the minimap in the mid lane, Angel forced in the wave was trying to get a bit of a recall, but Xiaohu delaying that by walking forward and making Angel back off. Now Xiaohu will be able to push in the wave. Angel doesn't have TP, so Xiaohu should have a bit of a window to where he can start to lean towards one of the sides of the map. You would expect it to be bot, considering that's where Wei is looking to go right now. Potentially at least hover down towards that pixel brush, see if there's any vision. There is for Weibo, and being able to spot that out and take it away. But no, Xiaohu, after TPing the lane, instantly going for the recall himself.
Yep, decided to head back to base. And it will be Drake available here. Wei just going to go with the Scribe's Bloom. I wasn't sure if he was just going to queue over the wall there with his bot lane recalling. That would have been dicey at best, but not going to go for anything too crazy. It will be SFM to start this Drake off. So kind of a repeat of game number 1 so far, where we had a fairly quiet early game. SOFM got himself that first Drake, but then the Herald went the way of RNG after SOFM getting a quadra kill in the fight. It was a weird early game. I don't think it's going to repeat exactly. That would be a little crazy.
No, Ming, okay, Wei not going to luckily be in any trouble, considering he does have that safeguard available. But yeah, a lot of that coming into Xiaohu's recall, right? Xiaohu instead opting into the recall only for the Dark Seal purchase, have a bit more power under his belt, can start stacking it up and try to be a big menace, but it did open up for Weibo to be able to take that dragon. And now both junglers should be heading towards the top side. That is where their buffs are coming up. But Weibo, they have ultimates.
Oh, flash forward, and that's going to be chained on the CC, on CC, on CC. Xiaohu doesn't get a chance to use Zord, doesn't get a chance to flash because he's just locked up the entire time.
And I feel like the saying that you used for Angel works in the reverse of like, this was kind of Xiaohu doing it to himself, right? He knew that Angel had his ultimate available. He was actually looking at SOFM right in front of him, kind of helping Angel catch that wave and start to move up towards the top side. And yeah, getting punished for it. So nice by Weibo to be able to find this. We'll see how it all goes through. Again, Xiaohu sees them both here, clicks back up, gives range for SOFM to go for the flash W, but still nice by SOFM. No hesitation on that play whatsoever to lock him down and give room for Angel to go in.
The Shy in trouble, but once again narrowly dodges the last needlework to survive. The Shy, he's got this matchup on lock. Yeah, he knows exactly how to survive on 1 HP.
And like always dodging out on the last skill shot to come through from Breathe. Sadly, his wave is in a bit of a precarious position. Was bouncing back to Breathe. The Shy doesn't have a teleport as well. We're going to see here, it's just Breathe walking up with his ultimate. Gets a full stack of the snip, but once again, jumping out. Not able to land the last needlework. And Breathe going to be in a comfortable position again with an over 20 CS lead.
And you have to wonder what is going on up on that top side, why the Shy is wanting to opt into this matchup. Doesn't feel like, I mean, maybe in a longer game we get to see the advantage, right?
Right. It definitely will have skill, right? In the 1v1 duel later on, Jax will be able to win out, but just in these early levels, Gwen just, we hit on it, jack of all trades,
Hang
also
on.
master of all trades, as both teams posturing for vision.
The Shy flanking from the top side. SOFM going to get onto the Herald. Eye popped. It's down to 2,000. Both junglers. Smite available. Wei doesn't have upgraded Smite just yet. His Smite is only going to do 400 damage, and it might not even come off in the first place. Gobbled up by Ming. Herald taken by SOFM as Breed tries to threaten onto the back line, but Huanfeng, big ult across the team, gets some big autos in as well as the Shy chases onto Xiaohu. Wei goes down. SOFM, he wants another quadra kill. Goes in onto Ming, finds the resets again. It's only a triple this time, like you can say only after a 9-minute triple.
Just once again, a repeat of last game. Weibo popping off in this topside skirmish, and Xiaohu does have flash, but still should go down.
Yeah, this is looking like another kill. Is it going to be... I mean, it's 4 kills. It's not quite a quadra, but I mean, how much can the games match? This is nuts.
No, the problem this time, though, is we look at his opponent. 0-1-0 on the Lee Sin. Wei not massive this time around, so shouldn't be as easy for RNG to look to contend with the early pressure coming out from Weibo, but we'll see here. Weibo have their AD carry closer, but their support is a little bit further away than the opposing side. Xiaohu trying to force his way in. You hit on how the Smite not upgraded for Wei, even had a Smite for health there, which allowed for SOFM to be able to guarantee the Rift Herald for himself. And with Huanfeng on the other end of the fight, this is just a pure numbers advantage for the side of Weibo. Moonlight Vigil comes out, sets up for the resets to follow through for SOFM, lands the Sonic Wave right in the nick of time, and then able to follow through with more damage onto Ming before they transition up towards topside and are able to punish Xiaohu under the turret as well.
I'm not sure if that was a spectator bug there, but it didn't look like the Sonic Wave used any energy when SOFM was possessing Lee Sin. If that's the case, that means Viego's a better Lee Sin than Lee Sin is, aside from just not being able to use the ult. That's kind of insane if he doesn't have to use the energy.
Viego's a better everyone than they are themselves. Let's be real. I mean, I feel like a lot of champions work like that. Like, look at Sylas versus Nico. Sylas uses Nico ultimate better than her. That's what killed Nico in League of Legends. It's just the way of the world.
I feel like you could, if you're a Viego, you could start like a dating service for people where you go on first dates with them because you're a better version, you're the best version of themselves, right? So they can make a really great first impression by Viego being you.
Yeah, you're right. Would be kind of weird though, if you think about it, but...
A little bit Black Mirror, but it is what it is. It's Herald available for SOFM. Don't know if he's going to drop this one with Wei in the wings. Angel's there as well. And I feel like they were trying to bait it all in.
Yeah, Xiao also had TP available, so I like that Weibo don't overcommit onto the play looking for that one.
Did you see that? SOFM actually just used his Maw to block the Q to let Angel recall, but then Angel reactively tried to dodge the Q anyway, and so cancelled his recall. But fair play to SOFM to try and protect his mid laner's recall like that.
SOFM's trying to be a changed man. You know, again, we always hit on how he hasn't worked too well with his laners in the past, but he's improving, he's learning. He's doing better. This split is, they're going to be able to go down and pick up that second dragon as well. This is what Weibo weren't able to do in game one, right? We start stacking these dragons very early. It did go 1-1 apiece, so now Weibo will be able to have a lot of threat and force RNG into maybe some earlier fights than they would want, especially with the fact that they still have the Rift Herald. So Weibo can still start expanding this gold lead even more than what it was before. I feel like mid's a nice place to look considering you have the Lissandra, once again speaking, to set up for the Viego to be able to come through. You drop the Rift Herald, you start looking towards sides as a unit, and yeah, then the map will just be wide open for the side of WBG.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to continue. I'm still kind of just speechless that we have such a mirror of game number 1, just a slightly better version for Weibo. Like, the fact that we got 4 kills on the Herald for SOFM once again. This time, he actually gets the Herald. This time, there's no cleanup after the fact from Wei and Wei picking up the Herald himself. So it's like literally just game 1, except it went slightly better for Weibo this time around. The Shy being quite greedy on this one, but has Angel in the wings, kicked back, low on HP, but he takes a tower shot as well. Wei answering another TP from Xiaohu means bad news bears for SOFM and Angel as they try and 2v1 onto Xiaohu. They try and fight this one out, but it's 2v3 and SOFM still playing very aggressive in this one. The Q goes wide from Wei, Charm lands, and now Angel back into the fray once more. No ultimates on either side, but SOFM is going to get the reset. Wei low on HP, SOFM chasing for more, didn't get the reset on the ulti though, didn't go for the possession, and it means breathe away. Escape with their lives.
I mean, the fact that RNG were willing to play that on such a knife's edge in that ending sequence of like Xiaohu walking forward to find the charm and Wei jumping in was a little bit crazy with how healthy the members of Weibo were. Still were able to find another kill in the end. Heck, they actually found 2, right? Taking down both the Shy and Angel. But here, they were trying to use their advantage to enable the Shy more, right? He's behind in CS. You threaten forward, thinking that they won't go for the all-in here. Instead, bringing Angel up yourself, but right in range of turret, make sure that the Shy goes down. Xiaohu had TP, so they do bring him in, but sadly, 20 HP on Breathe. That's a durability update for you, baby. And then here, Xiaohu and Wei, I mean, the confidence to look for this. Should set up for SOFM to be able to find a kill. Does get one in the end, but also Wei getting the Sonic Wave up, able to get out with the cooldowns he had. In the meantime, Weibo Gaming just casually picking up a bot lane turret.
Yeah, not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. A lot of gold in Huanfeng's pocket there. As he's not gone for a reset, you can see Gala already finished off the Kraken Slayer. Huanfeng will reset now and grab a mythic of his own. You'd anticipate that Gale Force rather than the Kraken Slayer is what we usually see on the Aphelios. But it's a bit of a mythic stiff across the board here in favor of Weibo, what with SOFM being so far ahead of Wei in terms of gold. But actually, Wei has finished off his mythic. It's just SOFM also has Mercs and a pickaxe and a cloth armor.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough for RNG in the mid game. So who knows if we get to see any of their magic able to come on through. They are opting into trade sides, so at least knowing like, hey, we can't look to fight on the top side of the map. Let's try and get this turret down for Gala and get a bit more gold on him. But still, the fact that Weibo have been trying to get the Shy back into the game to where he can be the side lane menace, and that they are just favored in terms of those 5v5s right now, having such a big Viego, having the Gale Force, which just feels like it opens up Huanfeng to do so much more.
My god. SOFM's damage is terrifying. Xiaohu just gets chunked to half. Xiaohu's gonna level up on SOFM, but that ain't gonna stop SOFM looking for the 1v1.
No, and we get a bit of a replay in the corner. So spotting out that RNG had warded down on the bot side. That's why Huanfeng didn't walk too far forward aggressively. So Weibo with some nice respect so far. And look, SOFM pathing up to see his best friend once again.
Crucially, SOFM was feigning he was going bot side, waited for the minions to die, then moored back up towards top side to breathe. Probably not expecting this, but it's not going to matter. Safely positioned in that lane. Did actually pop the needlework, though. Expected more of an all-in.
And at least it lets the Shy get his wave in because he is pretty much at this point, also losing a bit of HP, so I think this would be a pretty nice reset timing coming out for the Shy to get back on the Rift. We can see he should be able to pick up his, just actually he's able to get Divine Sunder outright from that play. But hey, we still have the Rift Herald sitting on SOFM. You already have 2 turrets down, so you'd expect them to want to use that one up towards the top side. But with Dragon coming up in 20 seconds, gonna just get some vision control down in bot right now.
Yeah, that bot tower will go down. I wasn't sure if it was actually going to be cleared in time there by Angel. That's one of the things about Lissandra. Insane wave clearers. SOFM moving in. This time, it's not on alone trying to find vision control, and you can see the difference in the way On is playing. Obviously, he was on Rakan last game, so it's not really a fair comparison, but playing much safer, not being caught in the jungle right before objectives again. This would be third Drake, remember, for Weibo, if they can get it.
And we see RNG trying to make their way in. RNG don't really have a great way of engaging, and On using the ultimate to even just secure the dragon.
Oh, an attempt there from Wei, but it's too little too late. And that will be 3 Drakes for Weibo. And now an opportunity to play on the map as well. Charm onto SOFM, but he dashes back to his teammate. Has the Sonic Wave to go further, has the reset on his ult, but will not choose to go for it.
And let's remember that RNG CC is very single target focused, right? A Charm coming out from Xiaohu or his Everfrost, or Wei trying to find his way behind someone to get a kick off onto a key target, but If Weibo have position on objective first, we can pretty much just get a rinse and repeat of what we just saw. Very hard for RNG to bring anyone in. Maybe you need to come around on a flank with someone like Wei to try to find the fight. You can always just pop the ultimate from on to make sure that they can't just walk in. So now for Weibo, you're feeling pretty confident waiting out for the next dragon to come up, and RNG are going to have to find a way to answer the question of how do you force onto Weibo Gaming's composition?
Shy's feeling a little bit more confident in these trades at this point, as we're seeing the two top laners duking it out back and forth. True damage certainly going to be helping breathe out the fact that the Shy's ultimate not really able to do much against the true damage that Gwen brings to the table. See Wei waiting in the top lane brush. He wants the Shy to go for an all-in. He wants the Shy to go for a heavy trade. But here comes SOFM, and here comes On as well. This is not a 2v2 that RNG want to take for themselves. The stuns come in, TPs across the board here as everybody arriving on the top side. Even the Herald is here to party. There's a TP straight away from Xiaohu, trying to be pulled back in. In goes Angel, roots across the team. Everfrost is perfect, but Ming saves his top lane. The tower goes down. Health bar's low for RNG, and Weibo's still trying to push forward. Oh, Moonlight Vigil blocked by Ming. Very nicely played. Wei gets the kick onto SOFM, but the recess, oh, so close to coming out from the bailout. It's 1-for-1.
I still gotta just give massive credit to Wei for even being able to find that. That skirmish looked like it should have been so heavily in favor of Weibo with how it was going, spotting out the two members, the Rift Herald coming down, turrets down. But Wei seeing the one pivotal moment to make sure it ends up being a 1-for-1 in the end. They know SOFM's coming, walked over a ward, just try to back off slowly while also bringing TPs in. But TP's coming in from both sides. Xiao, really great reaction time to make sure he doesn't get locked down by Angel. But look at just the amount of damage SOFM is doing by himself. Whittling the RNG members down so low. Feels like Xiao getting a bit ahead of himself. This is where I thought it really would take over for Weibo, but Moonlight Vigil doesn't connect onto any key targets. And then Wei flashing behind him to guarantee the damage comes out instantly into the safeguard. So overall, again, Wei, I feel like brought a play back that could have been way more in favor of Weibo if Angel's ult or Huanfeng's ult would have gotten more value than what they were able to find.
Yeah, and I think Angel might have misclicked on the ult as well, right? I think he was trying to hit Xiaohu, but because Xiaohu flashed so quickly, like, Lissandro's one of those ones where you can press Alt R to ult yourself, but you can also hover yourself and press R. Sometimes that can go a little awry, so I'm not sure Angel was actually trying to self-ult on that one. And, you know, that's two ults from Angel in this series that have been a little dodgy and have ended up losing Weibo fights. Ultimately, good to see RNG actually still fighting back, considering how far behind they are. But Lyric, we've got 95 seconds until this Drake is going to be onto the map once again, and RNG will once again have to fight at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and RNG just has so many things they have to worry about, right? I mean, the Shy coming in from an angle, Angel just using his E to be able to get in the middle of key targets, running into Weibo Gaming's composition when their bot lane loves champions who run into them. So I'll be honest, I don't really know how RNG try and solve this problem. You would theoretically want to be able to find a pick first, but if Weibo Gaming don't open themselves up to playing aggressively on the map, then you really won't be in a position where you can find that one key pick you would need.
Yeah, it's a tough one to be able to find that crucial opportunity. Xiaohu using the charm to protect himself, but realistically, Angel's just trying to defend vision at this point as forwards. The Shy looking for Ming here, but I don't think the Tahm Kench is really the target you're looking for.
No, still though, Weibo just going to hold strong right in front of RNG, not let them push this wave in. And heck, even having a numbers advantage here right now, but Breathe does have TP.
Opportunity here. Angel has to use the ult on himself. The Shy with the double stun, but no follow-up from the rest of the team. Now Breathe is here as well, but on the other side of the fight, Angel turns golden. It's going to be the Renata ult to buy space. The Shy still just charging forward. Gets a stun onto Breathe. He's winning this trade handily and dodges the Q from Wei as well. The Shy single-handedly forcing RNG away.
I feel like Weibo, once again, not on the same page. On's ult coming out, the Shy going forward, everyone else running away. Once Angel gets out, we see SOFM come in, and this is opening up the Drake for RNG that feels like it should have solidly just been for Weibo.
TP's available for both of the Weibo top laners, though, and it means that they can rejoin us. Huanfeng actually Gale Forces in there. Remember, he has his ultimate and he has Infernum. If RNG group up too much, this is still a Phelios. 200 years of game design we used to create this champion, remember. And that's a dangerous situation to find yourself in. 6K on the Dragon, started by RNG, pulled out of the pit. We're going to see a smite fight. We're going to see a 50-50, and we're going to see Wei take it and keep the game alive for RNG. But in goes SOFM, looking for resets, and boy, will he find them. Ming goes down. It's a great kick from Wei. Can they escape? Xiaohu with a charm as well, and the move speed on the Ari, but the Shy wants more. The counter-strike available. There's a reset for SOFM, but he opts not to go for more.
Like, this should be Baron for Weibo. This is huge, but my God, I just can't get over RNG just, like, juggling their CC spell so well. Okay, SOFM jumps in, Charm comes out, instantly re-engages, kick comes through, always being able to stay on the edge of the fight, not allowing too many to die, but still enough died to where Weibo are able to commit to this Baron.
We're fighting. Breathe moving in. Angel trying to play bodyguard. Baron will go down here. Taken by Huanfeng. Breathe and Xiaohu. 2v5 from the solo laners. Gala just arriving on the fight as well, but it might be too late as the Shy gets the bailout and he'll survive. Breathe finally takes him down, but answers with his own life as SOFM goes forward and somehow 1v1ing. Mick eats up his AD carry. There's a kill for Gala, but Angel ults him. Have they got the damage? The answer is yes, as Huanfeng is the cleanup crew, and he looks for a triple.
And that was way too overzealous coming out from the side of RNG. And wait, we're still being overzealous as Wei walking forward. Huanfeng and Honor right in front of you, my dude. You need to be a little bit more careful. They also have the Baron buff as well. I don't know much. The shenanigans in those last two fights are strong. RNG thinking they need to contest for that Baron or the game will just fall too far out of their hands. I get it, right? You are so far behind in gold. Feels like they just can end on this one. But Xiao doesn't even have ultimate in this fight. You're both going to be running into all the members on the side of Weibo. They're able to get some damage down onto Huanfeng, but he did have cleanse. And then like you said, Bailout able to come through. Breathe does finish that one off once again. There's just more abilities wasted on targets who are going to go down anyway.
SOFM almost surviving that fight as well. I thought he was absolutely doomed. Then he somehow sustains a little bit, but then ends up burning down. Ming saving the day, but ultimately it's too little too late. And Huanfeng now 5 kills on this Aphelios. And last time around, it felt like SOFM had all of the kills for Weibo. Not going to be the case in game number 2. 2.5 minutes until that next Drake as the Shy will catch this wave on the top side. Looks like nothing else will happen. I wasn't sure if we'd see a dive from the RNG play. I will say, I am loving that RNG are not just giving up in this game. They are willing to fight. They are willing to go to the very end of this one.
Yeah, they're willing to fight. They're trying to keep it close. Their only real option at this point is finding picks and abusing people who are overextended on side lanes with your Ari and Lee Sin combo. But for Weibo, just nice bounce back to see from them that the play that we saw in their series against WE wasn't just a fluke, that they were able to bring it together once again. SOFM once again having a massive impact. And after readjusting their bot lane matchup, Huanfeng and On coming online incredibly strong in this game too.
Yeah, it's honestly beautiful to see. So red buff about to spawn. Gala will be able to grab that one despite them losing control of the map. Still control their bottom half as Weibo take a tier 2 in the mid lane. They'll take a tier 2 in the top lane as well. And I forget who it was. I remember seeing a pro player interview, and the way that they viewed Baron was first Baron, tier 2 towers, second Baron, end the game.
I mean, right? It sounds very solid on not putting yourself in too much harm's way. As Wei luckily gets out of there right in time. 2 ultimates burned from Weibo.
Wei almost going down to the Calibrum shots there from Huanfeng, but as we said, it will be the tier 2 take, and that's the end of the Baron as well. So resets for Weibo. A minute until this Drake. And Lyric, once again, RNG have to fight for this one. They can't afford to lose an Ocean Soul.
No, they have to go in. They have to try and crack that code in terms of how to engage onto Weibo. I thought they got a little bit lucky in terms of how the last fight could have panned out. Because, like we highlighted, we saw Weibo kind of weaving in and out at very different moments. It'd be like, okay, Angel jumps in, no one's following up, he goes out, SOFM now comes in, On throwing out his ultimate, trying to disengage, is the Shy trying to find a pivot into the fight. So for RNG, you're kind of hoping that Weibo are once again disconnected, because if not, I just feel like you don't have a way into the fight.
Chicken started off here is we're going to see the engage from Angel. Everybody from Weibo just charging forward. Wei forced backwards, and the Shy dives on in. Another stun there. There's Xiaohu trying to get some damage out, but he just doesn't have what it takes here. It's going to be a gold dip in this fight as SOFM charges forward. He's Gwen now, as the Shy has to back away once again here. Weibo can't quite find enough to brute force any inhibitors right now, but with 7 seconds on the Ocean Drake, I think they're happy with what they got.
Yeah, Weibo just get to back off, go get their prize that they have earned. The Shy starting it all off to find those kills with Angel. And now, I mean, the Shy still just going to be this huge menace down in the bottom side. This is another game where, sadly, it doesn't matter how much like mid or late game prowess you have as RNG. It just feels like with the compositions, with the Ocean Soul Gnaw coming out for the side of Weibo, this one really just doesn't feel possible for RNG to come back in.
It's actually Gala not even looking for the soul, not even looking to try and steal the Drake. He was just looking for a kill onto the Shy. That's personal right there. Won't be able to find it, unfortunately, though. And that will be sold out for Weibo. Very nicely done. And a minute on the Baron if they feel they need that to end the game as well.
Yeah, for Weibo, I think it would definitely be the safer option to come through of, right, you can try and push out your lanes once again, try and see if you can fish for picks in enemy topside jungle. If you aren't able to find any, just default back to that Baron. You are still a relatively low-range comp despite having the Aphelios. Like, sure, there's ways to break down turrets. Like, you push in, you throw out the Renata ultimate, maybe they back off long enough for you to take it, but the Baron would just be so much more of a guaranteed way to be able to end out the game in the next few minutes.
We'll have to see. It's Weibo, like you say, controlling vision around the Baron. Not actually up for another 30 seconds, so they can't threaten just yet. RNG don't have to walk on in. And I feel like, you know, controlling vision around Baron, then baiting for an all-in, that's kind of become the RNG signature play, right? That's the way that they love to play the mid and late game macro. It's almost like their signature move, and now being used against them by Weibo. 5 seconds on that Baron. And with the red and white weapons as well, oh, it's too perfect for Weibo. They'll shred the purple win.
Yeah, Wei gonna have to try to approach from behind, though, because walking into the pit against Renata really just is impossible. Luckily, Weibo not having any vision just yet. Wei angling for it.
I don't think Wei will be able to find the smite here because Weibo can just stop for a second. And they can stop Wei's heart as well because he just gets annihilated. Angel happy to go and use the ultimate on that one. As the Shy maybe finds a 1v1 with Breathe, but you can see Gala moving on over as well. Breathe does have to be careful, as does the Shy. A TP now from Xiaohu. RNG finding a pick and maybe finding an opportunity, but no! The Shy escapes, uses a blast cone, and somehow lives!
He keeps doing it. He keeps finding ways to survive in situations where it looks like he has clearly made a mistake. Now able to recall TP in. Weibo can try and start pushing for the end of the game.
There are no mistakes here, Lyric. Just happy accidents for the Shy as he'll now move up towards the top side with the rest of the team. This will be 2 inhibs taken for Weibo as they can't. I mean, RNG don't have anything to defend this one with. It'll take a miracle to be able to win a 5v5 fight at this point. 12,000 gold down, but a charm onto Wonfong might be the miracle. But with Mikhail's coming out from on as well, it's impossible. There's nothing.
Oh, that was so depressing. That honestly caught me off guard. Wonfong walking forward and being able to layer that damage down. Even having both summoners up as well. RNG so close to being able to do it. But still, going to be able to life steal back up with the fact that he does have the Severum available. But nope, they're just going to stop in their tracks.
That is trust right there. You see Wonfong get charmed, has cleanse available. We know he's a good enough AD carry to have the reactions to cleanse that. But he trusts on. He trusts that the Mikhails will come out in time, and he trusts he will survive, and the trust is rewarded. So fair play to this bot lane duo, and the only 2 still with bounties on the side of Weibo. Both of them 12 kills participated in. If that ain't synergy, I don't know what is.
No, phenomenal game coming out from their bottom half. And considering for RNG, right, you look at like Gala hasn't particularly had like a terrible game. He's been doing his job, farming up, trying to become like this big late game scaling Jinx. But it's really been their frontliners or the ones diving in on RNG that have taken a brunt of the punishment coming out from Weibo. And now Weibo going to have to use these supers in mid to try to put pressure onto that bottom lane turret. And you really have to play out through multiple lanes as Weibo, in my mind, to be able to break this down. Again, you don't have the easiest comp at just forcing onto RNG, considering they have the Jinx and the Ahri to just layer down spells and rockets to be able to get rid of those minion waves once we get to inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, Yeah, down in the bottom side. As SFM pressures in the mid lane. Mink using the dive, but won't be able to find it. Angel just going to dive on the opposite side, though. Has the stopwatch to keep himself alive here and used the ultimate already. The rest of the team moving forward. Wanfeng has so much damage, and RNG just falling apart the seams here. So far behind. And Weibo finally find the window that they've been looking for the last 10 minutes straight. They'll get themselves a game, and they'll give us a 3-game series today.
Not what, well, actually, it was what we expected coming into the day, and then not what we expected after our first series in game 1. But glad that we're actually going to be able to go the distance with, again, 2 teams that, on paper, very respectable. RNG obviously just coming off another MSI title, and Weibo having the player caliber to be able to contend. We saw, once again, the Shy just becomes, SOFM, I'm sorry, just becomes unlocked once Rift Herald spawns. Like, if you're RNG going into next game, maybe just avoid first Rift Herald, because 2 games in a row, SOFM using that window to completely pop off and take over the game. Sadly, RNG not able to have the same early game impact to be able to contend with it. And then for Weibo, also pivoting their bot lane, right? We saw them keep things like the Jax and Viego the same, but changing their bot lane matchup to have a winning 2v2 that can pressure turrets really was night and day for them. Bot lane, huge performance. SOFM coming in strong once again.
Yeah, really great stuff coming out from SFM. And like you say, these early Herald fights paying dividends for the side of Weibo. I still struggle not to call them Suning. Every single time I have to stop and think of the name. But you know what? A win is a win, and we'll take that. And I will say as well, this proactivity in the early game, I'm loving seeing it. This is not what we're used to from Weibo, but it is a welcome change, especially up in that top side. The Shy, I think, forcing the team to be more proactive in the top side because he can be so volatile.
Yeah, I mean, one of those players, going back to the thing we talked about earlier, in terms of, like, you look at your team and say, hey, I'm going to do this. This might not work out, but if you guys come, this can work out. So please play around me. And the Shy definitely being one of those players that kind of warps the game around how he likes to play. And yeah, Weibo, again, just in their last 2 series, I feel like have just looked so much more comfortable in terms of how they're playing out through early and mid game. On, I think, much better performances as well. And things are just working out. Obviously, the series is only 1-1. RNG did have the beautiful Game 1 victory. But it's nice to see that Weibo can at least contend with RNG, because as we can see from the gold graph, they were in control from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, they absolutely were. I mean, just a clean game. And that's crucial, right? Because if there's one big criticism of Weibo over the years, it's the fact that often they've been inconsistent and not been able to consistently just win games like this. Like when they get a lead, not necessarily playing the best around the map and end up losing to some of the bigger teams. RNG definitely one of the names that you would expect those kind of issues to show their head on. So good to see them having that clean gameplay. And, you know, struggling a bit towards the end to actually close the game out. But I would say that was more an issue of composition as opposed to Weibo not playing well.
Yeah, and we finally saw them pull the trigger in the last fight to where, like, without Baron or without pulling the members apart, if you want to be able to bring down inhibitors, you actually just have to throw out the Renata ultimate, send Angel in, and just hope for the best that, you know, you're able to take the fight. You have things like Zanius to be able to juggle turret aggro correctly. They finally did it. And, you know, talking about composition, really interesting from RNG, right? Because we saw Xiaohu not able to have any level of the same impact as he did in game 1 and as he typically does. And RNG opted into blind picking the Ahri when they knew the Lissandra was open. And RNG were one of the teams that kind of popularized this matchup at MSI, bringing out the Lissandra into the Ahri themselves. So I don't know. I don't know what their read was coming out in terms of how they would be able to deal with this, but they very clearly weren't. And Angel was allowed to enable members like SOFM and Huanfeng to their utmost with, you know, the impact he was finding in mid-game. Sure, maybe not every ultimate was the best, but he was usually able to at least find some semblance of CC onto a key target.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. And we found a win here for Weibo. Hopefully, we'll find a third game as well. We'll definitely find a third game. Hopefully, we'll find another exciting third game, as we've had lots and lots of team fights in this series, and I'm hoping that that just continues. We'll find out after the break.
CDZ keeps his flash, but for how much longer? As Doonby's coming in, and he will charge up into the top side. He's looking for the gangplank, and he will not be able to find him. Yes, he will. He flashes forward and picks up the kill.
Good You got the flanks, you got a little bit of damage. Yaji very, very low. He goes gold and he gets faded a little bit. The cannon! Oh my god! The barrels! The barrels! Dream is taking him out. V5. Okay, Assam at least gets the Baron here. Fearness goes down. Assam's gonna go down as well. Can't even pick up Rich.
That's got to be the next play here. As you can see, all of a sudden, Anyone's Legend on equal footing, pushing forward here, making sure that the side of them go in as they try and catch him out. Fate's Call is going to be used straight away. They're going to try and re-engage here on top of Iwandi, and with the barrels coming down and with the cannon barrage, you can see how difficult it is. That's a great hostile takeover, but look at Light. He's absolutely shredding through these players as Anyone's Legend just cannot deal with this Aphelios. As I say that, you can see Xiaohao trying to come back on top of it, but it is an ace, and finally LNG will find their fight.
Shilio with the dredge line. It's into a wall and over they go. LWX forcing out his flash. Culling as well, but the dunk down. Yue Kai once again. The rookie vibes are there, but Care's in the middle with a demonic ascension. The flare fires through and Care is on a steamroll, but he has to escape now and Shun can't close the gap. IG still in control of this one as Counter-Strike. Flash down. Dredge line again.
Desperately want to fight for this one. Okay, are we actually just going to flip this one? The answer is yes. JJ finds the spike for himself. Walks away with a little bit of HP, but that charm. Again, Gaga with these charms. And Kanavi once more on the fight as well. EDG being corralled here. 4 men strong, but they're outnumbered. And another charm lands. Barrels come through from 369, but JJ trying to answer his one. Is a triple kill. Comes for 369. Plantre goes down for the quadra kill. And 369 charging JJ down. He wants himself the Penta, and Mystic's there to give him the movement speed. The blast cone ain't enough, and 369's rolling only 9s today.
Hey, come fly away.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. As we head towards our final game of the day, it's going to be game number 5. We weren't sure if we were going to get 5 games after how clean we're in After how clean RNG were in the first game. Man, that was really hot for some reason.
Like after today, it just makes you realize, like, why do we get paid to talk? Neither of us can talk, but you're right. RNG clean game 1. Weibo, after another successful first Herald fight, really clean game 2 coming out from them.
Yeah, exactly. And now, hopefully, that means game number 3 will be a banger between the two teams. SFM going to be MVP, which means both junglers have an MVP for themselves as well. So SFM happy to pick that one up. This time getting the resets this time not up against GAs.
Yeah, and this time getting the 4-0 start, but not having the same reciprocated on the opposite side with Wei. And, I mean, he was just able to take over the game, right? We saw some beautiful pressure put up towards the top side. Consistently him and Angel hovering over, looking for skirmishes, trying to make sure that the Shy can catch back up in CS. And hopefully SOFM can put on another performance in the third game, because SOFM, I mean, quickly out of nowhere, just becoming a super exciting jungler to watch who's taking over. We are going to go to picks and bans, though, Munch, and we are sticking on the same sides once again.
You better believe it. These guys sticking to their guns. And this time, Ari banned away by RNG as the Nautilus taken away from Ming. That Wukong ban once again. And the ban's like subtly changing across the course of this series. Gwen actually going to be taken off the board. That will change things.
Yeah, makes me wonder what RNG are going to opt towards. Maybe a Viego and actually force SOFM into something else. Because if you missed it, SOFM has literally only played Viego this split. He's played, what are we at? 10 games now. 10 games of Viego. But RNG finally going to force him to play something else.
Yeah, it's going to be the Viego for Wei, and SOFM no longer a one-trick. He had 10 games on Viego and was exactly 50% win rate as well. It was so beautiful, and it will be ruined as the Lee Sin comes up through. But I will say, I'm more than happy to see SOFM on Lee Sin.
Yeah, SOFM definitely very good Lee Sin player. We've seen numerous highlights come out from him on this champion. Now for RNG, I wonder what they go towards in terms of a bot lane matchup, considering that Nautilus off the board. Nautilus obviously a really good champion against Ezreal because you have the point-and-click ultimate to make sure that you do have a way of locking him down. And now, I mean, I guess you always could default back to the setup you've had in the past 2 games and just save bot lane for 4-5, which is what it looks like they might opt into doing now with the Azir pickup coming through, and RNG putting more scaling under their belts and going more towards something that will give them like nice AoE damage and AoE CC in teamfights compared to game 1, right, where it was very single target heavy, and it felt like it would have relied a lot on Xiaohu getting going on the Ahri, and that just never happened up against Angel's Lissandra.
Yeah, it was a tough one. As apparently we are having a bit of a pick and ban issue currently, as I guess one of the team's clients breaking or something along those lines. Hopefully we'll be able to get things back going once again. But the Azir for Xiaohu, definitely a different look from what we've seen out of Xiaohu earlier on in this series. We saw Corki in game number 1, then we saw the Ahri come out game number 2. Kind of stepping back a little bit, fighting for prio in the lane, but also having that scaling for the late game.
Yeah, right. I'm curious to see if anything changes in regards to the fact that we had an issue in pick and ban. Like maybe if that wasn't intended to be what was picked, but if it was, really interesting look coming out from Xiaohu where, right, we haven't had Xiaohu lean more on like these like actual carry champions himself for quite a while. You already hit on the Corki coming out earlier today, but we've been thinking back to RNG at the beginning of spring, where Xiaohu was playing Corki and Victor every game because that was the meta, but RNG as a team weren't finding the best performances without Xiaohu covering the map, linking up with Wei, and really forcing them into a solid position where they're able to play out through, let's say, like a bigger map state, pull people apart, get vision first, and find picks. So I think it'll be really curious to see how much this RNG can like adapt to these picks coming back into the meta. We know Xiaohu can play it. Xiaohu's been a mid laner for so long. He's played so many different champions. Even obviously up in the top lane, he was playing mid lane champions. Yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a different look for RNG potentially.
I'm kind of curious what Angel will take as well, because as you know, Angel's played a lot of Azir over the years. It's one of his signature picks. So I'm curious what his like answer to Azir will be, what he'll opt to take, whether it will just be the Corki like a lot of players will go for, or whether he's got a more specific counter. Things like the Xerath, for example. Xerath known to be a very good laner into Azir.
I mean,
but does it bring what you need to the table for other parts
Like,
of the game.
if you want to go back in the day, right? I remember when we used to have like Varus mid lane was like the go-to answer against Azir. I want to say like maybe it was season 6 and season 6 and 7. Vel'Koz would come out every heyday, be put in the mid lane to go up against the Azir. But I feel like the most standard answers right now are definitely the Corki. And then if you want the aggressive option, it would be the LeBlanc, being what comes through if you want to opt into like heavy trading, playing with jungle, and looking to impact the map early.
I will say that's not as exciting as well. Actually,
I was gonna say, wait, what?
Like, Xerath would be exciting in that it would be a unique pick, not necessarily exciting in terms of the gameplay it's bringing to the table. LeBlanc definitely more exciting in that regard, and would fit with a Lee Sin as well. Let's see if the Azir was intended. Looks like the answer is no. Lucian Nami locked in for the side of RNG.
And this is RNG's first time this split, bringing out the Lucian Nami dynamic. They're going to look for those aggressive 2v2 all-ins. I'd love if Weibo actually locked this in. We've seen that Lucian Nami kind of a bit of a hard time up against the Carmen Ezreal just because of the effective range they have at poking them out, right? If you can get that poke in before the all-in is able to come through, then Oxy's on it many times, right? For Lucian Nami, it's definitely about getting in, getting your quick burst down, and not overcommitting to where then it's a battle of autos. If Weibo can chunk them out before that time comes, you can definitely be able to take advantage of that 2v2 scenario. So Enchanters in the bot lane for RNG and Weibo.
Certainly are. It's going to be... I mean, that 2v2 is horrendous to play against. Like, you think Lucian Nami's bad to play against? Try playing against Karma Ezreal when it's a good Ezreal and a good Karma. Like, you don't get to move. You don't get to ever engage because of just the sheer range and the appeal that Karma can bring to the table. We'll have to see now what's going to happen in our solo lanes, as the Kayle will be banned to start off. Gwen already taken off the board. Fiora already taken off the board. There's a couple of mid lane bans as well. Feels like we're pushing the pools to their limits here.
Yeah, and at least we have two very distinct identities in terms of how they're going to play out, right? Because for RNG, they are going to want things that are able to get in range or are able to snowball early and like find pressure on the map. To for Weibo, I feel like they're a lot more content just picking more range in their composition. Like if they were the team that opted for something like an Azir, it would make total sense, right? And just trying to make sure that Lucian can never get into an effective range to be able to deal damage. So curious to see what Weibo go for their blind pick on 4. If they do just want to opt into a top laner, like whether it's something safe like a Gnar, or if we're just going to go straight towards mid laners with something like a Taliyah, because Taliyah is something that hasn't seen a lot of value today. And it's kind of been weird, right? We saw it banned a lot at the start of LPL, then it got picked more, and now we're here in a position where it's just kind of being left through in both cases.
Yeah, we'll have to see as, you know, the Galio, as you say, getting taken off away from Xiaohu. And I am curious what the blind pick is going to be for the Shy here, with Gwen taken off the ball. Kayle has been a weirdly staple blind pick for top laners. Maybe a Sejuani. I'd love to see another Sejuani. We saw that earlier today, and it looked pretty damn good for
The
Rich.
Anivia munch, eh?
Oh, cheeky. I don't know if he'll go for a blind Anivia. That would be bold to say the least. But a blind Victor. Because it could be mid lane, could be a Victor top. We've seen tank Victor top before.
So Weibo are actually following the same route that we just hit on, right? We actually specifically talked about how they could fit the Azir in their comp, but with that being banned out, going for what they see as the next best option, still opting into playing out the range game. So RNG need engage, need to be able to close the distance. Lissandra providing that perfectly in the mid lane. And now this is where I want to see for top laners, right? Because not too many top lane blinds that we see all too often are left open, but the Sejuani going to come through and once again going to give RNG another route of hard engage to be able to come through and make sure the poke isn't able to bring people down. The Shy, do it, the Shy, lock it in.
The Mordekaiser being hovered here. I just want to say, I'm a drafting genius, and yes, it is being played all over the world. It's becoming a meta pick, but I predicted the Sejuani blind. The Shy goes for a Mordekaiser, though, and he says, you know what? You want to play something tanky? You want to play something that wants to get in melee range? Well, bring it on, because I am the Icon of Death. I don't know if Mordekaiser is the Icon of Death. I'm sure he does have a tagline, but the Icon of Death sounds kind of cool, so let's just say that he is that.
Yeah, and Mordekaiser just being a staple champion that you can pick up when you are going up against tank matchups, you fare fine in the 1v1. You do have some like max HP damage coming out from your the ring of your passive as well. It's doing quite well on them, and of course, getting like the stats when you pull someone into the death realm could be quite good if someone like the Viego or the Lissandra are jumping in, or even the Lucian, right? That would be the optimal one. Dashes in maybe a bit too far forward, you're able to pull them into the death realm, win out in that 1v1. So the Shy, once again, bringing out a new flavor in the top lane. Going to be exciting to see, especially considering that we've said two drastically different identities in terms of picks and bans, right? More like poke, range, kiting coming from one side, with Mordekaiser kind of opting as like the bodyguard of, hey, don't get too close, you're coming to the death realm. And for RNG, it is all in, baby. Find your way to that backline.
Oh, yeah, they're looking to dive, but that can be tough against the Mordekaiser, because as soon as you all go in, one of you just gets pulled out of the group entirely, and then suddenly your dive isn't quite as good. Somebody has to 1v1 the Iron Revenant. As it turns out, his name is not the Icon of Death, but you know, not too different. I was one letter off on one of the words, Iron Icon. Anyway, the Shy bringing Mordekaiser up to that top side, and it's a poke comp coming out from Weibo. We'll see if it's going to work out for them. Here we go, game number 3. And this series has been close. These early games, especially once it came to the Herald, have been bangers. But it's been SOFM leading the charge on the Viego every single time. Now Wei has an opportunity to answer.
And Wei can bring it back after his amazing Game 1 performance. Got outdone by SOFM in Game 2, but can step up here once again today. Breathe going to opt into the same aggressive summoners that we've seen consistently brought on the Sejuani with the Ignite in hand, so maybe can try and find some sort of advantage in lane. For the Shy, playing a lot more for those team fights that we highlighted later on. Weibo Gaming's composition overall is going to need more time to spike, so something like the Ghost being able to get in range of targets on the opposing side to bring them into that death realm will be crucial. So both teams on very different timers and looking at very different windows of what they can affect. The one thing Weibo have going early is at least you have the Lee Sin, and if you can provide cover to the spot lane that wants to poke, wants to push, can set Huanfeng and on up for some success.
We'll have to see. I have to say, looking at the bit of poke going to come down in the bottom side here on not winning that trade out. My goodness, not the way you want to go. I feel like the way that this jungle matchup has been panning out, just Lee and Viego every single game, reminds me of that interview with Tien, where Tien says he's so confident on Lee that he could beat his own Viego, and he's so confident on Viego that he could beat his own Lee. I think that's one of my favorite interview quotes ever.
Yeah, it's just nice personality, right? Because a lot of times we do get the whole, how do you play well on Ezreal? You hit every Q, like things like that. So nice from Tien to show some spunk and some mojo, even if Tien isn't playing here today, though I do believe he's actually facing one of these teams in their next match.
FPX played today, so that's kind of similar.
Oh, no. So Tien will be facing FPX. There we go. That's the next match. Yeah.
That's exciting in of itself.
TS, FPX, and then V5 versus RNG going to be on our Saturday. Heck, even Weibo play that day as well. They play up against Rare Adam.
Do you know what's just dawned on me? It's top esports versus FPX. FPX are going to go 0-5 in the standings, aren't they? How tragic is that? Like, I do not believe that they should be 0-5. I really don't.
Oh, wow.
Breathe,
oh, wait.
my goodness. Breathe might be 0-5 this game if the trades keep going like this, but the stun comes out. Oh my goodness, 1 HP for the Shy. Oh, Breathe manages to make it happen. I don't know how he won that.
The Ignite being the difference maker there for Breathe. The Shy all-inning trying to find the kill, isn't able to make it through, and RNG's aggression going to continue forward. SOFM did get his own blue buff.
He did, and now the fight going to kick off, but Wei winning out the trade as SOFM has to back away on that one. In the meantime, mid lane is trading as well there. You can see them next to each other on the minimap, both half HP.
Yeah, and SOFM going to try and make sure that Angel can get this wave in so we can go for a bit of a recall, but Wei also being in the area as well, going to help Xiaohu do the same. So a bit of a standoff here in the mid lane.
Yeah, it is going to be that standoff, but Xiaohu will be able to just clear the wave alongside Wei. They'll have the priority as On is not enjoying this matchup. Gala flashes forward, but On fast on the fingers, gets himself out to safety. But man, I was talking about the pressure that Ezreal Karma brings to the table. Well, not when you keep getting caught like this.
Yeah, I mean, especially the fact that it started from level 1, right? Since On already took such a heavy trade coming out from Gala, who really didn't lose any HP in return, and you have the sustain able to come out from the Nami, didn't mean all too much as Wei. Oh, wow, he finds it.
Oh my god, he's actually going to find On in the brush. That's going to be red buff burning away. And this is a tragedy for the Weibo bot lane. The fact that A, they already got that wave denied. Now another wave will crash in. Gala can get an early plate to himself here. And it's a kill over to the RNG jungler.
And we see for Breathe taking a ton of damage coming out from the passive, but able to get the stun off in the end. And of course, his passive does more damage when he does, proc the stun from a CC target, get a bit of max HP damage in there. And the grass proc to come through in the end as well. Ignite definitely being the difference maker in that situation to top it all off. The Shy, sadly just not able to pull it through, but extremely close.
I will say, like, I've criticized the Shy many times for overzealous all-ins and, you know, going too far. On that one, he started on like triple Breathe's HP. I would have expected to win that one as, I mean, like, you know, I'm not a professional top laner, so it doesn't really matter if I should expect to win a trade, but like, that one seems fair enough. That one seemed like he should have won.
Well, I mean, especially once we're getting into the weeds of these matchups where who knows how practiced these players are on them, right? Like, Sejuani, we've been seeing more of is, oh wow, Breathe. Not gonna find the trade.
Coming out. He's gonna go for a dive here. Takes a tower shot, but he'll be okay. The Shy surviving.
Right, but Sejuani being a champion we're only starting to see a little bit more of recently. And Mordekaiser, obviously a champion we don't really see at all.
Ever.
It's been played once before this, so yeah, it just kind of makes you wonder how much practice that these players have on these matchups coming through.
Yeah, I don't know. And, I mean, the Shy doing well on the CS, it has to be said. Like, ultimately, Breathe actually falling behind up in that top lane despite the kill. I think it's going to be fairly even in gold. But in the meantime, SFM now hovering on this bottom side to try and let his bottom lane even up the CS gap. But if Gala can get even half of these minions, it'll still be a big advantage for RNG.
Yeah, and I like that Wei knows his job. Just, again, you know your bot lane's doing quite well. Just keep hovering in that bot side. Let top lane be the island. The Shy might find the return
Big
kill.
Pull. Yeah, one more Q would do the trick against Breathe. Breathe's ultimate encore now, but the flail! Oh my god! Oh, the Shy! That was, what, sub 30 HP he managed to get to, but...
He's done it every game, Munch. He's literally done it every game where he's able to get away with the sliver.
My heart cannot take watching the Shy in the top lane. It's just too intense. Every single game, he just fights until the very end. So close to going down. Had he had level 6 there, I think that's a kill for the Shy, but, I mean, the reason Breathe was trading was because he had that advantage.
Yeah, and RNG now going to posture for a dive in bot. They shouldn't be looking for one now. Probably just going to accept the fact that they zone Weibo's bot lane off of some CS.
I just want to remind everyone, this is still 11-10. Sorry, 12-10. Like, this is not the patch where towers got nerfed again. This is the powerful towers, and RNG don't care. They're still going to threaten dives. They're still going to just fight between the towers. Like, this has not slowed down the LPL. RNG will still make plays happen.
I feel like we've seen some really good examples of how to pull off tower dives, specifically probably from our #1 team right now, JDG. JDG, numerous times showing that dives can still work if you can juggle aggro properly, and RNG still being a team you know are definitely capable of making plays like that happen. I mean, my God, man, almost 4 plates down in the first 8 minutes of the game.
It's brutal. It's really brutal. And, like, Ezreal's one of these champions. I was talking about how he can be lane dominant. Yeah, that's if you get him ahead. If you fall behind like this, it feels so bad to play Ezreal in the laning phase. And Lucianami has insane kill threat. And look at the summoners, actually, on the RNG bot side. They've actually swapped the heal and ignite. Gala having that ignite because he's going to be the one that's in range on these all-ins. And there goes half of On's HP. And sure, you've traded it back and actually maybe looking for more from the side of Weibo, but at the end of the day, RNG have sustained. They've got some pots to work with. They've both got cookies, and then they've got an army on top of it.
Exactly. That's exactly how you want to trade as RNG. Going for the short bursty trade, it might look worse in the moment, but you can back off. You can have the Nami heal you up, and then just keep looking to rinse and repeat, where Weibo can't heal up the damage you do to them. So RNG so far is showing a great understanding of this bot lane matchup, and Hwanfeng and On clearly not able to connect with the poke that they would like to be able to maybe find a bit more of an advantage for themselves. So bot lane in a good spot. We see Breathe might be behind in CS, but has been doing well in trades. And then the mid jungle from RNG finally picking up a Herald for themselves. But Xiaohu, he might be in danger. Nope, just the chickens.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a red buff, honestly, as Wei on his way back over. SFM going to settle for chickens for the time being. Does still have flash and his ultimate available, so can maybe make a play over the wall, but no. He's just going to be sticking around on the bottom side of the map here. is Wei starts the red buff off, I believe. He's going to pull that back around as Angel, trying to get some poke down onto Xiaohu. And I will say, Corki definitely going to have the range advantage in that matchup as the Shy feels like he's well and truly in control at this point.
Yeah, the Shy finally getting comfortable, having the Hextech Alternator in his inventory, so giving him a little bit more damage to be able to work with in these trades. And right, you hit on it with Angel going to be definitely outranging in this matchup later on. For me, that's what Weibo need. Weibo are waiting for later on to come online. They need the Scorky to be big. You want to be playing around package timers. Sadly, though, you'd also love to be able to play on objective first with the pressure you can generate just posturing through mid, winning out through the poke battle that usually comes over that wave. But with the fact that RNG have found such a lead in the early game, I think RNG should be in a pretty solid position to guarantee that they can consistently control vision and be on objective first, which wouldn't be as effective as the reverse of making it hard for RNG to walk in.
It would be a tough one. Just look at the gold difference in that bottom lane, man. Like 30 CS lead for Gala, and he's 1,000 gold up without any kills or assists. That is monstrous. And the Shy, you know, finding the CS advantage in the top side, but it's matched by that kill that Breathe found earlier on, so it's not going to be anywhere near as significant. And that's really great news for RNG moving towards the mid-game because they got the first Drake of the game, the second one coming up in just over a minute as well, and you'd expect them to be the ones walking forwards for that.
Yeah, and even having things like the Herald to be able to drop down, and now with the Gale Force on Nagala, you just have so much threat from such a long range. I mean, it doesn't really matter that Angel and Corki are going to be trying to use that range advantage in teamfights because Gala can just dash in, pop the Gale Force. You're going to have Xiaohu follow in with the Claw, lock someone down. And it feels like RNG at this point in the game just have really great tools of answering what the Weibo composition can offer.
Certainly will be trying to answer, but we'll have to wait and see. You know, this is definitely one of the games where you do expect it to be a bit slower. You do expect things to be taken at a reasonable pace because a lot of what Weibo bring to the table is that poke damage. So it's going to be down to whether or not they can position for an objective, get the poke down before the fight happens. Whereas RNG, it's going to be their standard game plan, right? Control vision, be on the scene, find an all-in, with Xiaohu being their primary engage.
And it'll be interesting when we're talking about objectives so heavily is, I'll pause with that thought because Weibo trying to make their way up towards the top side for a dive, but I like that Breathe is respecting, backing off. They have deep vision down in the bottom side jungle. They obviously saw them walk through lane and see waves on Dragon. So there's only one place that the other members of Weibo Gaming can be, which is in this top lane.
And look at this. This is the difference, right? Bin fights that 1v3. Breathe respects him, backs away. I don't think that's very fair to say. Bin was actually playing fairly respectfully towards the end of his tenure on RNG, but that's going to be not only 2 Drakes for RNG, but a tower taken already in the bottom side. Very nicely done by RNG. Huge amount of gold in the pocket of Gala. And the crazy thing is, you'd think that the Herald was dropped in the bottom lane for that tower, but no. The Herald wasn't even needed. That was just Gala and Ming with a straight-up lane gap over the Weibo bottom laners.
Yeah, it's going to be nice if they can start trying to guarantee themselves that Ocean Soul, considering they're going to be taking a lot of damage over an extended period of time. And RNG get exactly what they came for. They get a couple of plates. They can start backing off. You would expect to see resets start to come up now. Come back onto the map, maybe assert some vision control up towards that top side, work on that outer top lane turret, and even just prepping for whenever the next Rift Herald does spawn, which actually I don't need to say whenever. We have a timer for that. It's 1 minute 38 seconds.
1 minute and 37 seconds now. 1:36 even. It's coming up quick. Time is passing here in the LPL, believe it or not. And Herald will be coming on. As you say, though, RNG, full resets across the board. Now back onto the map. Gala moving to the mid lane as Xiaohu has the TP available. And I just want to give a cheeky little message to all of the mid laners out there in my solo queue games. Once you're getting past like 12 minutes, the ADC needs to be mid. You've got TP. Just go to the bottom lane. Stop being so awkward about it. Why do you want to share a wave of XP when you can just have a solo lane? You know?
Okay, that was, you know, mumbles with munchables. There we go. Get some alliteration there.
Musings?
No, that's already been used. I think Monty used that one, right? Monty's musings.
Oh, did
I prefer mumbles anyway, because it sounds a little bit more fun, a little bit more jovial. You don't take it too seriously.
Well.
But speaking of things we should take seriously, look at the item disadvantage for the side of Weibo. You're running 2 champions that run Mirror Mana up against a bunch of champions that already have Mythics completed. The huge power spike of Gale Force plus Mandate being built. We have Everfrost, we have Divine Sunderer. RNG are just so big at this point in time. Also a little bit surprised we see the Rocket Belt coming out for the Shy, considering that the enemy comp is going to be running into you. I thought maybe something like the more standard, either Riftmaker, or if you want to go the tank route, which I've seen a few times, of like Crossfire Gauntlet, like something where you already know they're going to be in range of you to where you can deal damage or be a frontline. Go for that rather than going for the straight up like Rocket Belt in, assassinate someone, pull them into the Death Realm, etc. So I'm really curious to see how the Shy plays out this one for the game going forward, or if we just get a top lane 1v1 the whole game. Who knows?
Yeah, it's possible. It's Xiaohu and Angel in a 1v1, but it's Corki versus Lissandra, so nobody has any damage, and everybody walks away. But RNG, in the meantime, that Herald that we so excitedly counted down to earlier on will go RNG's way. This feels like the flip side of game number 2, right, where Weibo just had control of every objective, but the difference is... Oh, Breathe, come on, man. He's playing Frisbee, and he's not accounted for the wind there. It's got off to the side a little bit. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. It really does. Any Frisbee aficionados in chat will know that sometimes it's a little bit windy, catches the bottom of the disc, flies off to the side. It happens.
You know, I wish I could remember. I think it was a Western player who got memed to all hell for missing one Sejuani ultimate for like the rest of their career. If only they'd known you can come in LPL with your ultimate like every other time and no one cares. Everyone's just like, oh, yeah, I went for it. You move on with your life. You know what? In 90 seconds, he's going to look for it again. And we're all just completely fine. We're a flame-free zone.
Oh, we certainly are. We certainly are.
Ox just messaged me. It was Xmithy. It was Xmithy.
I knew exactly who you meant. I could picture his face in my head. I was literally Googling CLG rosters to find Xmithy.
If Xmithy had been playing in LPL, he would have been totally fine.
Was he a CLG player, or was he a...
I mean, he was a CLG player, but he was also on other teams.
He was on Liquid for a long time, wasn't he? That's what I'm thinking of. Anyway, yeah, Xmithy, unfortunately, getting a bit of a reputation, though. But it happens. It happens. I will say, negative reputations stick around a lot better than positive ones do. Like, so many players are very unfairly tarred with one specific play that happened. And like, all of their positive stuff, their years of success, just get completely forgotten because of one play.
Yeah, as one play might define this. SOFM.
SOFM Court does get a kick. Actually dashes over the wall as well, and Angel has a lot of damage on this Corki to start hammering away. That's a big, big one. He's going to be topping the top of the damage chart now. But it doesn't really lean into too much as a TP now from the Shy. Breathe has his TP available as well, as does Xiaohu, who's resetting to go for a TP himself. That's a double TP onto the ward here. Herald down in the mid lane.
Yeah, RNG going to try and force him off this, but for Weibo, I feel like you're already too far committed. You can't make it to mid lane. Still have the package up.
We might finally have a fight on our hands. Xiaohu goes into the Dragon Pit. SFM tries to commit early smites just to survive and has to dash out of the pit in the meantime, though. Gala goes down. The Shy 2v1ing the bottom lane, forces a flash out from the support. Xiaohu goes in, though, onto On. Finds a pick for himself, and SFM and Huanfeng chase down to the bottom side. Huanfeng flashing upwards, separating the players as Breathe trying to chase him down. The slow is there. SFM actually goes in onto Xiaohu. The Gore Drinker keeping him alive, going for a 1v1, but the bubble is there from Ming. Xiaohu keeps up alive with Frozen Tomb. The big one goes wide, and Angel sacrifices himself for his jungler. Another kill for Xiaohu, and this is just the Weibo Herald play, but the other way around. Everything falling apart for Weibo instead of them winning.
And the Shy almost bringing it all together. We got to see the value of that Rocket Belt, not allowing Gala to tether him out of range to find that kill. He'll jump right into the replay to get to see it. We see Xiao, who started this one off, trying to make sure they get the dragon, but look at the Shy and Angel. The Shy going straight onto the enemy bot lane. He's able to 1v2. At the same time, SOFM being pushed out of the pit does give the Drake over to RNG. Then the fight breaks out on the two fronts, right? The Shy already so low, trying to chase around the Nami, but it opens up for RNG to turn on the members on the bottom side for Weibo, and then Breathe. So much chase down potential at this time on the Sejuani. Can run Huanfeng down, and then Xiaohu able to buy enough time by going golden to allow the other members to come on through, and RNG going to be able to clean it up nicely with Breathe, Xiaohu, and Wei comboing forward.
I want to point out, Xiaohu's ult was actually on cooldown there until he used it. His ult cooldown came up as he finished his Zhonya's there. So that is insanely good timing for Xiaohu to survive the play. An attempted outplay from SFM, but it doesn't quite work out. Now it means a 3k gold lead for RNG. The Shy up in the top side. Shield will block a lot of the culling. Managed to juke back into the stream of bullets there. As he goes for the rocket belt just for a bit of poke.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, but Breathe did the most damage in that last fight. I don't know, like, how these Sejuani damage numbers are just so busted with what we're seeing today. Absolutely outpacing everyone, and now RNG gonna use that.
Sejuani's the modern Ornn, where she's like a tank assassin mage, etc., etc., fulfilling every single role of the game. The Shy going forwards towards Xiaohu and Wei here, but he does not have that much HP. I think someone's in the death realm, but it doesn't matter. He goes down in the end. As now Wei getting the resets here. Just going to ult back out as Angel trying to defend. And Weibo, I'm not really sure why they're trying so hard to defend these fights. I don't feel like they have the stats to fight right now.
Yeah, and even for the Shy, let's remember that your Q does more damage when you're hitting an isolated target. So him walking up and queuing like 4 people, not as meaningful if he was in that, you know, isolated 1v1. So not quite sure what the Shy is trying to do there, defending that turret till he's in the grave. That is the warrior spirit, so maybe we can give him the respect of a samurai, but not working out for getting back into this game where RNG have just above a 3k gold lead. And hey, guess what? 1 minute, 38 seconds until what could be soul for the side of RNG. They still have those huge item advantages, as we see now rapid fire as well as the QSS picked up for Gala, so won't have to worry as much about the Shy coming at him like he did last fight.
No, won't have to worry about that at all. Just, I mean, look at Breathe's score, man. 3-0-2 on a Sejuani. He's running Ignite TP as well on Sejuani, which just seems hilarious to me. He's 2 items already with a Mana Crystal, just as a cheeky little bonus on top there. It's all feeling pretty fantastic for the side of RNG, especially for Breathe. But every carry having at least 1 kill, and the mandate for Ming already means that he is going to be enabling those carries to do even more damage. Like, you have to just hope you can hold on for a long time here for Weibo, but you got an Ocean Soul spawning in 50 seconds. You don't have a long time.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Typically, you would just be able to cross map is on!
Oh my days. On just gets railed. And that might just be soul guaranteed. 40 seconds until it comes up. That'll be at minimum massive control for RNG. And that'll be a mid-tier 2 on top of everything else. As Hofem behind enemy lines here, getting aggressed upon, but dashes over the wall.
Yeah, I'd like to see Breed start linking up right now. He has another sweeper available to start taking away some of the decision control that Weibo Gaming have in their jungle. Make it even harder for Weibo to be able to come through as, oh, Xiaohu gonna be fine.
Yeah, the Shine SFM over the wall, but Xiaohu will walk away. This is it, 5 seconds until the Ocean Soul. This is everything for Weibo. If they lose this fight, it's going to be basically impossible for them to come back into the game. That's big poke on Gala, though. A good start as the Shy is just going to find a 1v1 with Xiaohu in the Death Realm. And Xiaohu, he's on the wrong side of the fight when he comes out of the Death Realm. He's going to be in trouble, but keeps himself alive with the Glacial Tomb and flashes out to safety. Finally goes down to the Shy, but the Shy ain't tanky enough. And now on left alone as Breed gets the knock-up, and the rest of the team there to finish the kills off. RNG, they take us for a ride in this series, but at the end of the day, they show up and they prove that when they are playing well, they are one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, they were finally not apprehensive about bringing out this Lucian Nami lane. They completely rinsed Weibo in the 2v2. Breed having a fine time up in the top lane, and then able to bring everything together, pick up the soul, and just a matter of time before RNG will be able to close out. We'll go straight into the replay here, because we see Weibo posturing for the fight. The Shy gonna find his way onto Xiaohu, considering that Gala does have that QSS. Xiaohu able to buy a lot of time, kiting him around, but outside the Death Realm, we're gonna see here Ming able to lock down SOFM with Breed, sets up for the bubble perfectly. Your first pick comes through. Xiaohu does go down in the end to the Shy, but still, you've locked so many members down with the CC you've brought to the table. RNG's key carries just able to constantly follow up with their mobility to be able to win the fight.
I'm pretty sure Xiaohu and the Shy was still in Death Realm when Xiaohu died there, because that was the solo crit damages. Instant cleanse package from Angel. Not going to be caught by this one. And doesn't it feel good to be a Corki with the package when there's a minion wave walking through the fire? It's just beautiful.
Yeah, it's great to see that he's able to get away, but now RNG gonna have pings coming out towards the Baron. Gonna see if they can get this vision set up nicely. Gala doesn't care about anything. Culling able to come through, but Angel does get out alive.
Yeah, he's all right for now. Is that so fair? Got to be a little careful on this one. And we'll see. RNG trying to control the Baron area. True Shot Barrage will give some vision. It spots the fact that everybody's just sticking around. But this is one of the things. When you're up against an Ocean Soul as well, they can do this all day long. You can't poke them out. And that's the thing. Weibo's composition is a poke comp. The whole point is they're meant to get damage to stick before the fight. How are you going to get damage to stick against an Ocean Soul?
No, it feels so hard for them. And RNG now knowing they have to commit more heavily to the Baron with the amount of tools that Weibo have to check. There's no way the Sonic Wave's going to last long enough, so RNG trying to pivot for the fight.
Goal difference isn't that big just yet. Let's see how this fight goes. SFM with a great kick. Gala caught out and will go down, actually. Angel gets the kill in the end. SFM answered for it. Is Xiaohu on the back line, but he'll fall to the Shy. Potential win here for Weibo as they look for a little bit more. Wei having to ult out Breathe escaping as well as the Shy moves forward, gets a pullback, but Breathe skirts away.
Yeah, RNG's aggression finally getting punished. Beautiful kick from SOFM onto Gala, making sure he instantly goes down. The Shy gonna keep running RNG down.
The Shy is so aggressive on this Mordekaiser, and especially with that second item completed as well, he's starting to get fairly tanky.
Yeah, and even just having, more damage able to come out in those extended fights with the Demonic Grace and the amplification coming out through there. We're actually getting a really cool TP right before we came to this replay, so kind of excited to get out of the replay, but we'll see here what happens. Xiaohu tries to go in for the engage.
We don't have
SOFM.
time. Angel's caught up in the top side. He desperately wanted to finish this out. That's the second time Angel's been caught up there. Last time he had Cleanse and Package. This time, not so much.
So that was the TP that I saw. Breathe TP'd into the enemy jungle and came from behind Angels, what I'm almost positive is what happened.
All right. Yeah, there you go. There's the TP coming out from Breathe. Nicely spotted there, Mr. Lyric. You're a keen analyst, I can see. As Drake down to 7k. This is the flip. This is the moment. Can Weibo find the 50-50 that they need to stay in the game? The Shy just goes in, 1v5, brings Ming into the death realm. He's like, sod it, I'll just kill the support. Why not? This is just cyberbullying from him. See, actually he's going 2v1 and takes half of their HP on either of them. SFM still trying to find a way into the pit here. The Baron just tethered at 2k this entire time. One Fong dealing damage onto Xiaohu. On flashes out and actually survives. SFM kicks one away as Baron resets.
What is going
Breathe
on?
back in the pit. I can't believe it. Weibo have actually stopped the Baron.
Yeah, RNG looking like they wanted to turn, look for the fight kind of one by one. It was scattered all over the place. They looked very confused about, hey, do we stay on the Baron or do we look for the turn? Once Xiaohu and Breathe went in, though, kind of solidified that the other members needed to follow through. And we're going to see the replay here of what happened. The Shy walking forward and actually targets Ming this time around for the Death Realm. Once again, seeing how the Hextech Rocket Belt is used. Sadly for Ming, the bubble not hitting as the Shy kiting out that one quite nicely, is then left against two other members of RNG, but still they have enough damage to bring him down. And then Breathe wants to get outside of the pit to zone SOFM off to allow for RNG to do the Baron. But sadly, SOFM able to skirt around the fight means that RNG have to try and commit for the kills. And on, almost pixel perfect flash to make sure that he doesn't go down, 2 ways ultimate.
Imagine if Weibo got a singular Drake this game. Like, the length of these fights, so much value out of this Ocean Soul for the side of RNG, and especially Sejuani getting, like, infinite value on the Ocean Soul. It's going to be Elder Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, and you can see RNG pivoting their control towards that bottom side of the map.
Right now will be RNG with full control, but Weibo at least pushing in the bottom wave, so giving an avenue to be able to contest once Breathe does push that wave back in. And Weibo having a bit of time to breathe before they need to commit to anything. And Angel going for the recall. Going to see if he is able to come back to this fight strong. And Gala also 3 items now with the IE.
Yeah, QSS picked up as well, so the Shy cannot just ult Gala at this point. There's SOFM trying to find his way into the river here. Kind of cheating tempo with the ward jump. Huanfeng going to jump over alongside
Package
him. Breathe.
time, Munch.
Yeah, Breathe is waiting. TP comes out from the Shy to rejoin the squad.
Yeah, now Angel. RNG want to try and pick him off before he can use that package.
Oh, package going to be burnt. Cleanse going to be burnt as well, but that is also Xiaohu's ult. So kind of trading big cooldowns here. Huanfeng getting a bit of damage down. I want to make a prediction here, Lyric. I think this is going to be a 50-50 smite, and I think SOFM's going to take it.
I kind of feel the same thing, but RNG right now are prepping mid-wave. So at least going to put some pressure onto Wave, but I have to make some hard choices. Losing a Wave or losing Elder, not much of a hard choice for
Yeah.
Wave would have to go towards.
I
like
know which one I'd take. I've seen teams make that decision before, though.
The Ocean Soul giving so much value to RNG in these extended standoffs compared to Angel, who just has to eat that big chunk of damage that Gala put forward.
Xiaohu. Oh, Xiaohu. He's in enemy lines. And there's Breathe with the stun as well. Wait, jumps over the wall to keep himself alive. The Shy will go down. Great engage from RNG. The pincer move. And now, jumping onto Angel as well. Gala just eradicates him. It's not even close.
No, and now RNG still being a bit careful considering SOFM is up. And Breathe gonna keep charging forward.
Huanfeng manages to survive. True shot barrage across the team. He doesn't do any damage to this Sejuani, though. You can see Huanfeng firing away that entire fight. He did 5,000 damage, but none of it sticks.
No, and now RNG TP's coming through towards the mid lane. They're going to be able to pick up the inhibitor. Seems like they're going to commit members to different things. They know they can pick up mid lane turret, maybe an inhibitor as well as getting the Elder Drake itself. And there's Breathe joining in to make sure the push is strong. RNG taking everything off that fight.
And I think that might just be curtains for Weibo in this series. The inhibitors are going to be spared. Going to deny any extra gold from super minions, as they don't need them to take this back.
No, and we see here Xiaohu angling for a beautiful flank, dodging out on the vision ward, luckily makes his way around, and is going to get in just in time to be able to lock numerous members down with his W. Breathes ult as well onto the Shy, making sure that things go well. And looks like the Shy actually loses to Breathe in the Death Realm, so that's not a good sign for him. He was already chunked out from the damage that was done.
In the
but
meantime, Baron is kicking off, Elder Dragon is kicking off, and Weibo's health bars are kicking off at this point, as it's Ming actually grabbing a kill for himself, and a well-deserved kill. Let's
go.
Let's
go. Ming stepping up, and the Shy might be able to find Wei.
1v1 against Wei. Can he find a kill for himself? The Elder doing a lot of work in this one. Wei actually winning the 1v1 in the Death Realm. It ain't pretty for the side of Weibo, as Gala wants just a little bit more. Jumps on forward. One more auto would do the trick, but the burn might do the trick. Double for Gala as he takes out two. And RNG with Baron, with Elder, and with a full wave charge down the mid lane, they will take this series.
Great to see RNG not go through the same type of slump that they did last year after MSI, coming in strong against another top team with formidable players and just pulling them around the map, finding the early game advantages in the two games that they won. And once they get to the mid game, RNG were just once again able to end it quite flawlessly. We can see it there. Breathe, still looking pretty chill, but Xiaohu and Wei looking quite excited.
Oh yeah, they are loving it right now. And you know, it must feel good to come off the back of winning MSI and just come straight into the split with a 2-0 start. Like, that is a phenomenal performance coming out from RNG, and you have to say it's commendable with how little of a break they actually got for themselves. Like, it's commendable that they're still playing on such good form. And, you know, not perfect series. They did lose one of the games, but ultimately still a good series. Like, when it comes down to brass tacks, still one of the top teams in the LPL.
Especially when you look at the fact that a lot of our teams look like they have issues or a suspect right now. Like EDG look like they have the same issues they've always had. LNG, despite being undefeated, had some really rough games, especially their last series against TT. JDG kind of being the outlier, but I feel like JDG and RNG maybe being the most consistent teams in terms of like what they've shown, being able to replicate their success, you know, multiple times. So nice to see RNG still up in that conversation and not one of these other top teams that are having shakier games and making a stout like, hey, what's going on? What are the problems here? RNG overall slotted Breathe in quite easily. They don't play up to him the same way they would have to do around Bin, but it just allows them to have more breathing room, knowing like, hey, this guy isn't going to be as volatile. We can just try to play more with our mid jungle, play more around the map, and still keep all the same strengths that we've had on pretty much every iteration around this core.
Yeah, I don't know if that was an intentional punt on the breathing room, but I can't let you get away with that. That is
It actually wasn't.
Only I'm allowed to do puns that bad on the LPL. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It feels like this roster swap makes a lot of sense. Removes some of the volatility on a team that realistically, I would say, are one of the least volatile LPL teams.
Yes.
Like, when you think about how RNG have played for the last year, it has been very standard. It has been like, here is how we play the game. We're not going to take crazy risks. We're going to play side lanes. We're going to play for macro. We're going to play for vision. And I feel like Breathe fits that style a lot better than Bin does.
And it feels like there are teams who can use that. Like, I feel like BLG were a team who could use some volatility in their roster. So overall, just a really good swap to come out for both parties. Damage numbers, unsurprising at this point that Sejuani just can constantly creep so high in the damage numbers, even almost out-damaging Xiao, who is slightly under him, and then Gala able to do a huge amount this game. Like we saw him and Ming having complete control down in that bottom lane. Ming's a player that we've always known is very good on enchanters. When I think of two of Ming's biggest pocket picks throughout his whole career, it's Morgana and Karma. So it's nice to see him in a meta where he wasn't relied on to be the primary engage. They bring Breathe in, they have Xiao on the Lissandra, they can fill that role, and it allows Ming to show this kind of versatility that he's always had as a player.
The Shy actually doing pretty well in terms of damage. 200 on the damage to gold ratio. I'd say the average is maybe 150 for a carry, so that's pretty impressive. But obviously, here's Mordekaiser, so you can't just walk in the middle of everyone, Death Realm, get your passive up, then you come out, just get damage down before you go out. So it's you can do a lot of damage very easily as Mordekaiser in these kinds of fights. But ultimately, commendable performance here from RNG. Like you say, Breathe really making some value happen with that Sejuani pick at the top side. I feel like our teams have slowly but surely shifted towards 12-11, even though we're still on 12-10. We're going to be changing to 12-11 very shortly. And this feels like a lot of these picks are kind of 12-11 picks.
Yeah, we have had a bit of Sejuani since the start, but it was very niche. It feels like it is building up more now. And like you said, we should be switching over to 12.11 tomorrow. So we're going to get to see a whole big jump of things like the Zeri coming out. In LEC, I've seen the Misfortune, the Xinjiao, just a whole realm of different picks there to be explored. So we'll see how these teams do. True. So we'll see how all of this is explored, especially considering that we hit on it earlier. All four teams that played today play on Saturday. So we're going to get a really quick read of how these teams see the 12.11 patch. And RNG especially, I think, is going to be quite fun, just, again, with how cerebral of a team that they have always been.
Yeah, I am curious what's going to happen to the meta. I feel like LPL's meta is still quite a bit quicker than the other regions right now. And I'm curious if that is to do with the fact that they're on 12.10, everyone else is on 12.11, or whether it's just LPL being LPL.
It's just LPL. It's
maybe
LPL
things
much.
just speed up anyway on 12.11. Because, honestly, I thought, 12.10, big tower damage improvements. I thought that was going to be okay, LPL teams don't dive anymore. It's no, you just have to get even cleaner at diving. That's the answer. We won't stop being aggressive. We'll just get better at being aggressive.
Or you just steal more chickens, right? You just opt to use that aggression somewhere else. You're like, hey, I can't dive. Into the enemy jungle I go. And we get a lot of these early game skirmishes, or even the level ones. I feel like this durability patch has pushed us way more to level ones. Teams are like, yo, we aren't going to get to fight later. We need to try and find some blood now.
We're going to get it out of our system now. Yeah, I don't know. They've definitely still a lot of aggression. I will say some of the teams have slowed down. Some of it, it feels like, depends on the teams you're talking about, but that's always been the case. LPL is a very varied region, right? Where you've got 17 teams. Inevitably, you're going to have a whole scale of all the way from slow to all the way from extremely quickly. One team I am really excited to see more of is Anyone's Legend right now. I feel like this is a team that are higher in the standings than anyone has ever expected them to be.
Yeah.
And actually looking pretty good in their games.
Yeah, I think AL have definitely been one of the standouts. Again, just a lot of teams have improved across the board from spring, which is nice to see because I don't feel like that's always the case. I remember last year and specifically, I kind of felt that way going from spring early into summer to where now it feels like FPX, despite the fact that they haven't won a series yet, have stepped up. AL looking better. IG, who are 1 and 2 in their games, in their gameplay, look better than they did in spring. So I feel like we're getting to a point where the split is going to be very competitive. A lot of whether it's 2-0s or 2-1s aren't going to tell the full story of like how the actual games went, because we've had a lot of close battles between pretty much all of our teams right now. I don't feel like there's any outliers in terms of like, hey, these teams just look like outright free wins. Even TT we hit on. TT against V5 and LNG could have won both series. Just a lot of messiness coming out from them, kind of throwing it back to the other way. So I think it's really fun where the LPL's at right now, but still having the consistency coming out from teams like RNG and JDG to just round everything out nicely.
Yeah, definitely. I honestly, it's a mixed bag for me right now in the LPL. Like we said at the very start of today, I think a lot of teams do not have scores that reflect how they're actually doing in the LPL, and a lot of teams do, like JDG, for example, and now RNG with the 2-0. Our MVP off the back of that game, I didn't quite catch who it was, but it'll pop up on our screen.
I think it was Breathe.
I think that's pretty deserved. It was a great Sejuani game from Breathe, and, you know, being that front line, being an engaged tool as well.
Yeah, let's hope I'm right. I was right. Breathe Sejuani's coming in strong today, picking up all the MVPs. I actually don't remember if Rich did in that first game, but I'm almost positive he did. So Sejuani coming in strong, honestly being the menace of the LPL, but a menace that I welcome. It's really cool to kind of see and like learn about champions like this, see how well she's doing in her laning phase. She's consistently able to find these turret plates, or even if she's losing out in terms of CS, right? We're seeing her winning trades and winning all-ins and just finding massive impacts in team fights. So it's a champion I'm really excited to keep seeing in the LPL, keep seeing what answers people have into it, because today we did have the Mordekaiser brought out to try to answer. Wasn't all too successful, but still, this just kind of leads to an ever-expanding meta that we have been shown to have.
And the thing is, like, that trade goes differently. Maybe it's a totally different game, but Breathe just about managing to win it out and able to set up for the rest of his team as well throughout the game. And like you say, I'm excited about the Sejuani too, because, you know, historically, when you think of Ornn, it's not very exciting. Sejuani may be a tank, but with how bonkers her damage numbers seem to be, it's still kind of an exciting pick.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, definitely falling into the meme of the tank, assassin, enchanter, bruiser, presidential
candidate,
penguin, I don't know. Whatever words you can fit in a sentence is what Sejuani looks like she's able to do right now. And Breathe, I think Breathe has like been fine on RNG. Like it hasn't been much of a Breathe is looking good or bad, as much as it just looks like RNG just don't have to worry about top lane in terms of volatility anymore. He has gotten caught out quite a bit in side lanes and mid games from the two series we've seen, but it's still nice to see in regards to team fighting, in regards to giving them that breathing room in the early game, once again, no pun intended, that it actually does work out for RNG quite nicely. Because I was skeptical of this move, not that it wouldn't work out, but that it wouldn't be like some huge upgrade, that it would be like more of a maybe slight upgrade or a bit of a side shift to play style.
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, it's like Breathe got the final. Bin got the finals MVP at MSI. It's not like Breathe. It's oh my god, the fact that they're both Bs as well doesn't make this any easier. The fact that it's not that Bin wasn't playing well on RNG. It's not like the team couldn't play around him. It's more that I feel like they have more options of how they want to play the game with Breathe. With all that said, though, as you can tell, we can't talk. Our brains are mush at this point, so let's round things out and look at our results as we finish out our day. It's been a 5-game day in the end. V5 versus FPX, going 2-0 to V5, and a convincing win. I think a needed convincing win as well for V5. A little bit more confident in their performance off of today. And then RNG 2-1 over Weibo as well.
Yeah, I feel like today, I feel good about V5. I feel good about Weibo despite the loss. I feel good about RNG. FPX, in my mind, kind of being the big losers of not showing what we have seen from them in some of their other series in terms of, again, against RNG and EDG, FPX looked solid. They had moments. Clid looked better than what we saw from him today. Care looked better than what we saw from him today. And obviously their bot lane just wasn't able to step up. So hopefully FPX can bounce back, as I'm sure next we go into our new updated standings where V5 are no longer one of those 2-win teams, baby. They're a 3-win team now.
With a positive 6-game difference as well. That is huge. The fact that Victory 5 have not lost a singular game just yet in the split. That is
Rookie.
a nice, and yeah, exactly, right? This is not even the main roster. Like, that is a super positive start to the split for them. Just slightly behind JDG, but they've played one less series than JDG. So still right on the tails right now. And I feel like we're starting to see this, like every single day, the standings feel like they're becoming more correct. With the one exception, I still feel like FPX kind of having the raw end of the deal to start.
Yeah, FPX kind of being the one that stands out. AL also stand out not because they don't deserve to be where they're at. It's just weird. It's just weird seeing AL
Ultra
so
Prime
high.
too.
Yeah, I guess you're right. AL Ultra Prime being where they are is kind of weird, but I want to get used to it. I want them to stay where they are because they bring a lot of fun to the league.
I feel like AL and Ultra Prime could trade with RA and BLG, and it would feel right in your head, right? The thing is that they're a singular win apart.
It wouldn't feel right in my heart anyway.
No, absolutely not. But like, it's only 3 series so far. Plenty of time for all of that to change up. IG versus EDG is going to start our game off tomorrow. It's a classic matchup here in the LPL. Do not miss that one. And then Top Esports against BLG as well. Feels like that one is like, it's a battle of the budgets, honestly. 2 of the biggest spending teams in the LPL going head to head.
And I'm curious to see what the rosters will be, right? Are BLG going to start Icon, who they've announced on their roster, or are they going to do like last series and just bring out Popo? We'll find out tomorrow. We'll also get our first glimpse of 12.11. I don't want to stop saying that because I think it's going to be really fun, really cool to see what LPL's take is on the meta that the rest of the world is playing on. So if you're watching right now, you better be watching tomorrow. Mole won't start. I'll give you that bad news now because Mole never starts, but we'll make it through.
We'll have to live with that fact. We'll have to live with the fact that the Dombay Faker is yet to play on IG.
They're saving him for finals.
Well, they need to play him at some point for him to be able to play finals. So Yuakai been starting for them. Looks like Yuakai will be continuing for the time being, and he's been playing okay. So we'll have to wait and see. But that is it, John. Lyric, as you're called on the internet. It's been a pleasure as always. And thank you everyone for watching. Thank you from production as well. That's going to be it from us. So we'll see you guys tomorrow for 12-11. We'll see you in chat. And until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.